in it. But we're here live in Houston. The brother's going to go through the announcements.
So we are S.O.W, right? We have schools in Houston, Virginia, and Rochester. The schools in Houston is 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas, and Virginia is 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk.
Say it right. They're gonna chastise
Yeah, that's
you.
all I'm saying. Norfolk, Virginia.
They will come for you.
And we got a school in Rochester, 1600 Lyle Ave, Suite 1A, Rochester, New York.
What's that looking like? Go ahead, read.
How you can watch us besides the YouTubes is Blog Talk Radio by Mashaba. We have other channels like 5 Minutes of Wisdom, Hidden Truth Bible Show, Israelite Media Court. We have kids classes on Sundays at 1. We also have, so you can get your fringes, so you can get the fringe game up. We got Israel wear. For the bros in Rochester on Monday, we have Hebrew Academy, in case you want to come learn how to break down scriptures, how to get scriptures quickly, and what all the work entails. And then here in Houston, we have Hebrew Academy on Tuesday. If you need to contact a priest, you got Priest Kwazat to my right. His number is 303-557-8979. And you got Priest Kazakia. His number is 757-300-4047. We have a business, a wonderful business, that has helped provide for the school. Sweet ambiance. Want to come get your smell goods? We want everybody to smell good as we do, right? We also have another business, Chosen Creation, where we do woodworking, such as you see, with our Father prayers and stuff like that.
Yeah, the quality is so good you can see it plainly. The quality of it. Yeah.
Is that Android?
Yeah, that's that quality.
Oh, it's actually really crisp.
It is. Hating, bro. Go ahead. Hating, bro.
So and that's it.
That's it for the announcement?
That's it for the announcement.
Nah, there's more announcements than that. Let me see here.
I went through.
Oh, you went to, damn. Okay, yeah, if you want to get, you know what I'm saying? If you want to give anything, right? Any alms for the school, we got the Cash App, the Venmo, the Chime, the Zelle, the PayPal. What else? Bank account, the mail checks.
Mail direct. I don't know.
You can, any which way you want to help out, you can. It's definitely hand in hand, right? You can hand it off in an envelope. It's appreciated, right? We definitely need that help. But yeah, we're gonna. It is the Shabbat, right? So we're gonna do our opening prayers, the reading, and then whatever questions y'all might have. I advise you to pay attention to this reading because there's a lot of name changes and it's a lot going on, especially in like chapter 20. There's a lot going on in chapter 20, so you got to pay attention. Do not let us be background. Right. All right, don't let us be your background to whatever else you got going on. Right, try to give your mind to the reading and to these histories. This is history, very important Israelite history, and everything we read thus far is history from Genesis up until now, and we're going to see that history does repeat itself. So let's set up these prayers. All right. Set up these prayers. Act like I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I ain't nervous or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Nerves. What is
that? What are nerves? Okay. Y'all ready?
God.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Natalanawa. A war. Zayah Wam. The water. Aman.
That bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks so be it. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures.
What? This? It might be in his face though. Go ahead.
Good.
Yeah, them candles are tricky. You know what it is when you do it, cut the wicks down.
Okay.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Badalanawa.
Badalanawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Nayachacha.
Nayachacha.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
That bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor, thanks so be it. When the frankincense and myrrh burn, it represents our prayer going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Maya Mopanya Yerushalayim.
We rise to face Jerusalem.
Dr. Taylor.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Badalanawa.
Badalanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Hashalom.
Hashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in the Hebrew. Ainashah.
Ainashah.
Ayayim Yah.
Ayayim Yah.
Al-Haharya.
Al-Haharya.
Ayah.
Ayah.
Yabu'ah.
Yabu'ah.
Isaiah.
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 Yabu'ah.
Yabu'ah.
Ma'Yahweh.
Ma'Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
La'aratazah.
La'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yonatan.
Yonatan.
Namawat.
Namawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Zalia.
Zalia.
Al.
Binyan.
Binyan.
Yad.
Hashemat.
Hashemat.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakayah.
Hakayah.
Mayawam.
Mayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabanah.
Halabanah.
Balayalah.
Balayalah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemaria.
Yashemaria.
Nakal Rai.
Nakal Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Amalakia.
Amalakia.
Wabu'ayah.
Wabu'ayah.
Wa'aitan.
Wa'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Awalam.
Awalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Psalm 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Aman.
Aman.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasharallah.
Shema Yasharallah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanaw.
Abanaw. Shema Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shemkah. Yahweh. Balak. Taba'ah. Razaka.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aratazah.
Kowa. Hayah. Bashamayim. Bethalanawa. Lacham. Kol.
Yawam. Wasalachnawa.
Kabawaknawa.
Kasalachnawa. Chabawat Yinawa. Wala'ah. Tabiyanawa. Messiah one. Ball. Shaynawa. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Laka. Hamalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatapa. Aman.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, and we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Aman.
Ha'ashara.
Ha'ashara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'a.
La'a.
Yahya.
Yahya.
Laka.
Laka.
Ahayim.
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 Al-Panya.
Al-Panya.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
La'a.
La'a.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Basal.
Basal.
La'a.
La'a.
Ibadam.
Ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'a.
La'a.
Alaquat. Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Laquadashwa.
Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Amaka.
Amaka.
Wa Amaka.
Wa Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a.
La'a.
Ratazak.
Larazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'a.
La'a. La'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a.
La'a.
Lagana.
Lagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a.
La'a.
Aina.
Aina.
Shakor.
Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a.
La'a.
Lakamad.
Lakamad.
Call.
Call.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ba'ashem Yahushua.
What?
What?
Come
Yeah.
on.
Aman.
Yeshaviah, we need to be seated.
You were gonna say the sure.
No. You see Chris Brown is beefing with, I can't be out here singing like that. Chris Brown beefing with Quavo. We can't do that. We can't have a beef. We can't have that R&B. R&B thug.
No beef in
Let's
Israel.
get the first reader up real quick. No R&B thugs up in here.
Right.
Not me. I don't sound angelic.
Oh, wow.
Abishai. Shabbat Shal. Yehuda. Bun Yasharala.
Shabbat Abishai, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Bun Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, I mind you. Barak,
Yahweh Shemiah Shabarakathon.
Yahweh Shemiah Shabarakatah.
you know, they say if you ain't got some nerve, you ain't human. I ain't nervous.
Wow, boy.
I got my glasses on, so I can't see clearly. Yeah, I know.
That's how.
Yeah, cats. My eyesight. Yeah. So, where's the paper?
First Kings 18.
Right. So, who can quit? Wait up. You trying to? Let's get this quick recap. Who can recap? Who can recap and not be a capper on last week? Anything that y'all remember? What happened last week? Sir.
Well, Elijah stepped in the scene.
Right. So we see the prophet Elijah. He comes up on the scene, right? What's going on with the kings? What's going on with the brethrens? What's going on with the kingdom? Elijah.
Jeroboam's making golden cows and not following the Most High's orders.
Right. So we had Jeroboam. He went off. He started making golden calves, not following the Most High's order. What else? You had something else?
And Jeroboam's or Rehoboam's son's about to die. One of them died.
Right. What else? Anybody else? I mean, there's a lot that happened.
Yeah. Kingdoms. Yeah.
So the kingdom split, we know that. We got Rehoboam, Jeroboam, and then what we see is, as we're reading through Kings, we're seeing the scriptures bounce back and forth between the northern and southern kingdoms. What king was ruling during this time? We read about who was the king that.
King Asa.
Damn, I even asked my question, but Yeah, that was the answer. What was I gonna ask?
I just felt it.
Oh, you felt?
Asa. Yeah, come on.
He was right. I was gonna ask what king was the king that got Israel back on track, but didn't all the way get them on track. It was Asa, right? He got rid of everything except for the high places. He got rid of the idol worship. With those high places, those those valleys and those groves, he kind of let those still stay, and that's all the people need, right? It just takes a little bit of leaven to leaven the lump, right? So we know that Asa, he did his thing up until a point. And really the focus of last week and of this week is going to be who? Who did we transition into and say he was the most wicked king? And nobody was like him.
Mr. Love himself.
Right. Right. Was it Diddy Love Combs?
It was Brother Love.
Diddy Ahab Combs? Damn. Ahab is
Diddy.
Love, right?
Yeah.
Diddy changed his name to Love.
Yeah, Brother Love.
Right? No, it wasn't Diddy Love Combs.
It was Ahab
It was
Love.
Ahab. Right? Now what was going on with Ahab? What was his problem? What was Ahab's problem? Start with a W. I mean a J.
Oh, you come on, Jezebel is what?
Both. That was both.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say Jezebel.
Right. Right? Where was Jezebel from? Uh-oh. What?
Zidon.
Right. She was a Zidonian, which are who? What nation are they? Well, right. They're Hamites, right? They're some of the filthiest Hamites. Right? So we see that Ahab, King Ahab, what nation did he run?
He actually raised the tribe of Judah.
Ahab?
Ahab?
What nation did he run?
He was over Israel.
He was over Israel.
You know what? Okay.
Yeah, Ahab was, if I'm not mistaken,
Primarily in Samaria.
yeah, he was.
Oh yeah, he was
yeah,
just
he was in
Jehoshaphat
Samaria.
was around the same time. So yeah,
Right.
that's
So
correct.
Ahab was.
Forgive me.
Why did I say nation? Y'all like I threw y'all off with that. I know I did. Because that's how the king. That's how Israel is going to be looked at to each other
Jehoshaphat.
going forward. We look at each other as two different nations. All right. The 9.5 was looked at as a separate nation than the 2.5 or the southern and northern kingdoms. Right. They start to treat each other as separate people. And that narrative goes from now all the way to Revelations. That's the whole point, is to bring the two nations back and make them one nation again. Right? So Ahab is in charge of the of Israel, or the northern kingdom. Right? So we're gonna see as we read, there's gonna be a lot of Ahab talk. Right? We're gonna be dealing with Jezebel. What was her spirit like?
Wicked trash.
Yeah, it was wicked. What else? Give me some. We know she was wicked as hell because she was killing the prophets. What else though? What was it about her? Right? We can surmise her as a wicked woman, right? But what else? What was it that was propelling that wickedness? What do the scriptures say that a woman shouldn't do that she did?
Oh,
Usurp authority.
Right. What were you gonna say? Right. Usurping the authority. Right. She usurped. She was literally running the show.
Yeah.
And Ahab was like the sidekick, just following her orders, which that's kind of weird. That's scary, right? But see, those are the curses that the nation falls into when we disobey the Most High. A woman shall compass a man, right? Women will be your oppressors, right? One of the things was not to marry the women of the other nations, especially these Africans. Why? Because they were going to lead us into worshiping their gods. We see that with Solomon, right? That was the narrative. And then we see it with now Ahab. We see it with a bunch of other kings, right? You see it in Judges with Gideon, right? His one little concubine, her little weird son, killed off all his brethren, right? You see it with David's kids, right? The non-Israelite women that were having kids were weird. Right? They were doing weird things like incest on top of rape, on top of murder, right? Yeah, but that was the whole point of even that. Don't get too close to them because they're gonna introduce their ideas to you, their philosophies and their ideology, right? It tells us in Psalms 106:35, we were mingled amongst the heathen and learned their works, and sacrificed to their gods, and we did all these different things that were not what the Most High wanted for us. So, you know, this is what we're gonna be seeing in Kings, man. The whole book of Kings, this is what we're gonna be seeing. It's just straight up, just a flip-flop between good, evil, men coming on the scene, taking the throne, misusing it, misrepresenting, doing evil, setting up idols, idol worshiping. It tells you that Ahab, no one worshiped idols like him. He was the worst of the worst, right? And really, you know, the way I look at it, he was idolizing that woman Jezebel. He idolized her to the point where she literally was doing things in front of his face and behind his back, right? That shouldn't have been allowed. But that's what happens when you weak to a woman, right? When you weak to a woman, for whatever reason, the scriptures tell you that can destroy you, right? So let's hop in. Enough of me talking. Quick brief recap. 1 Kings 18:1. He's gonna read the verse 28. And we're gonna do it like that.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
One king.
Okay, we in 1 Kings chapter 18 and verse 1.
And if y'all, you know, if y'all can hear us, if the picture quality is good, just give us a thumbs up. You know what I'm saying?
Like, thumbs down.
You know what I'm saying?
Picture quality is great.
Kind of he up here glowing.
Groovy.
In the dark.
In the dark, yeah, we ain't got no lights, man. This is terrible. But yeah, we need the light fund. Anybody want to help out with the building fund? We need some new lights, man. All the lights in the school are out. They have a weird little mechanism inside of them that burn out after a time.
To get us like $20-$30.
Yeah, per light, per pound.
No. Like when we looked it up, when we was looking it up, it was like 20.
Yeah.
20 to 30 per.
Times that by 10, 15, it's gonna cost a little dough. So, yeah, you know, brothers can't be up here in darkness. The scriptures say not to be in darkness. You got to walk in the light. Okay. Let's get the reading going. Let's go.
All right.
Y'all brothers have too much fun.
Right?
Right. 1 Kings chapter 18 and verse 1. And it came to pass after many days that the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year, saying, Go, show thyself unto Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth.
Right, because what had happened before this? What did the Most High do through Elijah? What?
Created a famine.
He created a famine, but didn't he create a drought?
Yeah, come.
Right, he cut off the water, he cut off the rain. So now he's coming back and saying, look, go show yourself to, why did he do that? Why did he cut off the rain? Why would he do such a thing to any nation? Isn't it for their wickedness? Remember, Ahab and them was going off, like all the way off, right? And doing mass idol worship. So the Most High cuts off the rain, right? To get them to see the errors of their ways. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And Elijah went to show himself unto Ahab, and there was a sore famine in Samaria. And Ahab called Obadiah, which was the governor of his house.
Right, so this is not the same Obadiah from the book of Obadiah. We're about in this time we're in the 900s, right? Obadiah is in the 530, 560. So it's not the same time frame. There's many Obadiahs in the scriptures. Just so you know, there's about 14 men named Obadiah. It's a popular name. Right? So not the same Obadiah, the prophet that we read his book where he's going into the Edomites and telling us their fate. This is a different Obadiah. Go ahead.
Now, Obadiah feared the Lord greatly, for it was so when Jezebel cut off the prophets of the Lord, that Obadiah took 100 prophets and hid them by 50 in a cave and fed them with bread and water. And Ahab said unto Obadiah, Go into the land unto all fountains of water and unto all brooks. Peradventure we may find grass to save the horses and mules alive, that we lose not all these beasts. So they divided the land between them to pass throughout it. Ahab went one way by himself, and Obadiah went another way by himself.
What about let's just stop idol worshiping so the Most High can send rain so the men can eat.
No. That can't be.
This dude's more worried about horses and beasts, right, than putting down his negative. Just think about that. I'm more worried about the beasts and the horses than the men around me. The men are dying of famine and starvation and thirst. I believe this went on for what, 3 years?
This is 30 years.
Right, this went on for 3 years. 3 years of no rain, bro, like, ooh, rough. What grass and hay you gonna really find that's growing after 3 years? But we could stop idol worshiping and we could come back to the Most High and humble ourselves, and then he'll hook us up.
Right.
That's not how Ahab was thinking. Carnal minded. Go ahead.
Okay, verse 7. And as Obadiah was in the way, behold, Elijah met him, and he knew him, and fell on his face, and said, Art thou that, my lord Elijah? And he answered him, I am. Go tell thy Lord, behold, Elijah is here. And he said, What have I sinned, that thou wouldest deliver thy servant into the hand of Ahab to slay me? As the Lord thy God liveth, there is no nation or kingdom whither my Lord hath not sent to seek thee. And when they said, He is not there, he took an oath of the kingdom and nation that they found thee not. And now thou sayest, Go tell thy Lord, behold, Elijah is here. And it shall come to pass, as soon as I am gone from thee, that the Spirit of the Lord shall carry thee whither I know not.
Right, so what's going on here? Well, Obadiah is like, wait a minute. Ahab been looking for you, right? And every time he goes into a city that they say you're in, you're not there. So you want me to go to this man and tell him that you're here? That's going to be on me when he shows up and you're not there. So he was, he was like, look, I'm not, like what have I done that you're going to put me in this man's crosshairs?
Very risky.
Right? Because think about it. Ahab, being that he had Jezebel on his side, right? There was a lot of negative that was coming from this man, right? To kill the prophets. We know that Jezebel orchestrated that, but Ahab consented.
Yes.
Right? Jezebel was a murderer. She was a killer. She was a soul sucker.
Yes.
Right? You know, when you read about in Revelations, and we went over it last class, when Christ is going into the church in Revelations, and he said, you got that spirit Jezebel in your church. Think about what he's saying, what type of women were in that church. If Jezebel is this evil and negative and disgusting and nasty, murderous woman, and Yahushua is likening the women in the church, damn. What type of women did you have around?
That's true.
Right? They were controlling the men. They were boisterous. They were usurpers. They were slanderers and murderers with their tongue. They probably weren't going out and committing actual murders and having people set up, right? Like this Jezebel did, but in the similitude with their speech and with their talk, right? Setting people up. Remember, it says that life and death is in the power of the tongue, right? The tongue done slain more people than the sword, right? So you can only imagine if Yahweh Shai got to point out in this church, look, y'all are like Jezebels. How filthy that church was, but you can see the filth as you read about Jezebel. We see her actions, and we see how she's puppeting Ahab, right? And you know, the thing is that he likes it.
Yeah, he's cool with
Yeah,
it.
he's down, right? You're not gonna be, if you didn't like it, you weren't gonna be down with it, right? He needed love. His name is love.
Yeah.
Right? He thought that was love. This woman controlling the narrative. What's that?
What I like about you bringing out on this, how she's controlling,
Mm-hmm.
is that how, like in church, how Jezebel is painted is not in this light, like the Bible actually says. She's
Right.
painted more in the light of she's an adulterous whore, sleeping around.
Yeah, she just said, yo, you Jezebel.
Yeah, you Jezebel.
No, it be the old ass women in the church that are the Jezebels.
That are the real Jezebels.
Yeah, they be the real Jezebels because it be they slanderous talk.
Yeah, murmuring, leading their husband about. I remember seeing the deacon's wife, like, no, come on, you gotta get over here. You need to sit right here. You need to sit down.
Damn.
Like, man, treat
You
him
just
like a
gonna
child.
do the deacon like that? Golly.
In front of everybody?
Yeah, you know,
God.
punking the deacon, but it's that
that's-
spirit.
yeah, that's
it's
the
that spirit in these women, right? And I like what he said, how the Jezebel is always painted as she just adulterous, right? No, Jezebel in the Bible,
Come.
this chick was a murderer. She was setting cats up. We're gonna read about a setup
Yep.
just for a field. She got a man. She killed a man, right? Just for a field. So if she was killing just for land and grabbing power, think about it. And Ahab just sat back like, yes, dear. Happy wife, happy life. Think about it.
Wow.
So he idolized this woman. He put her, thou shalt have no other gods before me.
That's right.
That was his God, right? So there was a lot of filth happening. And that's why the scriptures say that Ahab was the worst of the idol worshipers. Because he now is putting this woman and propping her up.
So that made me think about something else.
Go ahead. You got it.
Like, so guys, have you ever had a crush? And like you just wanted this girl, but you didn't get her. You was crushing on her, but you couldn't have her. You better thank the Most High, because that was the Most High blocking you from falling into this Ahab spirit.
Yeah.
That Ahab spirit was trying to grab you, and you would, if you would have got that woman, you would have fell into all the same foolery that Ahab went into. You'd been led about. You would have been a man of the Most High. You would have been a simp of the world. Most High spared you from your crush. This was no good for you. That's why he kept her from you.
You know what's funny? I remember my grandma. You know, my grandma, she old, man. She was old, but she told me something one time. Or I might have overheard her say something one time. And you hear like, this is like worldly wisdom.
Right.
But they tell a man, you better get a woman that likes you more than you like her. Right? She better be more in love with you than you're in love with her, because once she figures out that she can wrap you around that pinky, oh, it's a wrap.
Yep.
It's a wrap. She'll use that love, quote unquote, right? She'll use that, oh, he's in love with me now, I got him spirit.
Yeah.
This is what was going on with Ahab, right? Where he was so head over heels, he didn't stop this woman from doing any negative. Everything was at her disposal. And we definitely can't be like that. Go to Proverbs real quick. Go to Proverbs, I think it's like 31:1. Yep. Let's get some of that Proverbs, some of that wisdom. Yep.
Verse 3.
Proverbs.
Actually, no, but read verse 1, 2, and 3. Watch. It's important. Read verse 1, 2, and 3. Proverbs 31:1.
Proverbs chapter 31 and verse 1.
Uh-huh.
The words of King Lemuel.
Go ahead.
The prophecy that his mother taught him.
Right, we know that's talking about Samuel, Lemuel, that's Solomon. Excuse me. Go ahead.
What, my son?
The words that who taught him?
His mother.
The words that who taught him? Read it again.
What, my son?
No. The words that who taught him?
Oh, the prophecy that his mother taught him.
Right. Go ahead. So his mom gave him this wisdom, another woman. So this is from a woman's perspective. Who would know best? Go ahead.
What, my son?
Right.
And what, the son of my womb?
Go ahead.
And what, the son of my vows?
Come on.
Give not thy strength unto women,
Come on.
nor thy ways to that which destroyed kings.
Right. And we know that what's one of the ways that a woman can destroy a king or any man. Sometimes it's predicated on how much that man is in love blindly. That blind love, that head over heels. I'm just in love with no type of gauge. Go ahead. We got the women. They want to chime in. I
So
want to hear it.
we were watching this
Where's Adazar?
movie yesterday,
Oh.
and there was this girl. She was really beautiful, and she had met this man, and I guess they were going around for a while, and he was a powerful guy.
Mhm.
So they were like, okay, gonna go lay with each other, but she's like, no, I need you to tell me you love me. And I was like, oh,
Yep.
you want something from him.
Yep.
And I was like, she's just playing tricks in my head. I was looking at her, and then she said, well, I want you to tell me you love me. Like, I want you to show me you love me. And he's like, but I show you the more you want. I show you off to the world, to everybody. I'm showing you, like, everywhere we go. Like, everybody knows you're my woman. She's like, but I don't know anything about you. Tell me more about you. What do you do? What is your job?
Mhm.
And he's like, I told you I'm in import-export business.
I'm a criminal,
but
right?
I want to know more. And then I was like, don't do it, dude. Don't do
Don't
it.
do it. That's the point.
I knew where she was going with this. And then her deception, I could tell. And then he's like telling her everything. He's like, okay, well, I do this, I transport things, and like, I should not be telling you this, but this is to show you, I hope you're seeing that I love you. And then she's like, asking more questions, like, she's deceiving him, and then shortly after, he died.
Yeah, but who does that sound like?
And she killed him. But he gave up all the stuff that,
But who does that sound like?
yeah.
Samson, right?
And that's what I was saying.
Gave up all the jewels, man. He gave up all the information, and this woman badgered him to death under the pretense of love. You don't love me. I need to see it. But wait a minute, hold on. I'm here with you every night. We talk, we go out, we do this, we do. Well, that's not enough, right? You don't love me because you're not telling me this, or you're not doing this. That's crazy. But a lot of men fall for it.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling Hatazar. Before she did it, I said, watch, she is getting this information out of him and Samson and Delilah. I was like, he's gonna die.
Yep.
He's like, how'd you know? I was like, the way that she was doing it, like, so she was using her womanness, like
Her intuition, right?
She had him, you could tell.
Mhm.
I was just like, it reminds me of Samson in his life.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
That female intuition, that ability, and that's why we got to teach our daughters, because they learn how to do this early. They learn it from their fathers. Like, you fathers that got daughters that don't want to beat your daughters, y'all tripping. You setting up the next man for failure. That y'all don't want to discipline your daughters, and you that's my princess, and that's my baby, and she gets it. I'm gonna give her the world. Once you pump that into her little 2-year-old head, it's a wrap going forward, because she's gonna move off of that notion that she's a princess. She can't be told no. She can't be disciplined. And then as she gets older, what man is gonna be able to stand against that? Right? She gonna be a demon, because she knows that if one man ain't gonna break to me, right, 9 out of 10 will. 9 out of 10 niggas is simps. Sorry.
It's getting worse by the day.
Yeah.
It's getting worse by the generation.
9 out of 10 niggas is simps. I mean, there's a stat. Let me find it. I'm pretty sure there's a stat somewhere. Or you can just go on social media and watch it.
Yeah.
Look at all the simping and all the negative that men are doing for women, right? You go to 1 Ezra 4, and it tells you men have gone out of their wits. Go there real quick. 1 Ezra 4. I'm not trying to make it a woman's class, but we got to understand that Jezebel spirit. Where does it start? Well, it starts from not having correction early in life. You young girls not wanting to take correction early in life. You fathers, bro, come on. You better figure it out. Somebody's getting that diaper slapped. Oh yeah. Somebody's getting that hand slapped. Right? Somebody's getting something, some level of discipline, because you got to ask yourself, what am I trying to raise? What type of woman, and where does it start? Well, that rebellious Jezebel, that starts as a toddler. That starts as a infant. Right? When they can start getting an attitude with you and saying no and make it up their face, that's when you know, okay, she understands. So that's when the discipline got to change. Right? But if not, you're going to have this woman that is using her beauty, using her body to manipulate. You see that? And that's all we see. I mean, am I right?
That's true.
Or am I wrong?
No, that's true.
All we see on social media is women using their bodies to manipulate. Right? They run around with the tight spandex. Everything's extra tight. You can see every orifice. And then you got dudes that are just losing their minds over it. Go to the point in that. 1 Ezra 4, what is that? 20, what?
26.
Read it.
Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women.
Yeah, men literally running out of their minds for women. Go ahead.
And become servants.
And become what?
Servants.
What was Ahab to Jezebel?
A servant.
Go ahead.
For their sakes.
Read.
Many also have perished.
Many have what?
Many also have perished.
Right. Give not thy strength to women and the things that destroy kings. Many men have perished under the pretense of love, or I'm doing this for love. Right? Well, I got to show her that I love her. I got to show her my love. So let me go do this action or this action. And women, let me say this. It's not just the women's fault. It's the men too. It's you fathers not teaching your sons that, wait a minute, to get a girl's attention, you don't got to go buy her the world. You ain't got to promise her riches. Just be a good man. Use wisdom, right? You don't, and if she don't want to adhere to that, then guess what? She ain't the one for you. Right? Our sons got to learn that early. That, and it's something that Shadak said. He said it. That little crush you got, and you running around, and you got to chase her, and she ain't recognizing you. But then when you pop up with the gift, she's all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then guess what they do on social media? They show it. Nigga be out there blowing leaves on the sidewalk. The chick walk by. Hey, can I talk to you? No, I'm good. Then he walk up to the Lambo, and next thing you know, she like, oh, that's you.
Can't even play it off.
That's you? She see the car, and all of a sudden, she breaking her whole body to get back to talk to him. And it's like, but wait a minute. 2 seconds ago, you wasn't trying to deal with me. And some of them will admit it. Well, nigga, you was blowing leaves. I can't come up off of that. Because they being taught to find the come up.
Yeah.
And if we don't teach our boys to not be the simp come up, guess what? People are going to be stepping on their necks all day to get up. Especially these women out there in the streets. They're going to be stepping on our young men for the come up, using, abusing, and then what does that do for the young boys? Because when young boys get heartbroken, it does something to them too.
Yeah.
They turn into a monster. They turn into a beast. Now I'm gonna just run through y'all, right? And it does the reverse for the girls. They turn into a monster. They turn into a beast, but they're the ones getting ran through.
Yeah, that's true.
You see that, and it don't help. It don't help none of the nation if the kids are destroyed like that. So we got to see early, train up a child, right? Go ahead, read on.
Have erred.
Have what?
Have erred.
Go ahead.
And sin.
And what?
And sin.
This is what we see with Ahab. This dude is committing all type of sin in the name of Jezebel. Go ahead.
For women.
Go ahead.
Verse 28.
That's it. Is that it on that?
That's it.
That's it on that. Right? And that whole chapter, chapter 4 of 1 Ezra is good. Because, what's stronger, wine, the king, wisdom, or women? Right? Good little read. So let's jump back to Kings.
Can I get?
Yeah, what you got?
So, when you look up the word Jezebel, right, that word means chaste, right? And one of the definitions for chaste is pure in thought and action. So, I bring that up to say this. Don't you think Jezebel thought she was doing right in her own mind? That her actions were correct?
It's either that or she didn't live up to the name.
True.
It's either that or she didn't live up to the name. Remember, a name, you could be named something. That's why we tell brothers, don't let the name, you make the name. Don't let the name break you.
Yep.
Right? Because a name can break you. You brothers want these strong, powerful names. Tazadak, Malak, Ya'Allah.
Tazarak Allah.
Yeah, you want to be the Taza everything. Right? You want to be the Harag Malak, the killer. Right? But are you slaying demons or are you killing your brothers?
Right.
Right? So, like you can live up to a name negatively.
Right. That's how she used this name negatively. That chasteness, that she believed that what she's doing is correct, that her thoughts are correct, and she ends up destroying the prophets, killing the prophets, but you never see her regret or be like, I did wrong.
Right.
So that's that proud spirit, just showing another attribute of her,
Right.
of her character.
Because she definitely wasn't chaste in that way.
No.
Maybe she was loyal to Ahab, but she wasn't chaste in the way a righteous woman should be chaste.
Right. Yep.
Because a righteous woman in her chastity, in that chaste mind, is not usurping and leading her man. What's that?
Or it could have been like a pretense, to get you to lower your guard
That too.
so that she could move into the next era of what she really was all about.
And then, think about it. She's a Zidonian, right? We going through the Hebrew, but she got an African name. Let's be real.
Yep.
Did it mean chaste in whatever language she was speaking?
Probably not.
Probably not. It probably meant whore. So, it probably meant killer,
Yeah.
right? Her name was probably murderer, right? So remember, she wasn't a Hebrew, so she didn't have a Hebrew name, right? So even in that, I'm pretty sure if you go into their documentation, right, her name meant damn wicked witch of the West. You know what I'm saying? But let's read on. Where we at?
1 Kings 18,
Brothers is funny.
verse 12.
Right?
Last precept in 12.
Okay.
And so, when I come and tell Ahab, and he cannot find thee, he shall slay me. But I, thy servant, feared the Most High from my youth. Was it not told, my Lord, what I did when Jezebel slew the prophets of the Lord? How I hid 100 men of the Lord's prophets by 50 in a cave, and fed them with bread and water. And now thou sayest, go tell thy Lord, behold, Elijah is here, and he shall slay me. And Elijah said, as the Lord of hosts liveth, before whom I stand, I will surely show myself unto him this day. So Obadiah went to meet Ahab and told him. And Ahab went to meet Elijah. And it came to pass.
So everybody get that little discourse between Elijah and Obadiah, right? Everybody understand? Remember, Ahab is looking for Elijah this whole time. Every city that they say he's in, he's not in. So it says that he makes the cities swear an oath that he's not there, right? Whatever that may be. So Obadiah is like, look, if I tell him that you're here and you're not here, he's gonna kill me. So what does Elijah do? He says, as the Lord liveth, I'll make sure I show myself to Ahab. I'm not gonna run from him. That's what went on there. Y'all get that? Go ahead.
Verse 17. And it came to pass when Ahab saw Elijah, that Ahab said unto him, art thou he that troubleth Israel?
You the cat that cut the rain? Damn. Y'all, you the reason for the no rain? You troubling Israel? Go ahead.
And he answered, I have not troubled Israel,
Uh-huh.
but thou.
But what?
But thou.
Yeah, see, Ahab didn't want to own up that he's the reason. But thou, go ahead.
And thy father's house.
Come on.
In that he have forsaken the commandments of the Lord. And thou hast followed Balaam.
Right, see that? It was you, your idol worship. Y'all following Balaam. Go ahead.
Now therefore, send and gather to me all Israel unto Mount Carmel.
Those Carmelites.
And the prophets of Baal 450.
Now, this is one of my favorite stories. This is one of my favorite stories, man. Go ahead.
And the prophets of the groves 400, which eat at Jezebel's table.
Right, so go get the 850 prophets of Baal and gather them in Mount Carmel, or the city of Carmel. Go ahead.
So Ahab sent unto all the children of Israel, and gathered the prophets together unto Mount Carmel.
Is that mine? What did you bring up for the script? I'm gonna go for the script. Go ahead.
And Elijah came unto all the people and said, How long halt ye between two opinions? If the Lord be God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. And the people answered him not a word.
And this is what the problem was with the people. 1 minute they want to be about the Most High. Oh, gosh.
Shoot.
This be the problem with our people right now. It's like 1 minute, Barakataya Halba Shim Yahweh Shai Hamashiach.
Die for Christ.
Yeah, you you levitating in the spirit. Oh, you oh my God. Right? You ready to burn, yeah, your zeal, burn down the house. Right? You study for 3 minutes. You got 2 precepts. And you in there, and then as soon as oh my God, and then all of a sudden the demons, you start worshiping them.
3 minutes.
You start letting the demons break you down, and you start bowing down to whatever situation or whatever idol you got in your head. Elijah said, how long can you halt between 2 opinions?
Pick a side.
Pick a damn side. Christ said what?
You're neither hot nor cold.
He said you're neither hot or cold, I'm going to spew you out.
I deny it.
Adonai.
Oh no, you answered it, because the 2 opinions is basically like the 2 masters.
Yeah, you can't serve 2 masters, right? You want to halt between, you wanted to settle in the middle and I'll go with this one day, but then I'll go with this another day. That be our people, man, right? 1 minute, 1 minute is Drake, the next minute is Kendrick.
Yeah.
Right? Right? 1 minute you on Jordan team, now you on LeBron's team. Like, you better pick a side.
Yeah, who's the greatest?
We don't want them bandwagon Cowboy fans coming over to the Green Bay Packers. You know what I'm saying? We don't want them.
Where's house at?
Oh, he ain't here. But guess what? His son is here. Somebody caught that straight. Yep. Somebody caught that bullet, right? Yashakar's listening, so I know he caught that all the way from the hospital. Yeah. Wow, good thing he's there. He could patch up. Right? But that's the point. I'm trying to look at this atlas real quick, this map. It's a good book right here. Zondervan Atlas of the Bible, and it's nice because it goes through all the different time frames and gives you a map of what's going on. So, where'd you get that on Amazon?
Amazon,
Yeah, Carl G. Rasmussen.
Super.
Real nice book. You know, we about these maps up in here, right? And it's good because that visual gives you an idea of what's going on. So,
even deals with the trade routes and
right, the different routes, the routes that kings took to invade.
Yeah.
Right, real good information. But the point is the 2 opinions, man. Israel got to stop being tossed to and fro. That's the point. We get 1 minute we're with the Most High, and the next minute you're with something else. Right, and that's like a ship tossed to and fro. And so this is what Elijah is checking the men of Israel on. How long are you going to be 1 minute for the Most High and the next minute with Baal? Go ahead and read on.
Verse 22.
Uh-huh.
Then said Elijah unto the people, I, even I only, remain a prophet of the Most High. But Baal's prophets are 450 men.
Right.
Let them therefore give us 2 bullets, and let them choose 1 bullet for themselves, and cut it in pieces, and lay it on the wood, and put no fire under. And I will dress the other bullet, and lay it on the wood, and put no fire under. And call ye on the name of your gods, and I will call on the name of the Lord. And the God that answered by fire, let him be God. And all the people answered and said, it is well spoken.
Yep. So we're gonna set up this altar. We're gonna cut the meat up. Whatever God answers by fire is the power that we need to be following. Read.
Verse 25. And Elijah said unto the prophets of Baal, choose you 1 bullet for yourselves, and dress it first. For ye are many, and call on the name of your gods, but put no fire under. And they took the bullet which was given them, and they dressed it, and called on the name of Baal from morning even until noon, saying, Baal, hear us. But there was no voice, nor any that answered. And they leaped upon the altar which was made. And it came to pass at noon that Elijah mocked them.
Go ahead.
And said, cry aloud.
Yeah, keep screaming. Go ahead.
For he is a God. Either he is talking.
Yeah, he's in a council, so he can't hear it.
He's like tapping on him hard.
Yeah, he's got real hard. Like maybe he on the phone.
He gotta
Maybe
get back
he ain't
to
got
you.
call waiting.
You gotta get back to you.
He ain't got call waiting. He can't click through.
You get back in conference.
Yeah, he can't do the conference call. The way his phone line is set up.
Going straight to voicemail.
Yeah. You on the Apple phones.
He was having a good time.
The Apple phones can't do call waiting for some reason properly. Call always dropping. Maybe he's a god of Apple. Go ahead, read on. I'm on a roll today. I was on one last night. Y'all missed it. Go ahead.
Or he.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
Or he is pursuing, or he is in a journey.
Yeah. He on vacation. Went to Hawaii. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's just chilling. He's chilling. He's pursuing.
He needed a rest from pursuing.
Yeah, he on a Sabbath.
Yeah, kind.
But he's taking his Sabbath.
He
Right?
needed it.
Go ahead.
Or peradventure, he sleepeth.
Or and he took a nap. Power nap.
Yeah.
You know how it be when you a god and you got so many altars to consume.
You need a quick 20
And
minutes.
you gotta listen to so many prayers.
It gets tiresome. Bro.
Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? You need a mental break. What kind of God is this? He need a coffee break. He need tea time. He need a massage.
Just let me come in and settle in.
Elijah was going in on these guys. I can only imagine it. And that's why this is so funny. Because now you got to think. You got 450 men chanting their heart's desire.
Yeah.
They're chanting away for this God to hear them. Do these spirits, do these gods, do these idols have power?
No.
Are they even real? Who makes them real?
We do.
No, that's not true. They were chanting, they were praying, they were yelling. They're gonna get to the point where they're gonna start beating themselves and cutting themselves. They're gonna dismembering themselves, and they still ain't getting no response. Who gives these devils power, or these ideas power? Who lets them accomplish what they want to accomplish?
Most High.
Yeah, the Most High is in control of all. Right? So why? Think about it. I know y'all are wondering, like, wait a minute, God? Well, first of all, read Job, right? He controls Satan, but he also, go to Psalms, he said what? He sent evil angels among them to appease his anger. You read Ecclesiastes, the 39th chapter, right? He said he got spirits created for vengeance. You go into Job, he said the deceiver and the deceived is his. Like I can go all through the Bible, right? From old all the way Apocrypha to New Testament.
Said that lion spirit.
Right? He said that lion spirit. That's in this story.
The delusion, strange delusion.
Yeah, he said them strange delusions. Like we're quoting them, right? Because y'all should all know these. Nobody in here is new, right? So the Most High, He allows you to be deceived by these idols. Think about it, Moloch and Chunin and all these gods that were created. You mean to tell me that when a person sacrificed their baby, that God did something? Or is it just coincidental that you happen to sacrifice your baby and then it rained that day?
Right.
And then you thought, oh, see,
Yeah.
if I sacrifice my children, we'll get rain. You mean to tell me that when a nigga rain danced for the first time, all of a sudden he made it rain? Or was it the fact that he believed in it, that the Most High said, you know what, I'm gonna give you up to your delusion. And you're gonna dance for rain, and I'm gonna make it rain, and you're gonna think. Now who did he get these things for though? Wasn't it for the nations?
That's true.
And he said that the idols were created for them?
Deuteronomy 4:16.
Yeah. Right? It was created for their delusion, for them to be occupied in their madness. Right? Not for us to follow, but then what's Israel's problem? We want to follow, but then we want to be more.
Yeah, got it.
Right? Like niggas will tell you more about Islam than an Arab can.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because that wasn't created for you. Right? Islam wasn't created for you. That was created for Muhammad and his people.
That is correct.
And it did them justice for what they had going on. But it wasn't created for us to dive into it and now I'm a Muslim. Now I'm this. Now I'm a Sunni. Now I'm a Shiite. Right? Now I'm NOI, Nation of Islam.
Okay, yeah.
Right?
I was about to add. What's that?
Yeah, NOI, Nation of Islam. Right? It wasn't created for us to do that.
Right.
Right? The Hindu worship. Now I'm a Buddhist.
Right. I'm
Right.
trying to zen out.
I'm zenning it out. Right? These things were created for them to be occupied, right? The Most High is the power of us, of Israel, the God of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob.
That's right.
Right? So you got to see, this is a perfect story because it shows you these gods can't do nothing unless the Most High allows it. Just like the ones in Egypt, when they were doing what? Throwing their rod down and Moses threw down their rod, the Most High let them get that to puff them up. He let them believe that, oh, you know what? We got powers too. Right? When Saul went to go conjure up the spirit of Samuel, he let that happen. Just so he can double down on his message. You gonna die.
You out of here.
You gonna die, bro. Like when I told you a few years ago you was gonna die. Now you really gonna die.
That's right.
Like tomorrow. Right? Like tomorrow you gonna die. And a few days later, Saul is out of here. Right? So the Most High uses all these things to accomplish, right? His goals. So, you know, this is a good story to see that, man. That these gods, you put your power into these fake idols and into these fake gods. And you pedestalize the wrong things, and then guess what? It's to your own destruction. Because you're not getting nothing out of it. Right? You're not getting nothing out of it, but the evil of your own recompense is what it say, is what the scripture say. Your own backsliding will correct you. Right? Go ahead. Where we at?
We're at 1 Kings 18 and verse 27. Last precept. Or he is okay. Peradventure he sleepeth,
Right?
and must be awaked. Verse 28.
Yeah, you know, Baal, man, he be sleeping hard. You know what I'm saying? He got the itis. You know, you got to go in there and shake him. You know what I'm saying? His alarm clock. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta be sympathetic to him.
Yeah, you know, he got that snooze button.
You got to think how, I don't know if all of us been ranked on before, but the nation of Israel does the worst, bro.
You said all of us been what?
Be ranked on before. We talked about.
Does.
Oh, roast
Our own
okay.
people just roast the worst.
Oh, yeah.
So
we the best
guys,
at
you
it.
can imagine how what he was saying though, how he was talking.
Bro, you could imagine he was sitting there laughing.
And he was in the spirit with it too, so you know they was cutting deep.
Bruh. These niggas sitting there yelling, oh!
loud enough.
Yeah. And then you start clowning him. You can tell, you can see like he was walking back and forth like, damn, where's he at?
Did you find him yet?
Oh snap, he's chilling, he sleep. Right? And they going louder and louder. And then it gets to the point they go even further. Where you at?
Verse 28, my last verse.
Go ahead.
Verse 28, and they cried aloud and cut themselves.
Well, let's go the extra mile. Let's start beating ourselves and cutting ourselves. Go ahead.
Not familiar, huh?
Yeah.
They cried aloud and cut themselves after their manner with knives and lancets till the blood gushed.
They start swording themselves down. A lance, slitting their wrists, start beating each other's backs.
Scalpels,
Bruh, this is wild work right here.
I've
This
seen
is
a video like
crazy.
that before, people doing that.
But you have, listen, you ever see them you see them TV shows where the dude, he's like a killer or whatever, but he'll be beating himself on his back, punishing himself like bang, bang.
Yeah. Yep.
But that's what these cats be on, right? They think they're gonna get the attention of the Most High. This is not there's nowhere in the scriptures where he said, beat yourselves, chastise yourselves in that way to get my attention. He said a broken spirit and a contrite mind, right? Not a broken arm, not a bunch of cuts, right? Not some yelling and screaming and chanting.
Superficial.
Smite yourself.
Yeah, it's crazy. But this is what our people be on. This level of witchery and witchcraft. They think that they're gonna accomplish and get the Most High's attention. You're gonna get some demon's attention.
Yeah.
Because the Most High is gonna let that demon deal with you. Whatever demon you're trying to get a hold of. But that's not how you knock on the Most High's door. This ain't the Most High's address right here, like lance yourself and beat yourself and cut yourself and yell and scream, doing all that. No.
It's not gonna say you missed the spot.
Yeah. You're gonna send that evil angel to get that spot you missed.
They tried to put that boy out the other day, huh?
Who's that?
The
Oh,
guy.
set himself on fire?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude set himself on fire yesterday by the Trump where they were doing the Trump case. Bro, he was charred black as hell. I seen one video they zoomed in after they was putting him out, where they couldn't even put him out. The fire, I don't know what he lit himself with,
Crazy.
but he was still alive, moving around like black like your skirt. He was just there, and then they came, and his body came back, like they put him out. Then the fire re-erupted. And they hit him again, and then they ran out of the extinguisher, and it was crazy. I watched that this morning actually.
Who was it for? Black protest?
Bro, I don't know what it was about, but they were saying because it was by where the Trump trial was happening in New York. This was in New York City. Yeah, that it has something to do with that. I mean, bro, it's going down in the world if y'all don't see. Right? You got think about it. You got all these Muslims calling on Allah. They just getting the crap bombed out of them.
Yep.
Why Allah ain't stopping them?
Yep. That's correct.
Why he ain't stopping them from getting bombed? Right? But then they send 1 million bombs to Israel and like 2 of them get over. You just gotta think about it.
All the natural stuff happening in Dubai.
Oh, come on. That flood in Dubai is wild.
Yeah.
It's crazy out there, right?
Yep.
So, you got to see the Most High, but why is that happening? Every little thing like that's happening, every war that's waged is on the behalf of us, right? Every natural disaster is on the behalf of the Israelites, right? To get people to move out the way, like get out the way. I'm about to move y'all out the way real quick, right? But also to get us to see and to recognize the Most High, the Father, the Creator of all, right? Ain't no Mother Nature. It ain't no harp machine. It ain't none of that, right? It ain't no cloud making machine that they want to give credit to everything else, and that's the problem with these nations. They want to give credit to everything else but the Most High. So we got to see that. Any questions before we bring up the next reading on what we read so far? All right, next reading.
Yahweh, Ban Yasharala.
I'm one Izar, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ben Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yo, my friend. Yo, turn your body and pay attention. Sit properly. Don't play with me right now. I tell you again, you're gonna be doing push-ups right here the rest of class. Got it? Okay. Where we at? Yo, now you know what's wild too? You look at like all these concerts, you look at all these celebrities, everything they do got something to do with some type of devil worship, some type of, that is correct, some type of signaling to Baal. They throwing up their fingers, right? They doing all their little shows in red with devils around and goat symbols and this whole goat debate. Yep. Right? You gotta see it. It's not coincidental. It's not coincidental. They're giving credence. Right? Remember, it says that in the last days, Satan is going to come down with great wrath. Right? Why? To get as many people destroyed, because he knows his time is short. And he's very desperate. And what is he now he ain't doing like the subliminals. It's in y'all's face. Smack, bam. Y'all gonna take this. He's ramming it, paws down your throat. Right? You gonna get this. And it's all over. They're not hiding the devil worship that they're on. They're not hiding it, right? They're giving it to you straightforward. So you got to see all the things coming out with the pedophilia and all these different cases coming out and the Diddy's and the R. Kelly's and it's wild. But they're not hiding it anymore. They're letting you know what they're about. All right. Right. So Max Azzarillo, a 37-year-old man who traveled from St. Augustine, Florida to New York and lit himself on fire outside Manhattan criminal court. They said he passed away from his burns, I would imagine. But it don't tell you why he did it. You probably won't know why he did it. He's like a regular white boy. Yeah, but he wanted to prove a point. Like, remember, it's the second time this happened within a month. Yep. Remember the other Edomite that went in front of the FBI, was it FBI building and lit himself on fire? Military cat, like bro, they're gonna make their point, right? They're gonna try to make their point as extreme as they can. So that's why we gotta make our point. We gotta stand firm in this word, man. Stand firm in these scriptures and not break, right? Not conform to this world, right? So let's read on.
1 Kings, chapter 18, verse 29.
Right.
And it came to pass, when midday was past, and they prophesied until the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice, that there was neither voice, nor any to answer, nor any that regarded. And Elijah said unto all the people, Come near unto me. And all the people came near unto him. And he repaired the altar of the Lord that was broken down. And Elijah took 12 stones, according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, unto whom the word of the Lord came, saying, Israel shall be thy name. And with the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord. And he made a trench about the altar, as great as would contain 2 measures of seed. And he put the wood in order, and cut the bullock in pieces, and laid him on the wood, and said, Fill 4 barrels with water, and pour it on the burnt sacrifice and on the wood.
Now we all know wet wood does not, everyone knows that. Damn wood is not gonna be, that's not catching. Go ahead.
And he said, Do it the second time. And they did it the second time. And he said, Do it the third time. And they did it the third time. And the water ran round about the altar, and he filled the trench also with water. And it came to pass at the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice that Elijah the prophet came near and said, Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, let it be known this day that thou art God of Israel, and that I am thy servant, and that I have done all these things at thy word. O hear, O Lord, hear me, that this people may know that thou art the Lord God, and that thou hast turned their heart back again. Then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the burnt sacrifice, and the wood and the stones and the dust, and licked up the water that was in the trench. And when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces, and they said, the Lord, he is God. The Lord, he is the God. And Elijah said unto them, take the prophets of Baal, let not one of them escape. And they took them. And Elijah brought them down to the brook Kishon and slew them there.
Ain't that what the Bible said? Ain't that what the law said? You get rid of these idol worshippers, you cut them off, right? So Elijah wasn't playing games.
Your hand shall be the first one to
Yeah.
be upon them.
Yeah. Elijah wasn't playing games, bro. He got them men out of there. Go ahead.
And Elijah said unto Ahab, get thee up, eat and drink, for there is a sound of abundance of rain. So Ahab went up to eat and to drink, and Elijah went up to the top of Carmel. And he cast himself down upon the earth, and put his face between his knees, and said to his servants, go up now, look toward the sea. And he went up and looked, and said, there is nothing. And he said, go again 7 times. And it came to pass at the 7th time that he said, behold, there ariseth a little cloud out of the sea, like a man's hand. And he said, go up, say unto Ahab, prepare thy chariots, and get thee down, that the rain stop thee not. And it came to pass in the meanwhile that the heaven was black with clouds and wind, and there was a great rain. And Ahab rode and went to Jezreel. And the hand of the Lord was on Elijah, and he girded his loins, and ran before Ahab at the entrance of Jezreel. Chapter 19 and verse 1. And Ahab told Jezebel all that Elijah had done, and withal how he had slain all the prophets with the sword. And Jezebel sent a messenger unto Elijah, saying, so let the gods do to me, and more also, if I make not thy life as a life as one of them by tomorrow about this time.
So listen to this woman. Listen to her threats. She basically like, look, let the Lord kill me if I don't kill you like you killed those prophets. That's what she was on.
Yes.
This is a bold woman, right? And she's gonna try to get this done, right? She was not happy with Elijah. He's ruining the plans, right? Let there be light. Right? Go ahead.
First Kings chapter 19 and verse 3. And when he saw that, he arose and went for his life, and came to Beersheba, which belongeth to Judah, and left his servant there. And he himself went a day's journey into the wilderness.
Right, now y'all gotta pay attention here, right? You do gotta know a little bit of history here of what's going on. Go ahead.
And came and sat down under a juniper tree.
So he gets wind that Jezebel is looking for him. So, right, a wise man foreseeth the evil and hide himself. Like, he ain't gonna stick around. There was no point in being the tough guy, right? There's no point in that, being, we went over last night, presumptuous. Well, you know, I just took out 400 niggas.
So I got fear for.
So I gotta fear this woman for? She's whack. She's just a woman. Oh, no, you know what? She got the power. She got the people. Let me do what's the smart thing, and let me just fall back for a second, regroup. Let me get the situation out. Let me get the word from the Lord, right? And see what I do next. This is what a proactive man does.
Right.
We went over. The brother asked a good question about proactiveness and presumptuousness. Right? This is what a proactive man does. He falls back and assesses. So this is what Elijah did. He left, and so he went the opposite way to Beersheba. Go ahead.
And he requested for himself that he might die, and said, "It is enough. Now, O Lord, take away my life, for I am not better than my fathers." And as he lay and slept under a juniper tree, then, behold, then an angel touched him and said unto him, "Arise and eat." And he looked, and behold, there was a cake baking on the coals, and a cruse of water at his head. And he did eat and drink, and laid him down again. And the angel of the Lord came again the second time, and touched him, and said, "Arise and eat, because the journey is too great for thee." And he arose, and did eat and drink, and went in the strength of that meat 40 days and 40 nights, unto Horeb, the mount of God.
Right?
And he came thither unto a cave, and lodged there. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, and he said unto him, "What doest thou here?"
Now this is the thing. If you know the geography, Beersheba, or the city that's in Judah, it's not a 40-day journey. It's more like a 3-day journey. Okay? So just keep in mind, does everybody know where Horeb is? They called it the Mount of the Lord. What's another place known as the Mount of the Lord? Not Zion, Mount Sinai. Right. So Horeb was a mount that was in Sinai. Okay, where's Mount Sinai? Where would it be today? The what peninsula?
Arabian Peninsula.
The Arabian Peninsula, right? So what we know as Saudi Arabia, what we know as Saudi Arabia, that's where Horeb and Mount Sinai is, right? Which it's not a 40-day journey by any stretch. It's a 3-4 day journey. That 40 days, think about it. Who went up to the mountain of the Lord and was 40 days on a fast? Who?
Moses.
It was Moses. So something important that we're seeing here. We're seeing, first of all, history repeat itself, but this is gonna be for Elijah. There's something that he's gonna say. There's something that he's going to say, and the Most High got to show him, like, look, it ain't what you think, right? Watch. Go ahead. Read on.
1 Kings chapter 19 and verse 10. And he said, "I have been very jealous for the Lord God of hosts.
Right.
For the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant.
Go ahead.
Throw down thine altars,
Which is all true. They've done that. Go ahead.
and slain thy prophets
They did
with
that.
the sword.
They did that too. Go ahead.
And I, even I only, am left.
Uh-oh.
And they seek."
Wait, are you? That's a very bold statement.
Right.
To say I'm the only one.
I'm the last of the prophets.
Bruh.
What?
Bruh. That's a rough statement. Right? Because you don't know that. What's that?
Yeah, what made him think that?
Well-
Say that.
Well, he's looking at the situation from his point of view. Right? And a lot of the times that's what we do. We look at our situation in the microcosm of our lives, and there's a bigger picture. The Most High deals with the microcosm, but he also deals with the bigger picture. And in this very moment, in this, remember, he just said, look, I'm not better than my fathers, kill me. Right? So you see Elijah, you see this is a little point of weakness, right? Which all great men have. Not exempt. It's not a sin to get weak, right? It's not a sin to see a situation and just, man, you know what? I did what I did. It's my time. Paul,
Yep.
right? Wasn't Paul like, look, bro, I'd rather be with the Lord.
Yeah.
Job, Job, right? What was Job on? Like, look, come on, man. How long I gotta go through this?
Curse was the day I came.
Curse the day I came in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Jeremiah said the same thing. Right? Because they're looking at their situation. And guess what? We all are guilty of doing the same thing where we'll let our situation dictate the way we think a little bit instead of saying, wait a minute, well, the situation is being dictated by the Most High.
Yeah.
He's setting up the parameters and he's also giving us that way out.
That's right.
But he wants to see how far you're gonna go, right? You know who didn't do that was Abraham. You didn't see it when it was time to sacrifice Isaac. You didn't see Abraham like, man, you know what? Woe is me. He's like, man, let's go do this, right? But you just see Elijah was a man, just like all of us are men, right? And at this point, he's seeing things from his lens, and it wasn't a broad perspective. He doesn't understand. It's like Christ had to tell the apostles. He said, what did he say? He said, I have many sheep, but not of this fold. Right? Because what are they looking at? Well, we're all here. Well, no, we're not all here. Because then they come back and say, well, where is he going to go? To the dispersed amongst the Gentiles? Right? So the Most High always got a plan brewing up. Think about it. When Solomon was in his power and he was doing his thing and he was living righteously and he had peace, didn't the Most High have Esau brewing, waiting in the wings in Egypt?
Yep.
Damn. And that boy was bubbling.
Yep.
That Edomite was pissed off, right? Because why? Joab done wiped out his whole family. David done wiped out his whole family. So what's that Edomite doing in Egypt?
Festering hate.
Festering hate for Solomon. And what is the Most High doing? He's saying, look, as long as you stay in line with me, you ain't got to worry about that white boy. But as soon as you get off, it said that the Most High stirred up an adversary with Esau.
Yep.
As soon as Solomon went off, first enemy, Edomite.
He came quick.
Yeah, because he was ready. Because the Most High said he creates spirits for vengeance, and they said they'd be waiting here on the earth, ready to do his bidding. You see that? So that's the thing. A lot of the times we look at it from our blinders. We're blinded, right? And there's things that are happening around us. No, you got to do sometimes is just turn your head for the different perspective. You ain't got to really just do too much.
That's true.
But just look at a different perspective and understand that there's this happening over here, there's this happening here, and there's things happening in front of you, behind you, above you. And you just got to look at the different perspectives to know which way to go and to understand what? That even though this path looks a certain way, something over here can collision course and change that path or change your trajectory. Right? Elijah's thinking, man, look, Jezebel and wiped out everybody, right? She's trying to seek my life. I'm it. I'm it. Right? Most High is like, nah, bruh. It ain't never been just one.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It ain't never just been one. I've always had something waiting in the wings to accomplish. When Moses passed, when Joshua passed, the judges, you can go all the way through history, right? There was always somebody, Cain and Abel. Cain kills Abel. Now we got Seth, right? To replace Abel. There's always something waiting or set up, right? To accomplish the will of the Most High and to get the things done.
You can even see that with Obadiah. It's like Elijah didn't save those prophets. Obadiah did. Because Most High had him set up over here.
Right.
So Elijah in this microcosm, or like this thought process over here, is not seeing what's happening over here.
Right.
Most High is making moves all over the spot, all over the place.
Yep. Most High got his control. He got his hand in everything. What's that?
So that's kind of like the Most High is showing us like what we were talking about earlier about showing your hand, not showing your hand, not telling Jezebel everything, not telling
right.
Like
Don't let the right hand know what the left hand do.
Yeah, it's kind of like don't let the right hand know what the left hand's doing.
Yeah.
But either way, both hands is working for me. Either way, I got both hands under control.
Yeah, they're both.
I got two things going.
Yeah, I got two things
Who knows?
going, right? And we
Yeah.
see that all through the scriptures. There's always a counterpart. There's always a contingency, right? Even when men took it upon themselves to do something, the Most High had a contingency, regardless, because it was always going to be His will, His way, right? He wants us to accomplish it the right way, but if we don't, His will is still going to be accomplished through someone else willing to do things the right way. You see that? It's no matter what, we can't escape that concept. That what you won't do, somebody else will. Right? That you don't want to do something the right way, somebody else is going to come and do that thing the right way. Right? That there's somebody waiting. Right? We always talk about filling these seats. Well, as soon as you decide that you don't got to be here no more, there's somebody that's waiting to come in to sit where you sitting. You see what I'm saying? And that's with all of us. It don't matter. Let's read on. Let's get to it.
And they seek my life
Right?
to take it away.
That's it for you? Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Elijah Shabashah, Yashakar, Bani Ashala.
Elijah Shabbat the Shah, Yashakar, Bon Yashala, men of Israel. I might Barak?
How about Shimon Yasharak Thumb?
How about Shimon Yasharak?
My bad. I was going to imagine the whole time. It's a lot.
You just ready. That's all.
Proactive.
I got it.
So you had 1 Kings 19:11. Right?
First.
No. What'd you read to?
Yeah.
19 and 10.
Yeah. Okay, you're at 11. Slot. Because it says the same thing twice. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 19, verse 11. And he said, Go forth and stand upon the mount before the Lord, and behold, the Lord passed by, and a great and strong wind rent the mountains and brake in pieces the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind. And after the wind, an earthquake.
Because think about it. Now, if we go back to Mount Sinai, well, what was happening? Remember the earthquake? The mountain smoked? All this energy and things was going on, and it said the Lord and his angels were in that mountain. But now, he brings Elijah up to the same mount that he brought Moses to, with the same type of energy, right? And he says what? The Lord ain't in there. Go ahead, watch.
But the Lord was not in the earthquake.
Right?
And after the earthquake, a fire.
Right?
But the Lord was not in the fire.
So he basically replicated Mount Sinai for Elijah. But the Lord wasn't in these things, meaning what? Did he not do these things? Of course he did. But this is not the power that he wanted to display himself with to Elijah. Think about it. Think about when the people saw this, they lost their minds. They lost it, right? Oh, Moses is dead. The Lord hates us. Don't let us hear his voice. They scary as hell. Elijah don't even blink an eye here. Y'all notice that? He don't even blink an eye. But when does he blink an eye? Watch, read.
And after the fire, a still small voice.
Right.
And it was so, when Elijah heard it, that he wrapped his face in his mantle and went out.
That's what moved him. The voice. You heard a still small voice. And then he reacted. Go ahead.
And stood in the entering in of the cave.
Right.
And behold, there came a voice unto him and said, What doest thou here, Elijah?
Yeah. What are you doing here? Right. Go ahead.
And he said, I have been very jealous for the Lord God of hosts, because the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant. Throw down thy altars, and slain thy prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left. And they seek my life to take it away. And the Lord said unto him, Go, return on thy way to the wilderness of Damascus. And when thou comest, anoint Hazael to be king over Syria.
So the Most High is going to prove a point here. Even in this, go anoint this king. Go ahead.
And Jehu, the son of Nimshi, shalt thou anoint to be king over Israel.
You're going to anoint a king over Israel. Go ahead.
And Elisha, the son of Shaphat, and of Abel Mahola, shalt thou anoint to be a prophet in thy room.
So was he the only one?
No.
No. Most High was showing him like, no, you're not the only one. You think because of what you see, but look, I got another prophet that you're going to train up. I got another king for Israel, and I got a king for Syria, right? And you're going to go anoint them. You're going to train up Elisha. He don't walk with you. You're not the only one. Don't put it in your head that, you know, I don't have the control, right, in every situation. Watch, go ahead.
And it shall come to pass that him that escapeth the sword of Hazael,
Right.
shall Jehu slay.
So think about what he's saying. One that escapes the sword of one is going to be killed by the other. And it's just going to keep happening. But guess what? I'm going to always have somebody to stand in. Go ahead.
And him that escapeth from the sword,
So even you, Elijah, if you die, I got Elisha. And if Elisha dies, who do I got? I got Amos. I got Hosea. I got Joel. I got Jonah. I got, like, it just never stops. Go ahead.
of Jehu shall Elisha slay. Yet I have left me 7,000 in Israel, all the knees which have not bowed unto Baal, and every
See
mouth.
that? I have left 7,000 in Israel. Go ahead.
And every mouth which had not kissed him.
See that? So there were men in Israel, even during this time when, because remember, at this time, we read a few chapters last week where this is where Samaria was created. Right? Who created Samaria? What king was that? He created the city of, he basically instituted Samaria. And then we know that's when, here it was, he bought the hill. Was it Amari? Omri? Right, 16 and 23. Dang, I just flipped to it and saw it. In the 31st year of Asa, king of Judah, began Omri to reign over Israel. Right, and he brought the hill of Samaria, of Shemer. Right, you see that? So we know when that happens, that's when Samaria becomes, you know, you got Israel in there, the 9.5, and they just in there wilding the hell out. They're losing it. But even still, right, there were men that did not bow to Baal. And just because you didn't see them did not mean that they weren't there. That's the point that the Most High was trying to prove to Elijah, right? That I could do all these great wonders and I don't gotta show myself to you, right? The earthquake, the mountains rent. Think about it. When the Most High was doing all that with Moses, didn't he at least show him his hind parts? So you ain't gonna see me, but you'll see my hind parts. I'll appear to you, right? I'll show you. I'll talk face to face. I'll do all that. He didn't do that with Elijah. He said, what you doing here? What you here for? What you trying to see? Right? So this is a lesson. It's a lesson, man, that the Most High, his omnipotence, you can't question it. And you can't think that he's in one thing or the other, or he's supposed to be over here when you want him to be, or over here when you want it. Nah, the Most High is wherever the hell he wants to be at. And he's nowhere where he wants to be, if that makes sense. I say everywhere and nowhere at once. But you can't dictate based off a circumstance where you think the Most High should be at. When he got the, again, go to Ecclesiastes 18:1. Ecclesiastes, Sirach 18:1.
Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 1.
Right?
He that liveth forever.
Speaking of the Most High, he that liveth forever, go ahead.
Created all things.
He did what?
Created all things.
Go ahead.
In general.
Right?
The Lord only is righteous, and there is none other but he.
Right. So he that liveth forever created all things. So if I created it, I control it. I have the ultimate control. That's the omnipotence. Right? So he gave Elijah this little lesson. Right? A little lesson, and don't forget who you're working for, buddy. Right? Don't forget who signs your paycheck. Right? And it wasn't a harsh lesson. It was just, look, remember, I'm here with you. I have the control. I didn't leave you by yourself. I'm always here. But I don't have to be here. I can cause things to happen. And I'm not going to appear to you and show myself because you feel like I need to be. Right? Y'all get that? Right. Where we at? Go back to Kings.
1 Kings chapter 19, verse 19. So he departed thence and found Elisha, the son of Shaphat,
Right?
who was plowing with 12 yoke of oxen before him.
Right. 12 yoke of oxen, 2 oxen on 12 yokes. So he had a field himself, a few servants. Obviously, he didn't have he wasn't plowing with 24 ox by himself. That's insane. Right? But he was in control of a field, and they were plowing with 12 oxen. It's going to tell you he was with the 12. Meaning he was working also. Go ahead.
And he with the 12.
Right.
And Elijah passed by him and cast his mantle upon him.
Right. Signifying you up next. The mantle is the cloak. So that was a signifying. You know what's funny? You see it. You know who used to do that all the time at his shows?
Yeah.
Who? It was James Brown.
James Brown.
Yeah. He would do the thing where they would put the cloak on him.
Yeah.
Right? And he'd throw it off and he'd dance. Right? But it signified like the next, like you the next guy. Because usually when they did it, it was an older performer that was before him that would do it. I mean, listen, even the pimps do it. Not to be negative, but pimps do it where they take off their pimp cloak and they put it on the next pimp to signify that he's the pimp up, right? I mean, but where are they getting that from? I mean, there's not many examples, right?
I think Lana from YouTube
Right?
did that to Kendrick Lamar
Oh,
at one of the
see?
VMAs.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Remember James Brown did it to Michael Jackson, right? He put the cloak on him. He put his mantle on him, signifying what? Now you the man. We know that they do it in negative to worship their devils, right? So when a pimp says pimp up, you pimping. We know, right? It's negative, but it still has a signification. You say what?
Now you got the juice.
You got the juice, yeah. Now you got the pimping juice. You know? But you see these, but there's the thing, you ever wonder like why James Brown, Michael Jackson, why they do it? Well, they get it from this notion of putting the mantle. It signifies that now I'm taking you up under my wing. You're now gonna be the man in charge. So he put his mantle on him to signify this. Go ahead.
And he left the oxen and ran after Elijah and said, Let me, I pray thee, kiss my father and my mother, and then I will follow thee. And he said unto him, Go back again, for what have I done to thee?
Right? Who is thy mother? Who is thy father? Go ahead.
And he returned back from him and took a yoke of oxen and slew them and boiled their flesh with the instruments of the oxen.
Now, check this out. It said he boiled their flesh with the instruments of the oxen. What's that?
The yolks.
Right. So what does that signify?
No more work? You not, doing that no more?
Right, I'm done with that profession, right? I gotta follow this man.
Right, that's done forever.
That's done. There's no plan B, right? Alicia wasn't on like, you know what? If this don't, I'm gonna rock the mantle, but if it, you know what I'm saying?
Couple oxen just in case.
Keep the yoke in my pocket, just in
Pan
case.
out.
Just in case we run up on some more oxen.
Right, just
I could be yoked up and teach. Nah, he was showing that, look, once I follow Elijah, I'm not gonna have time to do my former life.
right.
Right? It was a signification of giving up the former life. Remember, Yahushua, did he not do that with the apostles? Right? Or the disciples, when he ran up on them, he said, cast your nets, follow me. Right? They threw their nets away. To signify what? Okay, I'm loosing myself from that life and I'm taking on this new life. You see that? So that's what this was about, right? Just one of those examples. And we went into the class of apostleship and discipleship, showing like Elisha, Elijah, Moses and Joshua, Caleb, right? Yahushua and the 12, right? Those are the like perfect examples of leadership, apprentice, subordinate, leader, right? And having to give something up to get something else. Like, could he have gotten that double spirit from Elijah if he was entangled in the affairs of this world? Nah. If he was still worrying about plowing oxen, he wouldn't have been able to pick up all the different bars and situations that he was going to get from Elijah when he walked with him. Right? He was going to be what? Entangled. His mind was going to be divided. Right? His mind, he was going to be halted between two opinions. Right? Well, I'm following. I'm walking with you, brother, but are you picking up? Or is your mind somewhere else? Because your body can walk, right, on autopilot, but is your mind there? Right, go ahead.
And gave unto the people, and they did eat.
Right, go ahead.
Then he arose and went after Elijah and ministered unto him.
Right, so he made a feast for his departing, and then he ministered to Elijah. He became his disciple. Go ahead.
1 Kings chapter 20, verse 1.
Pay attention here. A lot of names, a lot of situation. You got to pay attention. Go ahead.
And Benahad, the king of Syria.
Any questions on 19 before we go to 20? Anything we missed? Okay, perfect. Go ahead. And online, if y'all got any questions on the reading, y'all know. Feel free. Shabbat. Okay, yeah, the Muslims got shot. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I heard about the Muslims that got shot during Eid. Wild work. Where we at? Okay, go ahead.
And Benahad, the king of Syria, gathered all his hosts together, and there were 32 kings with him, and horses and chariots, and he went up and besieged Samaria and warred against it.
Right, so we got this damn Arab king, right? King of Syria, which is north of Israel, right? That would be what your Baghdad, your Lebanon, like the spot that they bombing up now. That Israel just sent like bombs. You know, Israel bombed 3 places in one day: Iran, Iraq, Iraq, and Syria. Right? Israel is like a monster. These niggas got demons on them. Right? But they sent missiles not last night, the night before, maybe the night before, in retaliation to Iran's little poke. They sent missiles and bombed these cats up. They said they hit a nuclear plant. That's what I'd seen, but then they came back and said they didn't. But Syria is north of Israel. Go ahead. So remember, Israel, northern kingdom, right? This is what we're dealing with right now, is the northern kingdom, the 9.5. So they're going to get a lot of action from the north. right? A lot of people are gonna come down from the north and try to take over because they're the northern kingdom. To get to the southern kingdom, you gotta go through the north first, right? It's gonna be tough sledding because Israel ain't just gonna lay down, right? What's that?
Now, when you say others are gonna come down from the north,
Mm-hmm.
you're referring to like other nations that
Yeah.
are gonna wanna fight
Mm-hmm.
against.
Like Syria,
Okay.
right? Syria is north of Israel. Lebanon, right? The Tyrian Zidonians, that's north of Israel. What else you had north of Israel? You had Damascus, that's way north. Not that much north though, because we were in Damascus. Let's see, I don't remember off the top of my head. But we know Syria, Assyria, those are north, right? And these are ran by Arabic, by Ishmaelite, right? The wild man,
That wild man is
right? You got Damascus, you got Megiddo, right? These are all above Samaria. Where else? Let me see. I mean, that's really kind of it that you got to worry about. Really, because this is the thing. You got Assyria. Assyria is way west, way east. You got Syria, right? Right. You got that's all the Syrian. Sargon. Take a look at this. Shalmaneser. Yeah. So this man, Benadad, is king of Syria, which is north, right above Samaria or Israel. Go ahead.
And he sent messengers to Ahab, king of Israel, into the city, and said unto him, Thus saith Benadad, Thy silver and thy gold is mine.
Damn.
run that.
Yeah. Give it up. Your silver and your gold is mine. What else?
Thy wives also, and thy children.
That's wild, bro. That's a real bold. This was a bold guy.
That's a whole fighting words.
Yeah, he didn't
He didn't
He didn't even ask. He didn't say look, let's war. He said they're mine. Go ahead.
Even the godliest are mine.
Even the goodliest. I want all your people. Go ahead.
And the king of Israel answered and said, My lord, O king,
Oh.
according to thy saying, I am thine.
Yeah, he gave in. And, he should have gave in, but he was a simp. So he's simping for this king. But, real recognize real. Yo, this Syrian king was powerful. He wasn't no chump. But he was retarded, though.
So this is the one where the Most High told Elijah to appoint or anoint him as the king of Syria.
No, this ain't the one.
Oh, this
He's already the king of Syria.
Okay.
Right, so there's going to be something that happens where what the Most High told Elijah to do is going to come to pass later.
Okay.
Right, but this man is the current king of Syria.
Okay.
Benahad, he's the current king. So he sends a messenger to Ahab, gold, silver, women. We want it now. Ahab, okay. No fight, no nothing. Just gone. You got it. Cool. Me lord.
Yeah.
That's
Please.
wow.
Don't hurt Jezebel.
That's wild. Right. But don't take my Jezebel.
It's just not her.
Jezebel. Right? Go ahead, read on.
And all that I had. And the messengers came again and said, Thus speaketh Benhadad, saying, Although I have sent unto thee, saying, Thou shalt deliver me thy silver and thy gold and thy wives and thy children. Yet I will send my servants unto thee tomorrow about this time, and they shall search thine house and the houses of thy servants, and it shall be that whatsoever is pleasant in thine eyes, they shall put it in their hand and take it away.
So now they gotta come, they're gonna go up in your house and your servants' houses and take what's pleasant. So remember, why was he cool with it? Because the children, the wives, that wasn't his. That was the people. So he was cool with them coming in and taking the children, the wives, and giving up a little gold and silver. We can go fight a war and get more gold and silver. And those ain't my wives and children, so.
That's outside this house.
Yeah. But when he comes back and says, look, I'm about to run up in your house. He was like, head scratch. He was like, oh, hell no. We gotta get the elders. We gotta talk about this. But it shows you how greedy this dude was, and he didn't care about his people. He didn't care about Israel. He was willing to give up their women and their children to this damn Arab for him to do God knows what.
Right.
But then when it touched his house, all of a sudden, tomorrow.
No.
Wait, we only got 12. Wait, we got 24 hours to get this right.
This can't happen.
Yeah, now you want to consult the elders. Every decision you made was you and Jezebel.
Yeah.
Now you want to get some counsel.
God.
Right? And that, you know, I'm gonna say this. I love you bros, right? I love all you bros online, sisters, right? I love everybody. But you know what's cold? It's like a lot of brothers don't get it until they touch their house. And when their rib and their kids are involved, it's like, you know, that's y'all over there. But then as soon as it hits your house, chill out, brother. Yeah, you got a second to talk? Like, right? It's like we got to stop that mentality because it shows that you only care about you. Right? Think about it, when we give wisdom, when we drop classes and a brother can sit there or a sister can sit there and be like, well, you know, this don't really pertain to me. And it's like, yeah, not right now, dummy. But give it 2 weeks.
Right.
And then you're going to be like, what was that one class? Well, you know what? It's right there on the YouTube.
You didn't take notes?
Yeah, you didn't write it down. Oh, because it didn't pertain to you. Right? You got to get out of the mentality that it all pertains.
Every single class.
It all pertains, man. It just might not be in that moment. But it all pertains. The wisdom of the Most High don't go out void. You void it out of your life because you want to avoid it. Take your notes, right? Bookmark your classes, right? And apply what's being said. But don't wait till it hits you to apply. Don't wait till it hits you to care. Don't be the Ahab, the sucker for love simp dude, right? Don't be that guy that, oh, you know, it don't matter until, damn, wait, I only got 24 hours to live. So what do I do now? Oh, you know what? Let me go get counsel. Let me go talk to the elders. Let me go hit up the brethren.
Yeah, now.
It's too late. By that time, it's already too late. You showed what you were about.
Yeah.
And you're not going to stop the judgment. It's too late. Should have been applied. Ahab should have been about the people and not about himself. So the Most High is exposing this dude. Every step of the way he's being exposed. Right? So he said, look, I'm going to run up in your house, your servants. Uh-oh. Read on.
Then the king of Israel called all the elders of the land and said, Mark.
You got every elder.
Yeah, get everybody.
We need them all, right? Of the land. He went through the whole 9 tribes and got every elder and brought them so that they could talk about this. Right? Summons. Go ahead.
I pray you and see how this man seeketh mischief.
Right. All of a sudden it's mischief because it's your house. Wasn't it mischief when he was trying to come for everybody else's child and wife? It wasn't mischief then.
That was just trade.
Oh, that was just casualties of war.
Right. That was just.
But that's how wicked people quantify things. They don't want to own up, and they'll put other people on the chopping block, man. Go ahead.
For he said unto me, for my wives, and for my children, and for my silver.
Right. I was cool with giving up the gold of the kingdom and the silver of the kingdom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But mine? My personal stat? My Jezebel?
Yeah, my Jezebel.
Oh, man, because you know he was coming for Jezebel.
I can imagine Ahab like burning the letters so they don't know that.
He got rid of the first correspondence?
Yeah.
Like, look, this nigga's coming for my stuff, man. We gotta protect my stuff, man. Not my Jezzy.
Not Jezebel.
Not Jezzy. You know what I'm saying? This old whack African woman that he's over there losing his mind over. Bruh. But that... Oh, man, oh, man. Go ahead. Ahab is better than me, though. I'll say that. He was a king in Israel. Go ahead.
And for my goal, and I denied him not. And all the elders and all the people said unto him, hearken not unto him, nor consent.
But he didn't say that he consented
The first
time. You see what type of dude this is?
Yeah.
You consented the first time because it didn't have nothing, it didn't specifically deal with you. It wasn't gonna affect you. But as soon as you're gonna be affected, now you gotta pull out all the stops. We gotta get all the elders. We need all the scriptures. We gotta go through every book of the Bible. We gotta have immaculate, in-depth counsels to make sure what we do.
Set up prayers.
We gotta pray.
We gotta
altar.
pray. Everybody fast.
Right, sackcloth all around.
I gotta talk to the king of Judah.
No one eat a morsel.
We gotta really figure this out.
Right, we gotta go get Asa. Yo, you know what's funny about Judah at this time? Oh wait, real quick, I have to take this. I'm sorry, I gotta take this real quick. Yes, sir. Okay, my gate code is 2525 pounds. Yes, sir. Wait, my bad. Getting something delivered. Broken appliances. But at this time, Asa and them, they sitting back chilling. Yeah. They serving the Lord. Cool. Judah is like, you know what I'm saying, the place to be. Yeah, I mean, it's righteous, somewhat.
I'm saying though.
You know what I'm saying? The Most High is rocking with them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Asa's sitting back watching Ahab just destroy the place. Right? And watching these cats go to war left and right. Judah is literally kind of at this time, they're like chilling. They're like kind of in peace. Yeah. Nobody's messing with the southern kingdom. What's that?
That reminds me of like how you used to say like how people be saying, well, I ain't gonna snitch, I ain't gonna, tell on this guy, or like, a murderer, he's in the hood, but you don't want to say nothing.
Right.
But until
he murdered your family, now all of a sudden you on the eyewitness news.
Right. We need to get together and stop the violence.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's that dumb Israelite mentality of I'm not gonna call out evil until it knocks on my door. But because you didn't call it out, it's going to knock on your door. And that's what we gotta realize. Right? So yeah, Asa and them is down in the southern kingdom, man. They living it up. They chilling. Southern kingdom is prospering. They're at peace, truthfully, at this point. They're just chilling. Right? And look at Ahab got the northern kingdom just losing it. Cats want to run up and just shuffle through their houses, take their gold, the wives, the children.
Yeah, he wants to play big.
Damn, bro, he didn't even say like, give me the single women.
Right.
He said, give me your wives. That's wild. Like, that's a wild request. Right. Showing you what? They don't care about no law. They don't care about no adultery. They'll kill you for their women, for the women, right? Lawless and godless nations. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 9. Wherefore he said unto the messengers of Benadad, tell my lord the king all that thou didst send for to thy servant at the first I will do, but this thing I may not do. And the messengers departed and brought him word again. And Benadad sent unto him and said, the gods do so unto me, and more also, if the dust of Samaria shall suffice for handfuls for all the people that follow me. And the king of Israel answered and said, tell him, let not him that girdeth on his harness boast himself as he that putteth it off. And it came to pass, when Benadad heard this message, as he was drinking, he and the kings in the pavilions, that he said unto his servants, set yourselves in array.
Oh, this nigga want to get disrespectful. He want to deny my request.
Oh no.
It's time. Let's get it. Let's get to work. Go ahead.
And they set themselves in array against the city.
And what does that mean? Set themselves in array. Well, how did we fight? How was fighting happening back then? They set up. They cut them off. They surrounded the city whatever way they could, but they came from the north, set up their battlements and all their different things. Huh? Yeah, flanked them up. I mean, they couldn't run nowhere. The coast, that's a border. But however they did it, they flanked them, they boarded them off, cut them off, cut off everything, and we're going to get to work. Right? Go ahead.
And behold, there came a prophet unto Ahab, king of Israel,
Right?
saying, thus saith the Lord, hast thou seen all this great multitude? Behold, I will deliver it into thine hand this day, and thou shalt know that I am the Lord.
And this is wild because why? Why? He don't deserve this. Go ahead.
And Ahab said, by who? And he said, thus saith the Lord, even by the young men of the princes of the provinces. Then he said, who shall order the battle? And he answered, thou. Then he numbered the young men of the princes of the provinces, and they were 232.
232 young men, young servants. Go ahead.
And after them he numbered all the people, even all the children of Israel, being 7,000. And they went out at noon, but Benadad was drinking himself drunk in the pavilions.
In the pavilions.
In the pavilions.
So this dude is chilling, right? He like, we about to go to war, but he's just getting faded. No cares in the world.
Right.
What's that?
And then just something to notice, right? Nowhere in this says Ahab be like, Barak Yahweh, thank you God.
Just thank him all.
Right. He just kind of, he was like, okay, who's gonna do it? Who's gonna lead it? Okay, bet I'll do that.
Yeah,
That was
there's no credit to the Most High at all. Even for the Most High looking out for this cat. Should have been wiped off the map. Right? Go ahead.
He and the kings, the 32 kings that helped him, and the young men of the princes of the provinces went out first, and Benadad sent out, and they told him, saying, there are men come out of Samaria.
Right, that's it on that, right? On that thought. Any questions? Do we understand what's going on? King of Syria is fighting with Asa, king of Israel, right? And the Most High giving this prophecy that, look, Asa is going to take these men out, right? Remember, the king of Syria, this kingdom was huge. It was not just one kingdom, it was 30 kings. So imagine, it's 30 kings with their army. They're helping him. So the odds are stacked up against Israel. Everybody get that? So far? Okay. My bad, brother. Make sure I get you right. Right? Salakia, sir. My deepest apologies. My deepest salakias. You know, you blow the brother's ram's horn wrong when it mess up his whole reading. Yeah. Okay. You got it. This man done sat down. Oh my God. said your name.
Righteous.
Said your name in the
Corey. Yowda. Ban Yasharella.
Corey Shabbat Tashah Yahawada Ban Yasha'Allah, men of Israel. I imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua
Rakatah.
Brothers when they hear their name in the Rams horn.
Yeah.
Corey. Oh wow. You know. Like the feel away.
Right, you know what I mean? The reading, that reading part is hilarious.
Oh wow.
Oh man. Where you at?
18.
Yep. You ready?
1 Kings chapter 20, verse 18. And he said, whether they be come out for peace, take them alive, or whether they come, or whether they become out for war, take them alive. So these young men of the princes of the province of the city and the army which followed them, and they slew every one his man, and the Syrians fled.
So they underestimated these young men. This king, he's so busy drinking. He like, oh, we got this. If they come out for peace, take them. You know.
Even if they fight,
Yeah, if they fight, take them alive. You know, ain't no big deal.
We'll see.
They get worked out. Let me get a cold. Right? They put them to flight. They run off. Go ahead.
And Israel pursued them, and Benadad, the king of Syria, escaped on a horse with the horsemen.
They sober real quick.
Yeah, real sober, real fast.
And the king of Israel went out and smote the horses and the chariots and slew the Syrians with a great slaughter. And the prophet came to the king of Israel and said unto him, Go strengthen thyself and mark and see what thou doest. For at the return of the year, the king of Syria will come up against thee. And the servants of the king of Syria said unto him, Their gods are gods of the hills. Therefore they were stronger than we. But let us fight against them in the plain, and surely we shall be stronger than they.
See, this is the thinking of these nations. They're like, oh yeah, their God is just the God of the plains. That's why they were so strong. That's why they got us.
Right. They give them boots.
We're gonna regroup. We're gonna come up with a better battle strategy, and we're gonna get them in a different situation and win. This is where they lost. This statement right here is where they lost. Right? Go ahead.
And do this thing, take the kings away, every man out of his place, and put captains in their rooms. And number thee an army like the army that thou hast lost, horses, horse for horse, and chariot for chariot. And we will fight against them in the plain, and surely we shall be stronger than they. And he hearkened unto their voice, and did so. And it came to pass at the return of the year that Benadad numbered the Syrians and went up to Aphek.
What verse?
26.
Right.
Aphek, to fight against Israel. And the children of Israel were numbered, and were all present, and went against them. And the children of Israel pitched before them like two little flocks of kids.
Right? It was like two little herds of sheep. Right? You're like, oh, nice little herd, cute, something light. Go ahead.
Not threatening.
But the Syrians filled the country.
That's how many people they brought. Go ahead.
And there came a man of God, and spake unto the king of Israel, and said, Thus said the Lord, because the Syrians have said,
Here it is, because the Syrians said, go ahead.
the Lord is God of the hills, but he is not God of the valleys. Therefore will I deliver all this great multitude into thine hand.
So it wasn't even nothing that Ahab did. It was the Assyrians' blasphemy that got them, that's about to get them cut down. You see this?
Yeah.
Because the Assyrians have said that the Most High is boxed into the hills.
Right.
He ain't got no control over here because, you know what I mean? He ain't built like that.
Right. He ain't for real, God.
That's crazy.
Right. It reminds me of
That's wild.
It reminds me of the land of Canaan. How it wasn't because we were righteous or we did anything. That
Right,
was good.
right.
It was because the Canaanites were messed up and they were doing all type of abomination.
Yep. Most I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for their filth.
Yeah.
I'm not wiping them out because remember, if we know and understand what was going on with Canaan, not to jump too far, the Most High had been trying to eradicate the Canaanites out the land by using the Egyptians. Before we even got there, he was trying to get them out.
Yeah.
You see that because it tells you when you read that Wisdom of Solomon 12 about the filth that the Canaanites was doing, man. They were destroying that land with their abominations. Good point. Go ahead.
And ye shall know that I am the Lord. And they pitched one over against the other 7 days. And so it was that in the 7th day the battle was joined. And the children of Israel slew of the Syrians 100,000 footmen in 1 day.
Damn.
But the rest fled to Ahab into the city, and there a wall fell upon 27,000 of men that were left.
Yeah. Most High was not playing. You flee, you die in the plains, you flee to the city, you're gonna die because you can't escape. Who can escape his hand? He's showing them I got control everywhere in every battle. I'm a man of war. Right? I know how to set the battle in array. Go ahead.
And Abinadab fled and came into the city into an inner chamber. Verse 31. And his servant said unto him, Behold, now we have heard that the kings of the house of Israel are merciful. So like are merciful kings. Let us, I pray thee, put sackcloth on our loins and ropes upon our heads, and go out to the king of Israel. Peradventure he will save thy life.
Yeah, this is wild. But listen, this was a smart play. Right? It was smart. We heard Joshua was a merciful dude and he keeps his word. Let's front like we take a far journey.
Yeah.
Let's get some rusted bread, some old bottles, and act like we came from far, make a pact, and he got to honor it. Now they can't kill us because we're Canaanites.
Right.
Right? All we heard, even though we just demanded this dude's whole gold, silver, his women, he'll forgive us.
Yeah.
Right? Because, it's not that they're merciful, they're just naive.
God.
Yo, they were playing to that spirit that a lot of our people got on them. Where you could shoot a nigga in the face, you could kill his mama, right? And he'll want blood and vengeance. But let a white man kill his mama and shoot him in the face. You be there hugging him, kissing him. I forgive him. Quote you all the Bible verses on forgiveness.
Forgive thy brother.
Right?
That's not your brother.
Because we're so quick to forgive people that are not our own.
Yeah.
It's not that we just want to forgive. We don't want to forgive each other.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Right? We don't want to forgive each other, but we'll forgive Esau. Right? And then when a discourse about salvation comes up, we ain't asking like, hey, so what's up with the Chinese and Japanese and we like what? So, but what about white folk?
What about the white man?
What about white folk? What about my boss? What about this? Well, the Bible says in a lot of places that they're going to be cut off and die. But what if they serve God? When they were here, it don't matter.
Well, they're faithful.
The prophecy says that they're going to be cut off, right, and be put into slavery. Well, I don't subscribe to that. I feel like that prophecy could change. The Most High is going to change his prophecy to fit white people
For you, but like,
because you think so, but that be our people. They be damn simping, bro, for everything, but you won't even simp for your own brother in that way of being a brother, right? That tender-hearted, that
I will
tender,
look out for you.
right? That tender and merciful man,
Yeah.
bro. We don't do that. We don't do that for each other. We'll do it for everybody else, though. I always think about was it the black judge that was braiding the white cop's hair that shot the black girl in Dallas? He was hugging her, and this is the judge.
Yeah,
She was braiding.
She was doing something to it,
Yeah, she was doing
combing
that.
it or braiding it in the courtroom. It was weird.
Wow.
She done ran up in somebody's house and shot them blank. And she hugging her, and I forget, like, it was crazy.
Like the other family with the other
Cray, cray.
cop that was like, we forgive you. Can I go up there and give you a hug?
That one,
Oh,
yeah,
so
like,
they burned the
bruh.
house?
Yeah.
Nah, but then my one guy that got shot last year, the young kid that got shot by the dude at his front door, he said, I'll never forgive him. Remember the white boy, the old white man that shot him? He rang
Oh, yeah.
the wrong door?
Yeah.
But you know what's cool about him? When you look at him and you look at his mama, they don't even look like they black. They look like they Somali or Ethiopian. Yeah, so they standing on business. They like, no, he said, I'll never forgive him. That's what he said, I'll never forgive him. I'm like, must not be an Israelite. He must be a Hamite. They stick to their guns,
They
bro.
stick to their stuff.
But why should I forgive him?
That's true.
In that way, why should I give him a pass? He done ruined my whole life. You know you racist as hell. Why should I? Why? But we'll give pass to racism and we'll sit here and say, oh, you know, we'll have to talk. Slavery didn't happen. That's the Mandela effect, right? That's reverse racism, and that's
It was a indentured servitude.
what is it? Replacement theory.
Dang.
Yeah, we be on that, bro. You be surprised, niggas be on that. The uppity black folk,
It was only like 5%. There was actual slaves in America.
bro.
I've heard that before.
I've heard black people say that slavery didn't even happen. Prove
Oh,
it. Prove it. Where are the ships?
There are no ships.
Yeah, they said
There are no ships.
we all been here.
Yeah,
We all
bro,
been here.
that is wild. They got
All of
they
us?
got manifests of
Yeah.
the people being brought in. They got all that. But
got their
niggas,
names,
but
yeah.
niggas will forgive the white man quick.
Dang.
But let your dog take a dump on his grass.
Yep.
And bro, you gonna hear about that. He gonna call the HOA. He calling the cops. He calling his big brother. He's calling everybody to shoot you because your dog took a dump on his yard.
That is correct.
When the white man been taking dumps on our yards forever. He been crapping on us, right?
That is correct, 100%.
So that's the point. But that's why Christ had to come back. Forgive your enemies, the enemies of your people. Paul had to say that if you forgive anybody, forgive the man in Christ. Right? Ecclesiastes, what was it, 29? Forgive thy neighbor to hurt. That's why the Bible got to show us these things. Because we'll be so quick to forgive these nations, and we won't forgive each other. Right? So go ahead, let's read on. 28:1, right? Who said it? Yashikar, our people will snip. Right. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 32. So they
Oh, by the way, Yashikar is in the midst of having his baby. Just so y'all know. There's been there at the hospital right now. Right? So make sure y'all send us some prayers for them. Yeah, she's been in labor for like a month. That sister been dilated for like a month now. I'm like, you about to, right? But I guess yesterday was the final straw. Yashikar, you in the doctor or you at home? Where you at? He online though, watching class. So, but go ahead, read on.
Verse 32. So they girded sackcloth on their loins,
Right.
and put ropes on their heads, and came to the king of Israel.
Ain't that how the Muslims dress now? They throw that rope around their head. They throw on a sheet. Right, go ahead.
And said,
Y'all tripping. Go ahead. Why y'all talking about them like that?
and said, they servant Benadad said, I pray thee, let me live. And he said, is he yet alive? He is my brother.
Damn.
Man, what?
Yeah. Niggas is corny, bro. It's Ahab though.
I love him.
This dude's trash. Look at all the folly he brought Israel into that he want to try to adopt this damn Arab. He's my brother. See? That he trying to steal your whole kingdom. The women, the children, your woman, like
Your own, the stuff in your own house.
in your house.
He even made more. What they say? He negotiated. Like he made a more of a. He put more to what he was going to take originally.
In the tree.
You know what I mean? Like at first you were just going to take stuff from everybody else around you, but then you was cool with that. So then he was like, okay, now I'm gonna take stuff from inside your house, take stuff from you, and you still were cool with that.
You wasn't cool with that.
I mean,
Wasn't cool with that. The point is that this man is trying to escape his judgment by playing Ahab.
The sympathy card.
and then Ahab's just like falling into it.
That's the point. But if, you know, you do it for one, you do it for all.
Love everybody.
Yeah, he loved everybody. He's brother love.
Love.
That's Sean Love Combs. Go ahead, read on.
Now the men did diligently.
What verse you at?
33.
Now the men did diligently
Uh-huh.
observe whether anything would come from him, and he did hastily catch it. And they said, thy brother Benadad. Then he said, go ye, bring him. Then Benadad came forth to him, and he caused him to come up into the chariot.
Damn, brought him up into the whip. Sat him in the passenger seat. Go ahead.
And Benadad said unto him, the city which my father took from thy father, I will restore.
Look, I'll give you back everything we took from y'all. Go ahead.
And thou shalt make streets for thee in Damascus, as my father made in Samaria.
See that? Go ahead.
Then said Ahab, I will send thee away with this covenant. So he made a covenant with him and sent him away. And a certain man of the sons of the prophets said unto his neighbor, in the word of the Lord, smite me, I pray thee. And the man refused to smite him. Then said he unto him, because thou hast not obeyed the voice of the Lord, behold, as soon as thou art depart from me, a lion shall slay thee. And as soon as he was departed from him, a lion found him and slew him. Then he found another man and said, smite me, I pray thee. And the man smote him.
Yep.
So that in smiting he wounded him. So the prophet departed and waited for the king by the way, and disguised himself with ashes upon his face. And as the king passed by, he cried unto the king, and he said, thy servant went out into the midst of the battle.
There it is. So now he's about to give him a judgment from the Lord. Go ahead.
And behold, a man turned aside and brought a man unto him, and said, keep this man. If by any means he is missing, then shall thy life be for his life. Or else thou shalt pay a talent of silver. And as they and as thy servant was busy here and there, he was gone.
So he's dropping a parable on him. Right? This is kind of like what Nathan did to David. Right? He hit him with a parable. Go ahead.
And the king of Israel said unto him, so shall thy judgment be. Thyself hast decided it. And he hasted and took the ashes away from his face. And the king of Israel discerned him, that he was of the prophets. And he said unto him, thus said the Lord, because thou hast let go out of thy hand a man whom I appointed to utter destruction.
See, Benadad Ben-Hadad was supposed to be wiped out. He wasn't supposed to save him and make no covenant with him. Go ahead.
Therefore, thy life shall go for his life.
So instead of him dying, you're going to have to take that place. Read.
And thy people.
Now, this was a true prophet. Remember, smite me. Nah, I'm good. Okay, when you leave, you about to get ate by a lion. So he's showing that the Most High is with him through the things he said and the actions. So what this man is saying to Ahab is it got to come to pass. Right. Go ahead.
And thy people for his people. And the king of Israel went to his house.
See that? And his people for thy people. Thank you. You done gave up the kingdom. His people. So these Syrians are going to live and Israel's going to be destroyed. Go ahead.
And the king of Israel went to his house, heavy and displeased, and came to Samaria.
I was going to upset too. Yeah. Right? You can see like this cat was Ahab. He had like, it's weird. He had issues, man. He had like self-esteem problems. You can tell. He didn't. Wow, we're gonna read this next thing. Like he didn't rule well, right? He didn't have the backbone of a king. He didn't have like the backbone of Solomon. He didn't have the love of the people like David. There was many things that he was missing, but he had Jezebel to do that work for him, right? She did that. She put in work.
She was the backbone.
Yeah, she was the backbone. She was the fist. She was everything. Right? Because watch, even this, we're going to read this story. So where we at? 21?
No, yeah. 1 King chapter 21, verse 1.
You right, wait. Oh, you read verse 1 and then somebody else will read, somebody who comes up. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, after these things, that Nabu, the Jezreelite, had a vineyard,
right,
which was in Jezreel,
right,
hard by the palace.
Heard by the palace. Oh, hard, Salakia.
By the palace, Ahab, king of Samaria.
Many Salakias.
None, sir.
Rob Salakia. Many Salakias, bro. Much Salakias. Forgive thou.
Thou is forgiven.
Forgive us thou. Forever in thy grace. What's that?
Come on that when the Most High was saying, okay, since you didn't take his life, I'm gonna take your life. Your people should be his people. Is that scripture that says, I have found a
ransom?
A ransom.
That came into my mind. Yeah, well, this is more of because you didn't execute. It's just because you didn't execute the judgment that was laid down. Now you're gonna face that judgment. So, just like in that Job, it's kind of the same, right? Where when a man does righteously, the Most High looks for another ransom to take his place, another sacrifice, right? So if we're doing good, if we're doing what's pleasing in the eyes of the Lord, will that not be accepted? Yes. But if you do evil, you're going to get evil from your works. So yes, definitely. Somebody tasting that Kool-Aid. Somebody taking a sip. You know what I'm saying? Uh-huh. I honor my brother with a good, you know what I'm saying? My Issacharite brother. You know what I mean?
I'm about to say, don't look at Corey.
He looked over, I could feel the look.
Yeah, the heat.
The perpetual, he got like bad heat. Bad heat coming up off, you know what I mean? My beard is melting.
Oh, wow.
Atazar Shabbat Tashal, Yashakar, Bun Yashala, men of Israel. Am I Barak?
Yahweh Shem Shabbat
Yahweh Shem Shabbat.
Heat, bro.
Yeah.
It's just a frankincense and myrrh. Wow. You know what I'm saying?
Ayan and Corey. Corey.
Gosh, Corey. Oriash.
Yeah, Ayash, Cody.
Yes, I have.
What happened?
Say it smells something burning though.
Unplug that.
Oh, it is.
It burned?
I thought it was it.
I thought it was up there. Yeah, that's what that.
Remember, they cook next door too. Yeah, they be cooking. They probably over there blending it up. All types of abominations
Mm.
on the Shabbat. Right, where we at?
We are at 1 Kings 21, verse 2.
Let's be getting to it. Go ahead.
And the Ahab spake unto Naboth, saying, Give me thy vineyard, that I may have it for a garden of herbs, because it is near unto my house, and I will give thee for it a better vineyard than it. Or if it seems good to thee, I will give thee the worth of it in money. And Naboth said to Ahab, The Lord forbid it me, that I should give the inheritance of my father unto thee. And Ahab came into his house heavy and displeased.
Look at this guy. He's walking around moping, walking around pouting, right? Just sad puppy because he couldn't get somebody's inheritance. Like, bro, come on, bro. You the king, right? Either take it or move on.
Right.
I'm just saying. I mean, bro, all the filth he done did,
It wouldn't have been that
it wouldn't
far.
even, yeah, it wouldn't have been that bad. Like, just take it.
But he
Right?
went away heavy.
He went away pouting, crying, depressed. Right to where? Right to his his woman,
Yes.
his mama.
Right to his power.
He went right home to Jezzy, to my Jezzy,
You don't believe what happened to
baby. Man, these niggas out here don't like me. Man, you know, I tried to buy his land and he was like, no. So I took my ball and I went home. So what is Mama Jezebel doing?
Parents.
Go ahead.
Because of the word which Naboth the Jezreelite had spoken to him, for he had said, I will not give thee the inheritance of my father. And he laid him down upon his bed and turned away his face and would eat no bread.
He went and pouted. You know, it's funny. I know somebody that does that. He like, I'm going to my room. Close the door, just don't eat no food, fall asleep at 5 p.m. I know a guy. I know a brother, right? I know a guy. When he get upset, he just go to his room, close the door.
Got that Ahab spirit.
Yeah, he got the Ahab 4 p.m. He's like, man, F all you. Close the door. He don't say that because I break his back. You go to his room, close the door. You go check, he just passed out. He ain't no dinner. Like, oh, okay.
Everybody got to sleep it off.
Yeah. But it's like, damn, if a 10-year-old's doing this, what the hell's Ahab's problem?
A grown
This dude
child.
said, man, I'm about to go to sleep. I don't want to eat nothing, I'm mad. I'm pouting, go ahead.
Verse 5. But Jezebel his wife came to him
Uh-oh.
and said unto him, Why is thy spirit so sad?
Baby, don't worry, I got you. Big Mama is here.
Oh wow.
She start rubbing his back. I got you, baby. Well, tell me what you need. Oh, you want me to go get the bad man that didn't want to give you his land?
No. Wow.
I got you, honey. Watch this. And her damn fangs come out. Go ahead.
That thou eatest no bread.
Like, damn, I made all this food and you ain't trying to eat? Who got my hubby all mad and upset? Not my hubby. This chick was garbage. Go ahead.
Verse 6. And he said unto her, Because I spake unto Naboth the Jezreelite, and said unto him, Give me thy vineyard for money, or else, if it is please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give thee my vineyard. And Jezebel his wife said unto him, That thou now govern the kingdom of Israel.
I'm like, aren't you the king? Don't you govern the kingdom of Israel?
Hey, that inner her started to come out a little bit. Like,
What a man are you?
It's not the hubby no more. It's like,
Wait, what's happening? Aren't you the king? Don't you govern? Question mark. Go ahead.
Arise and eat bread.
Yeah, get your ass up. Man, eat something. What you pouting for? Go ahead.
And let thy heart be merry.
Mm-hmm.
I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite.
Damn. How is she gonna accomplish this mission?
Man.
Man, go ahead.
So she wrote letters in Ahab's name and sealed them with a seal, and sent the letters unto the elders and to the nobles that were in his city, dwelling with Naboth. And she wrote in the letter, saying, proclaim a fast, and set Naboth on high among the people, and set 2 men, sons of Belial, before him, to bear witness against him, saying, thou didst blaspheme God and the king.
So basically, just set him up.
Right.
Promote him and then set him up. That he's a blasphemer. This was Jezebel.
Yeah.
So think about it. Think about she just made this action, and then think about when Yahushua, he spoke against the church that said that they had that Jezebel spirit. Think about what the women were on. Go ahead.
And then carry him out and stone him.
What? Damn. No hesitation. Carry him out and stone. What's that? Oh. Hell yeah. Go ahead. Hey, can you put it in this cup? Yeah. I got my olive oil. Go ahead.
That he may die. And the men of his city, even the elders and the nobles, who were the inhabitants in his city, did as Jezebel had said unto them.
It said that who did this? The who and the who?
And the men of the city,
Right.
even the elders,
Right.
and the nobles,
Because she had everybody in her pocket. Think about it. For the elders and the nobles, they weren't that noble. Right? But who was going to stand up against this woman? Nobody. Because if you can kill prophets and wipe them out, look, I might as well do as you say. But who's going to stand up against Jezebel? And that's the thing with this spirit. She showed that she wasn't afraid to murder and to kill people. So think about it. Now if you weak as hell, you could you imagine the ball laying up in the bed, sleep, and he hear Ahab, and he hear a noise, he hop up, because the whole time he thinking Jezebel trying to kill him.
oh wow, yeah,
Think about it. If she killed prophets and consented to them, you think that he ain't on edge?
He was afraid of her too.
That's the point. You think he ain't laying up like with one eye closed? Half the time he pouting and crying, he got one eye open. Look, where's she at? Wait, hold up. Somebody else drink that. Somebody else taste that.
Did you get this from her?
You get that? Yeah. Did she bring it? No. You know what? Yeah. Taste that.
Okay, okay, all right,
Right? Think about it. She was so wicked that he was on edge.
yeah,
And she had all these nobles and elders on edge to do her bidding. She had these dudes on lockdown because guess what? If you don't do it, I'm gonna find somebody else to kill you and then do it.
yeah.
She had henchmen. But remember, at this time, what did it tell you about the men of Israel?
Right.
Said they were the lowest of the niggas
Yeah.
that was being propped up.
Yep.
Right? They were the lowest of the men that were being put as priests and looked at as the elders. So you could only imagine that the same negative that they were in, it came back to bite them with this Jezebel. And that's how the Most High be accomplishing his task. He'll give you over to your own filth. Right? The filth that you be on, he'll just put somebody that's more filthier than you to keep you in check.
You think you're the biggest and baddest? I got
Somebody-
bigger and
he wants
badder
somebody bigger and badder.
Always.
Always, bro. There's always a bigger fish in the pond. Right? And the Most High, he knows how to orchestrate to make sure that y'all meet up. You see what I'm saying? That somehow y'all gonna link up. If you doing evil, I got you. If you doing good, I got you. Right? And we always gotta remember that. Read on.
I have a question.
What was that?
On when you read verse 9 and 10, it basically, as she wrote letters,
Right.
saying so. The verse 10 it says, and said 2 men sons of Belial.
right?
So she served, that's who she served already, Baal, right?
Right, that was
Okay.
her God. That was the God of the Zidonians.
She knew these other men served the Most High. It says God, thou didst blaspheme God and the king. So was it talking about the Most High God or talking about their God? That's the question I always.
More than likely, it was gonna be their God,
So Belial.
Belial. Yeah,
Okay.
because why would they witness for the Most High?
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
No, this.
Yep. Good old Juju. Right? Yeah, it wasn't, remember, she wasn't doing nothing in the name of the Most High, the God.
Right.
It was Baal and the king. You blaspheme Baal and the king,
Okay.
right?
All right.
That's why she had the men of Belial do it, because they could say, oh yeah, he did say something against our God,
Right.
against Belial or Baal. These cats didn't care about the Most High.
Right.
They were blaspheming the Most High all day and night.
Right.
Just them waking up was blasphemous.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay.
Because they were evil. The city was evil. The men were evil. So I would look at that as the Baal, the god Baal. They were accusing him. Because remember, Naboth, obviously he followed the law. He believed in the Most High because he said, look, I can't give away my inheritance. That's
who I was thinking
law.
about that. So.
Right. So they're like, oh, okay, how are we going to get him? Well, we can't accuse him of going against the Most High God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Right.
He's following his law. That's what got us here. Let's accuse him of going against Baal. And no matter what, the city is going to break to Jezebel.
Right.
She already got him broke.
Right.
That's the point.
Okay.
This woman had power. She had influence. She was, listen, she was probably beautiful, right? She was probably beautiful to look at. But obviously her intelligence for wickedness was on an all-time high. That nigga was wicked. Think about it. She writing letters in Ahab's name. What's he doing? He gave her the whole stamp, the seal. Yeah, babe, just do it. He thinks she paying bills. Right? He thinks she paying the bills. She over there sending out consent to kill people. Right?
Yeah.
She, you know, come on. Bruh. He gave her too much.
This
He
like-
gave her too much leeway.
It's like one instance.
It's just
Like, how,
one instance,
how
yeah.
often was she really doing this?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
A lot. That was her MO. That was her mantra. She was a killer of righteous men. So when Yahushua goes in about Jezebel in that church, remember, he's not going at one woman, he's attacking the spirit of the church. So they were into destroying the prophets. They were into corrupting the noble men and breaking them and blackmailing them with death and threats. Think about it. You could imagine that she was blackmailing people, right? I look at these things, bro, like when you get all your movies and your TV shows, and House of Cards. That's a good one, right? Oh, girl was, bruh, she was behind she Madam President, right? She became the president. But bro, when she was his wife, Kevin Spacey's wife, she was a beast. She was Jezebel. Bro, she was worse than him. I haven't even finished that show. When they got Spacey out of there, I'm at the season when she becomes the president. I'm gonna finish it. Actually, that's gonna be my show now. I be doing that, man. I'll watch a show and stop at the last season just to kind of, savor the moments.
I did that with Breaking Bad.
I haven't watched Breaking Bad yet. I haven't finished it. Dexter, I haven't finished it. So I gotta, just got done watching Suits.
Yep.
That's a good show.
That's a very good show. You wanna know, see how these lawyers be colluding? Learn some lawyer talk? Yeah. But you can just see like all these TV shows when they show these women that move in this certain spirit. Where you think they getting it from? They getting it from this Jezebel, right? And her power, her influence, the way she can manipulate a situation, and she's doing it all in the name of her husband. But who's gonna take the fall? Adam. Who? Will take the fall, Solomon. Right? Ugh. So we see that. Go ahead, read on.
Who were the inhabitants in his city, did as Jezebel had sent unto them. And as it was written in the letter which he had sent unto them, they proclaimed the fast and set Naboth on high among the people. And there came in 2 men, children of Belial, and sat before him. And the men of Belial witnessed against him, even against Nabal, in the presence of the people, saying, Nabal did blaspheme God and the king. Then they carried him forth out of the city and stoned him with stones, that he died.
No hesitation. These two wicked men get to come and bear false witness. Go ahead.
Then they sent to Jezebel, saying, Nabal is stoned and is dead. And it came to pass, when Jezebel heard that Nabal was stoned and was dead, that Jezebel said to Ahab, arise, take possession of the vineyard of Nabal, the Jezreelite.
All because this nigga wanted to grow herbs.
Yep.
Because you wanted to be a herbalist, a whole man killed and destroyed his name. Think about that. You destroyed his reputation, killed him, took his family's inheritance, all because you wanted to be a herbalist, my G. That's some cold work right there. That, like, Jezebel was she was, whew, top notch filth.
Don't you got king stuff to do, my guy?
No,
Like,
I got herbs.
don't you got
herbs
king
to grow.
matters to take care of?
And there's no other field that can grow these herbs except for this one, that's just right near the house.
Wow.
And you know what Esau tells you, when you do a herb garden, you put it right next to the kitchen
Right.
because it's easy to access. So you was following that wisdom.
Oh,
They tell you that.
Yeah.
Put your herbs by the kitchen because that's where you're gonna use them.
Yeah. He could like
So
make
he was
a deal
following
with
that. Like, man, I gotta get these herbs. I gotta get my herb game up.
Yeah.
I gotta get my rosemary and my thyme, my thyme, right? My coriander
Yeah.
or cilantro, whatever you want to call it. I gotta make sure that that's bustling. You know what I'm saying? When I serve these gods, I gotta make sure that that rosemary smell is coming up off them.
I always thought that was like herbs, like,
Ganja?
yeah.
Probably that too.
Oh wow.
That's what I
But
thought.
It's not new.
it ain't nothing new. Right? Why was he so pressed to have these herbs? Who knows? He might have been burning strange fire. It don't say. I'm just philosophizing.
Yeah.
But if you're already in the idol worship, these orange smokes.
What else would be withholding from you? Like,
Nothing.
Well,
Not at this
like
point.
no.
Not at this point, but for the cooking purposes only, not for the. It don't say for what purpose. It didn't say he wanted herbs.
Yeah. In this land specifically.
Right, he wanted herbs. So just my point is, you did all this to just get an herb field. Right? That's the point. Like, damn, you the king. Go figure out another way. Or even rent the land from the man and get it back to him.
Con. Yeah.
He couldn't buy it because he
didn't wanna give it up.
didn't want to give up his inheritance, but he could have borrowed, he could have rented,
Herb.
or that too.
Yeah. Like
But maybe Baal switched up what he wanted on his steak.
he was like, nah.
Baal was like, I'm tired of rosemary.
Yeah. Tired of that time thing.
Tired of that time, right? I need something else. I need some fennel. I don't know. I need some what's that one expensive herb Abishai?
Oh.
Some saffron. I need some saffron. Get that saffron on these sacrifices. I don't know. It don't say though, right? Well, we just know he wanted an herb field.
Yeah.
Like, when did he become a herbalist all of a sudden? Right? Anyway, go ahead.
Which he refused to give thee for money, for Nabal is not alive, but dead. Verse 16. And it came to pass, when Ahab heard that Nabal was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Nabal, the Jezreelite, to take possession of it. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah in Tishbite, saying,
I can just imagine Ahab was all happy. He's like, I got it. You know, he's like walking. You know, somebody's like walking.
He was walking like Vince McMahon.
Yeah,
He was walking
You know what I
down
mean?
like
Like-
Reserve Field. Remember how Vince McMahon used to walk down on WWE?
God.
Chest out, just back straight, just
He's like, yeah, I got it.
no love. Laha. Aha. Go ahead.
verse 18, Arise, go down to meet Ahab, king of Israel, which is in Samaria. Behold, he is in the vineyard of Nabal. whither he is gone down to possess it. And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus says the Lord, hast thou killed and also taken possession? And thou shalt speak unto him, saying, Thus says the Lord, in the place where dogs lick the blood on the ball, shall dogs lick the blood like blood, even thine. And Ahab said to Elijah, Hast thou found me, O my enemy? And he answered, I have found thee, because thou hast sold thyself to work evil in the sight of the Lord. Behold, I will bring evil upon thee, and will take away thy posterity, and will cut off from Ahab him that pisses against the wall, and him that is shut up and left in Israel, and will make thy house like the house of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat.
And we know what happened with Jeroboam. He cut off his lineage, right? He cut off his lineage. Go ahead. Just like Rehoboam also, he cut him off. And then remember, we see the kingdom start to transition to different families, right? No, not Rehoboam. It was Jeroboam, right? We see that Israel starts to go into different family lines, right? After Jeroboam and his son. Right? Go ahead.
And like the house of Baasha, the son of Ahijah.
Right.
For the provocation wherewith thou hast provoked me to anger and made Israel to sin. And of Jezebel also spake the Lord, saying, The dogs shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. Him that dieth of Ahab in the cities the dogs shall eat, and him that dieth in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. But there was none like unto Ahab, which did sell himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Lord.
There was none like Ahab that did wickedness, man. Go ahead.
Whom Jezebel his wife stirred up.
See that? Who Jezebel stirred up. She was on this man, she was the battery in this man's back. Very bad, very terrible. Very, very terrible. Go ahead.
Verse 26. And he did very abominably in following idols, according to all things, as did the Amorites, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. And it came to pass, when Ahab heard those words, that he rent his clothes and put sackcloth upon his flesh, and fasted, and lay in sackcloth, and went softly. And the word of the Lord came to Elijah the Tishbite, saying,
Seest thou how Ahab humbled himself before me? Because he humbleth himself before me, I will not bring the evil in his days.
So he did break himself. He did humble down. He did recognize. Go ahead.
But in his son's days will I bring the evil upon his house.
Now, okay. See? Pause. Pause real quick. So was the Most High just going to put Ahab's sins on his son? What would have happened to make this? I think we spoke about this last week. What would have to happen for Ahab's sons to feel this evil? What?
So basically, Ahab's son would be watching everything that his father was doing, and then instead of choosing the good, he would still choose to follow after his father, and therefore he would be judged for the things that he followed after his father did.
Right. Right. So Ahab's son would have had to chose to do evil for this. Because think about it. We just see Ahab doing wickedness his whole damn career. And then he changes, and the Most High does what? He said, okay, I'll let it happen to him because he changed up, did the right thing, but it's going to hit his son. Right? Now, what if his son comes out and he's doing good? It ain't gonna hit him. It's gonna keep going. It's gonna go down to the generations. It's gonna hit one of his sons, right? So that's how that works. They still got a choice to make. The Most High is not just gonna put something on a man that like had nothing to do with it, or that wasn't around or didn't do his own wickedness. So his sons, what is it saying? That his sons are gonna do something off, and they're gonna get the punishment that's gonna be handed down. Right? Read on. You read to 22 and
First Kings, chapter 22, verse 1. And they continued 3 years without war between Syria and Israel. And it came to pass in the 3rd year that Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, came down to the king of Israel. And the king of Israel said unto his servants, Know ye that Ramoth in Gilead is ours, and we be still, and take it not out of the hand of the king of Syria. And he said unto Jehoshaphat, Wilt thou go with me to battle to Ramoth Gilead? And Jehoshaphat said to the king of Israel, I am as thou art, my people as thy people, my horses as thy horses. And Jehoshaphat said unto the king of Israel, Inquire, I pray thee, at the word of the Lord today. Then the king of Israel gathered the prophets together, about 400 men, and said unto them, Shall I go against Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall I forbear? And they said, Go up, for the Lord shall deliver it into the hand of the king. And Jehoshaphat said, Is there not here a prophet of the Lord besides, that we might inquire of him? And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, There is yet one man, Micaiah, the son of Imlah, by whom we may inquire of the Lord. But I hate him, for he doth not prophesy good concerning me, but evil.
Who yet?
Verse 8.
What chapter?
22.
Okay.
Jehoshaphat, he met with the king of Israel
Okay.
in order to go to battle at Ramoth Gilead,
Mhm.
to take out the hands of the king of Syria.
Right.
So, verse 8, last precept. For he doth not prophesy good concerning me, but evil. And Jehoshaphat said, Let not the king say so. Then the king of Israel called an officer and said, Hasten hither Micaiah, the son of Imlah. And the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, sat each on his throne, having put on their robes, in a void place in the entrance of the gate of Samaria. And all the prophets prophesied before them. And Zedekiah, the son of Kenaiah, made him horns of iron, and said, Thus saith the Lord, with these shalt thou push the Syrians until thou have consumed them. And all the prophets prophesied, so saying, Go up to Ramoth Gilead and prosper. For the Most High shall deliver it into the king's hand. And the messenger that was gone to call Micaiah spake unto him, saying, Behold, now the words of the prophets declare good unto the king with one mouth. Let thy word, I pray thee, be like the word of one of them, and speak that which is good. And Micaiah said, as the Most High liveth, what the Most High saith unto me, that will I speak. So he came to the king, and the king said unto him, Micaiah, shall we go against Ramoth Gilead to battle, or shall we forbear? And he answered him, go and prosper, for the Most High shall deliver it into the hand of the king. And the king said unto him, how many times shall I adjure thee that thou tell me nothing but that which is true in the name of the Most High? And he said, I saw all Israel scattered upon the hills, as sheep that have not a shepherd. And the Most High said, these have no master. Let them return, every man.
Wait, and verse 17, read that again, very important.
And he said, I saw all Israel scattered upon the hills, as sheep that have not a shepherd.
Right.
And the Most High said, these have no master. Let them return, every man to his house in peace. And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, did I not tell thee that he would prophesy no good concerning me, but evil?
Wasn't it a true prophecy? Were they gonna be were they gonna be scattered out?
Yep.
Were they gonna be dispersed? Right? And weren't they gonna be a sheep with no shepherd? Right? So you're getting, remember, I said this a couple of classes ago. And what's cold is when we were reading that 1 John, it tells you in that 1 John that Yahweh Shai was ordained because, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it says something, it referred to something back in the garden. Like as soon as that evil was brought forth, the necessity of Yahweh Shai was now put there, right? So think about it. If these little small prophecies are being thrown out there about the scattering of the people, right? Think about how far we are from like new, quote unquote, New Testament, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Galatians. Think about how far we are from that. But it's already being talked about. Right? Things are already being put into play. Think about how much distance is created between the northern and southern, especially when these northern cats get took. When they get taken away, that's it, bro. Southern Kingdom start looking at them, fund me. Who's y'all? Are y'all back? But who's you?
Yeah.
We don't know you.
What's your lineage?
What's your priest? Wait, what? Nah. Right? And remember, a lot of them, the majority did not come back into the land. They left and went to another land.
Yeah.
So even that drives this further wedge into the minds of the natural born Jews for Israel. You see that? That envy that is spoken about in Ezekiel? That was a lot going on. But where is it starting? Started all the way, I mean, come on. Even before this chapter, we know it started back with Jeroboam and Rehoboam. How they was dealing with the people, right? When the kingdom splits. It started back when David lost part of the kingdom to Sheba. And to Absalom.
Yeah.
Remember, Absalom was doing his thing for 40 years, running the kingdom.
Yeah.
Right, he was in Hebron, chilling.
Yeah. Come up here.
40 years. Getting the people and gathering to the point where when it's time for war, the majority of the kingdom goes with Absalom. David got to run.
Yeah.
So there was constant, this turmoil, right? And there was, we know that with the David situation, that was not an official split, but the kingdom was divided.
Yeah.
Right? What's that?
Did you even go back to in Joshua when they had their own land? Their own,
Yeah. these Jabesh Gileadite niggas, man. Remember who did Judah get? Who did Benjamin get their women from? It was these guys. They kidnapped all these women and ran up into the damn north. Well, who didn't go up to fight against Benjamin? It was Jabesh Gilead or Ramoth Gilead. It was these Gileadite cats, right? These East Manassites. They didn't come up to fight, so you know what? Let them take their women. Like, you got to understand the history. Like, there's always been this. As soon as we get into Canaan, it's a wrap.
Yeah. They said that altar.
They made that altar, like, in case you guys make us forget, our children forget the Lord. Well, all you got to do is come visit.
Yeah.
What? The Most High's name was in Ephraim at that time, a city in Ephraim.
Yeah.
Right? So everyone had to cross that Jordan.
Sukkah?
What was it, Sukkah? Was that in Ephraim? I know it was a city in Ephraim, and then it got switched up.
Yeah.
But the point is, no matter what, it was on the west side, right?
Yeah.
So y'all got to ride over to this west side,
You know what I'm saying?
right? And be brothers with your brethren. But they didn't want to do that all the time from Judges. So like this Jordan River is dividing us, and it's such an immense crossing that we can't do this thing 3 times a year like the Bible said, like the commandments said. You know what I'm saying? And so what does that do? That's the first wedge.
Yeah.
And then we're no longer Manassites, we're Gileadites.
Right.
We're no longer Reubenites and Gadites, we're Gileadites.
Tishbites.
We're thisabite and thatabite.
Carmelites.
We're the ites, right? We're no longer from the tribes. We're not associating with those names that Jacob gave. We're associating with the names of the land. That causes more of a division. And the division is, well, anyone can be a Tishbite. It's just a city.
Yeah.
Anyone can be a Gileadite. It's just a name of a land.
Okay.
Now you got to dig deeper. Well, you're a Tishbite from the house of, oh, well, I'm really an Israelite, but I just, Tishbe just sounds good.
Yeah.
Gileadite just sounds like, you got to see how that, it confuses things, right? But remember, the Most High said it. I'll give them up to their own delusion. I'll give them up to their own deceptions.
Confusion of faces.
I'll harden their hearts against each other. And that's what we see from Judges till now, right? From now, from this point, from Judges to this point, we're about 500 years. Well, probably even more. From Solomon to Judges was 450 years. Judges lasted 380 years. It's almost 1,000 years of just division. You know how much is lost in that 1,000 years? And then when these Assyrians come in and literally take these cats out the land, bro, what do you have? What are you gonna have? But now we understand the necessity of Christ. Now we understand the necessity of a Paul and a Peter and the missions that they were sent on. Right? This wasn't to say white boys in Rome. That's crazy. It was to say the Israelites that were being pushed into Rome and Italy and Greece and Turkey, right? At this point, we still concentrated Barakatah Yahweh in this coast. But what happens when we start moving up into Damascus and Syria and Phoenicia? What happens when we start moving up that way? Well, that's what happened. When the Assyrians took us, they moved us north just to bring us, they took us north, then we went east. That was the way you traveled. So you went up into these, you had Aram, right? You had all these different nations that they dropped us off, each stop, you get dropped off. And then you do what? You make your bed, you lay in it, you make a family, you integrate. It was wild. Now think about that. That happened one time with the Assyrians. It happened for 20 years straight with Nebuchadnezzar. Right? What was going on with the Syrians? The Persians and Medes. Bruh, it's crazy. It's crazy. So, these things that are being thrown out, we can take them light and say, oh yeah, that was his Most High speaking. He was speaking on the condition and showing because of this is what's happening. Right? I see them scattered like sheep. That's New Testament talk. That's Christ talk. Right? But it's happening because of the situations that we created. You gotta keep that in mind. So when it comes to, when you start going into these prophecies and you hear Paul talk, he's not directing his talk to no white people. He's not talking about white people. He's talking about Israelites from this time and throughout their whole history, right? But he harps more on a lot of the prophecies to bring Israel back together, right? Because at this point, there's nothing to really bring back together. Not yet.
Right, yep.
Because they're not completely destroyed yet. There's still hope. You got Jehoshaphat, and you got this king of Israel, right? They can chill together and come up with something.
Yeah, talk.
They can talk. But there's gonna be a point where there ain't no talking, right? So let's read on. Let's where we at?
Verse 19. And he said, hear thou therefore the word of the Lord.
Right.
I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the hosts of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. And the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And what?
So what are we getting here? We getting a vision from this prophet. Obviously, right? The Lord sitting on his throne and all the hosts of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. The angelics, right? The Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab? You see that? Or deceive, right? It's just showing you that the Most High got control of all the spirits. And they do his works, right? They do what's needed. They're not gonna go against the command. He asked the question. Somebody stepped up, right? We know who stepped up. That satanic, devilish, lying spirit that was created with all the other spirits stepped up to do his job. Pick me. Pick me.
I'll go.
I'll go because that's my job. Go ahead.
And one said unto this, and one said on this manner, and another said on that manner.
Right.
And there came forth a spirit, and stood before the Most High, and said, I will persuade him.
I'll lie, but that's what I do. I'll deceive him, because that's what I do. Go ahead.
And the Most High said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets.
Because the deceiver, and go there for me real quick in that Job.
Yes, sir.
Keep quoting it. Give me the one in Psalms where it says he sent Psalm 70. Ooh. Man, and Shaddach went to that cold one in Psalms.
The one from yesterday?
Oh, no. That one from Monday. That nasty one in Psalms that he went to. Ugh. Where he said I was set, I was, what did he say? I'll stand at his right hand? Man, I gotta find that one in Psalms. That one was dirty. Shaddach with the sword game, right? Give me that one in Job. Give me the one in Psalms. Psalms, and there's another one in Psalms. Left to your own devices, right? Steal from this class real quick. Go to Job 12:16. Ah!
Want that Job now?
Yeah, read that.
Book of Job, chapter 12, verse 16.
Right?
With him is strength
Right?
and wisdom.
Go ahead.
The deceived and the deceiver are his.
Yeah, the deceived and the deceiver are his. Right? Go to Psalms 78 and verse 49.
Psalm chapter 78 and verse 49. He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger, wrath, and indignation, and trouble by sending evil angels among them.
Right?
He made a way to his anger.
You see that? He'll send the evil angels among them to appease his wrath. Go from there, go to Psalms. You found it?
The right hand?
The 109?
Yeah.
Read it. 109:6.
Psalms chapter 109, verse 6. Set thou a wicked man over him,
Right?
and let Satan stand on his right hand.
Damn. Come on. But that's what's happening with Ahab. Right? The Most High is letting Satan stand at his right hand and guide him. Lie to him. Right? Be that adversary. Because that's what Ahab is on. He's living in that deception. Right? So when that lying spirit steps up, which is just Satan doing his job. Right? The devil doing his job. Uh-oh. What you gonna do? You can drop that. Go ahead. Where we at?
We're at verse 22. And the Most High said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets.
Yeah, how you gonna do this? So, this even shows there's order in the heavens. Right? There's order in the heavens. Like, nobody can just do whatever they want. There's no rebellion. That's wild to think, like, the angels rebelled. Like, the Most High don't got control of his realm. So he can thunder, lightning, flood, kill. I kill, I make alive. I do all these things, but then I can't control the spirits I created. Uh-oh. Okay.
I can't control my own domain.
Yeah, like, come on, bro. Come on, think about it. But then people, you got, I'm not gonna call them stupid, but you got our Christian brothers and sisters, right? They'll give way to this thought process, and then that's when you come up with stupid doctrines.
Yes.
Like Genesis 6, fallen angels. That's a dumb doctrine.
Yes.
That's very dumb. That the Most High is in control of everything, but then somehow some angels were rebellious in the heavens, and then they came down to earth and just start laying with everything. Damn. They had no restraint. How come they didn't sleep with animals? They had no restraint. Right? How come they didn't do whatever the hell they wanted? My question is always this with that. So when the flood came, if the angels were so powerful that came down and slept with everything, how come the flood wiped them out?
Yeah.
Where were they after the flood? Where were their offspring after the flood?
Unless it's like you ever seen that Noah movie?
Oh, he hung on to the ship?
Yeah, with the
Two-ball
rock
game?
monsters and all them.
Bruh,
Like
all the
those were
rock-
the angels.
Bruh. But they got wiped out too.
They got wiped out by
men. But my point is that these angels were so powerful. If they were actually angels, how come water wiped them out? They couldn't flap above the clouds?
Well, you see, they lost their wings because they became fallen angels.
When they fell, they lose their wings.
They lose their they're not as angelic, but they're still angelic.
Their wings get clipped.
Sounds like
Right.
Stupid.
So you see the foolishness, right? And then brothers will double down.
Yeah.
Book of Enoch.
Yeah.
They'll double down in that foolishness, and it's like, come on now. And Azaliel, he taught men how to be crazy and wicked and how to do this when the Bible says that men, brass and artificers before Genesis the 6th chapter. Like, I could go all through it and dismantle page by page that entire book, page by page, right? But it's a dumb doctrine that we gotta look at things in what the scriptures are showing us, that the Most High has the control. That's what he was showing Elijah. I'm in control, and I'm doing things on the back end that you can't even see, so don't comment. Right? I got pots on the stove, on the back burner, front burner. I got the oven going. I got many ovens on. Right? So don't worry about what's cooking. Can you smell what the rock is cooking? You can't smell what the Most High is cooking sometimes.
Yeah, blending some sauce over here. You don't know what I'm
Yeah, you know what's going on. Yeah, you don't know what type of seasonings I got.
Don't find me.
Right? You don't know the Most High's hand.
Yeah.
That's what he's showing us. But to think that the Most High's hand is not strong enough, he's called the Father of Spirits, but he don't control them all. Come on, man. Christianity is a rough. That's a rough teaching. What's that, sis?
You know, and it sounds like because people who come up with these doctrines don't have a full understanding. They just don't get
They
what
don't.
scriptures are saying. They just make up stuff. They make up things just because they don't get it. And it's not meant for them to get it, which is why they make
That's
it.
true. He revealed his secrets to his saints, right? So I get it when Christianity goes all the way off on the deep end, talking about Satan got cast into the earth,
Same
and his
fight against
angels, and
God.
he got angels, and Michael was fighting with him on. I get how they break that down, and they really think like, yo, there was a war in the heavens.
Right.
Prophecy. Damn.
Right.
So they was literally banging
Right.
in the third and fourth dimensions. Like Michael and his
Really?
angels was like, really? Like, how did that look? Like Satan pulled his sword out. Gotcha, I'm God.
Right. Because they
And then
need
Michael
swords.
pulled out his sword,
Right.
and they was like, touche.
Yeah. Get out of here, Satan. I don't want to kill you.
Yeah.
Like, man,
And the Most High was like, stop, guys. Stop it, sons.
sons. Yeah. Yes.
No fighting. You know what? You go down.
Y'all listen to me.
You're on punishment. Kicking you out of that. You're on punishment. Take a time out.
Wait till Jesus get
Take
here.
your friends with you. What the hell?
But that's the movie.
Huh?
That's the movie.
That's the
That's
movies.
the movies we see.
Yes.
From these scriptures because they can't fathom
Super hilarious.
what the spiritual aspect
Yeah.
of what's happening.
What's the one movie? Is it Legion?
Where
Where Michael and Gabriel?
Yeah, he rebelled.
He rebelled.
And Gabriel was like,
Gabriel was like, Father is gonna have your head. Like,
yeah, we gotta kill them all.
Yo, and then what's the other one? Y'all gotta watch the one Y'all gotta watch the show Lucifer. Have you never seen? Have you seen it?
Yeah.
And like the devil. So what is he? He's Lucifer.
Yeah.
Their dad is the Most High. Their mama is like some devil. Lilith. Yeah, something. She's like Lilith, supposed to be Adam's extra rib.
Right.
Right. Then you got Michael, Gabriel. Gabriel's a black dude.
Yeah. I was like,
Right?
Michael was
Or
like
Michael was the black dude.
Yeah, and that was.
They got like this hodgepodge, like mixed up family
Yeah.
that the Most High like constructed, sent Lucifer on the earth, but he's doing miracles for people. He ain't doing evil.
Right. He's like an anti-hero type.
Yeah, he's like the anti-hero.
Yeah.
He ain't doing negative. He's using his powers for good.
Yeah. Come on.
Just misunderstood.
Yeah,
Y'all don't understand.
he's stopping car accidents. He's twinkling his nose.
Oh my goodness.
Dishes is being washed.
He's really trying to help you deal with your problems.
Yeah.
By opening up the problem itself.
Yeah, and that way he fixes his daddy issues because he's on earth because he's mad at the Most High.
Right.
You gotta watch that show. It's actually a good show, but it's retarded as hell.
But it's appealing to
Yeah.
people
Yes.
who don't know this.
That's the point. It appeals to the senses of the people that think that, damn, so God got like a mixed family up there of angels, and they just all black, white, Asian, and he's married. Whoa,
God has a
God has a wife. I never knew that. And I'm not gonna search the Bible to see is that true or not.
I'm gonna take that as fact.
And you know, big brother Jesus, he's just waiting to see what everyone does, and then he's gonna come and fix it all.
He can't play. All the other
Bruh.
people can play. Christ can't play.
Wild. You gotta watch that show though. It's actually a good show.
Another show that you
But don't
guys
watch
see
it unless you don't know the Bible. Don't watch it if you don't know the Bible.
Right. That's
You don't know the Bible, you're gonna get caught up, man. You're gonna be bewitched.
Another show you can see that in is Supernatural.
Supernatural. I never watched Supernatural,
Yeah,
so that's the same
Supernatural.
thing.
Yeah, it's like
What are they? Fallen angels?
So you got fallen angels, you got God, who's like a writer, a little short kind of guy, and then you got Satan, who's against God, but daddy issues too. Like he
Is
just,
God his daddy?
God's his dad.
Oh damn.
God's the dad of all of them.
Right. At least they got that right.
You know what I'm saying?
they got like 9 seasons or something like that.
Yeah, like 9, 10.
Niggas love witchery.
Yeah.
Foolish Galatians. Who bewitched you?
They got like 12.
Yeah, it's more than 9. There's a lot.
Yeah.
But
I think 9 was it stopped being good.
But that's the thing. People love that whole bewitching. They love to be tricked.
Yeah.
They love to be lied to. Right? And that's what we're dealing with here with Ahab. He loved to be lied to. Jezebel was a liar.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? You think she was doing everything and he was like, yeah, do that. A lot of the things he didn't know about. But did he care? That's the point. Did he care that she was deceptive? That she was a liar, that she was a murderer? So it was easy to lie to him because he was on all types of just consenting.
Yeah.
Right? That's why the scriptures tell you about consenting. It's in it's in Psalms. It says, consent not with a murderer.
Yeah.
Somebody find that. I think it comes back and says something like you'll be like him, or where's it at? Oh no, watch. Psalms. Is it Psalm 52?
Proverbs 1.
Okay, wait, what? Oh no, that's is that Proverbs? Is it Proverbs 1?
Proverbs 1 and 10.
What does Proverbs 1 and 10 say?
It says, my son, Proverbs chapter 1, verse 10. My son, if sinners entice thee, consent thou not.
Right.
If they say, come with us, let us lay wait for blood. Let us lurk privately for the innocent without cause. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoil. Cast in thy lot among us. Let us all have one purse.
Right. So we get that one. And there was another one I was thinking about. It says if they,
Is it Timothy 6:3?
this isn't like Proverbs or Psalms. It said when you saw a murder, you consented with him.
Oh, I think that is in Proverbs. I'll just,
Right. When thou sawest a thief,
right. You didn't-
it says you consented. Wow. It is Psalm. I'm right there. I'm at Psalm 52. It's Psalm 50. That's what I was thinking of. It's Psalms 50. This is a cold scripture right here.
That's probably.
It's Psalms 50. That's where you was at?
That's
I was thinking about
Oh,
that.
you was thinking about that? Okay. So we was in the same mind and the same
Brother,
judgment.
you should have said something, brother.
Right.
You should have said something.
Well, yeah, I was just waiting for him to go and say it first.
You gotta help your brother out. Because he asked.
I mean,
Like,
you're righteous with the gold crown.
Right. Read Psalms 50. Oh, yeah, 50 and start at 16.
Psalm chapter 50, verse 16.
Right?
But unto the weak
Wicked.
saith, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take the covenant in thy mouth?
Go ahead.
Seeing thou hast in true
Haters.
hatest,
Bro, make sure you bring your glasses. Read.
and
Cast it.
my words behind thee.
Go ahead.
When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him,
Right.
and has been
Partaker.
partaker with adulterers.
See that? With adulterers. He consented. Ahab consented to Jezebel. Read on.
Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit.
Go ahead.
Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother.
Right.
Thou slanderest
Right.
thine own mother's son.
Go ahead.
These things hast thou done,
Read.
and I kept silence.
Come on.
Thou
Thou thoughtest.
that I was a lot altogether such an one as thyself.
And that's the thoughts of the wicked, like because the Most High ain't smashing their heads in, they're like, oh, God is with it.
Yeah, he's cool.
Most
With
High
it.
is with me. Right? He's down for all this.
God strike me down right now.
But he don't. So, see? I'm good.
Yeah.
God is with it. Go ahead, but he's not. Read.
But I will reprove thee.
I will do what?
Reprove thee.
Come on.
And sit them in order before thine eyes.
Read verse 22.
Now consider this, ye that forget God.
He said, do what?
Ye that forget God,
Come on.
lest I tear you in pieces,
Uh-huh.
and there be none to deliver.
Yeah. And that's got to be the mind, man.
So,
What's that?
so you just said, back up at 21, that second part or the first part where it says that,
These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. The Most High kept silence. Right?
yeah.
This goes right along with Psalm 73, where he said, no, Psalms 83, where he said, keep not thy silence, O Lord. Remember? Because think about it. the Most High, he don't work on your timing. Right? Remember Elijah? What was his thing? They killing us. They wiping us out. Ain't nothing happening. I'm the only one. Well, you're not the only one. I'm going to do things on my timing. Right now, go anoint this king and that prophet. Right? So a lot of the times, even you look at our condition and all the hell we go through, and you sometimes, you're like, damn, when is the Most High going to intervene? Right? But we're looking for that huge intervention. We're looking for the world to stop. Right? But the Most High is always intervening. But he also says, surely the Lord will do nothing. Right? So it's Psalms 83:1. I'm going to just read it. Keep not thou silence, O God, and hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For thine enemies make a tumult. So this is a prayer, right? Yeah. That the Most High take action. In this Psalms, these things hast thou done, and I kept silent. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such and one as thyself. Meaning the wicked thinks that the Most High is with their actions because he's not preventing them. Right? But we know that that's not the case.
Or punishing them when they do things.
Because judgment is not executed speedily, it's set in the hearts of the sons of men to do wickedly.
So when somebody says, if I'm wrong, Most High
Strike me.
Strike me down.
right now.
Right, and he ain't gonna do that. He gonna let you keep doing your wickedness, and he gonna let you get shot in the face later down the line.
He might kill you slow.
Or you probably already dying. Yeah,
Right.
he's not gonna. Most High ain't gonna strike nobody down with lightning. But then you know what's funny? I was watching a woman. She was a comedian. She was on there talking about the COVID shot. And She was talking. She said something about the Most High, and he dropped her ass right there on the spot. Heart attack. She was there talking. Literally, she said something about the Most High, the COVID shot. She said something. She just fell back. Boom. And then she started shaking, and everybody's like, "Oh!" And then clapping, and then they're like,
That ain't part of that.
start getting quiet. They're like, "Wait a minute, call the ambulance!"
Oh no.
Yeah, she had a heart attack on the stage. Right? So you don't tempt the Most High. What?
Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 4.
Read it.
Say, okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 4. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me?
See? That's the wicked though. Like I said, but what happened? Most High ain't doing like what he do. See, he give me a pass.
Yeah, he cool with it.
Cool with it. Right? He cool with it. Yeah. He'll let you he's never not doing anything. That's the coldest part about the Most High. He's never not doing something.
That means doing something.
He got things on the back burner waiting for you. When Solomon sinned, Esau was like, that nigga appeared like bewitched. He appeared like right up in Solomon's face, ready, got ready. But did he just appear out of nowhere, or did we read about him being in Egypt, being built up and being nourished up by the Egyptians just for that moment? You see that? So Most High is never not doing nothing. What's that?
It's kind of like with Elijah and the prophets, how he was mocking them. It's like our people mock our God. It's like they mock the Most High.
Oh, all day.
Where is he?
All day. Where is he? Well, remember, it tells you in Timothy's, in the last days, scoffers, saying, since the fathers have slept, where is the coming of your Lord? Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed.
Yeah, you blind if ain't nothing changed.
Right.
Because the world has just went like thumbs down.
Yeah.
Right? The moral fabric ain't there.
Even in the last 30 years.
Oh, it's terrible.
You see.
Make America great again. When has America been great?
Ain't never been great.
Right? Just all these mantras and all these different things. Yes, we can. Do what? Right? Like, that's the mind, right? Of the scoffers, the wicked, the ones that are not looking. They're saying these things, right? But we know the Most High is always working, right? But the Most High works a lot of things in secret. He don't reveal his hand right away. Remember, he said he let the wicked get to the height of their wickedness.
Yep.
He let them just continue to do wicked. You read that in Maccabees. But he said with us, he punished us straight away so that we're not all consumed together in our wickedness. So, there's always, listen, when we getting shot, When we dying on drugs, when we getting kidnapped, when we dying of bad eating and health, that is the Most High saying, get right.
Yes.
Truthfully, that is a sign to get right. When you sitting there, when somebody in your neighborhood gets shot and you jump and you march and you cry and you bitch and complain and then they stone you on the march and they water you down and they do fake crowd uproars and you get that's the Most High.
Yeah.
Letting that happen to show you like none of that stuff's gonna work. I'm gonna work.
Yeah.
Right? I'll work for you, but you gotta do for me. You see that? And he'll allow us, going back to the scripture, did you finish? Go ahead.
Say not, I have sinned.
Right.
And what harm hath happened unto me?
Go ahead.
For the Lord is long suffering.
He's what?
Is long suffering.
He got mad time.
He is long suffering.
Yeah, he'll let your sons fall into that negative and chastise them.
In long suffering.
Look at David and his generations. Look at Jeroboam, his generations.
Is long suffering.
He's very long suffering. He got time. Go ahead.
He will in no wise let thee go.
Yeah, he don't sleep.
Nah.
He not on a journey.
His hand don't slack.
Yeah, his hand don't slack. He's not on a phone call. His call waiting, it works.
Right. He's not in counsel about
The
it.
Most High got an Android phone, top of the line. You know what I'm saying?
Let's not lie to each other.
Most High got an Android phone.
Let's not lie to each other that.
Most High got Android, right? With AT&T
Most High has them
service.
both combined to the best. To the highest.
You see how these wicked Apple users want to try to engraft themselves into the righteous branch?
To the main branch.
Bruh, you wicked Apple. The Most High does not use faulty Apple products.
Let's die.
The Most High is a man of standard.
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
That's what I'm glad we're in agreement.
So the Most High, his Android phone is always on speed dial.
Well, they both start with an A, so you know what I mean?
Calm, bro. But we know that the Most High, he always answers because his phone gets the message right away. Like this morning when I'm like, yo, who's getting the message for the YouTube so I can log in?
Yeah, I got your
Shaddad didn't get the message until we went live.
I mean, that's just because that's the
Bow!
you know what I
Bow! Got him.
I got the message.
He gets the messages.
I got the message.
He got no. The message was being sent to his phone so I could get the code to log in. I'm getting the messages now. I'm like, bro, why'd you show me that? Why'd you show me that an hour later? If I was dying on the side of the road and I needed that code, Apple would have killed me.
I would have got you though, because this Apple's alright.
This guy brothers use T-Mobile, that's why.
Bruh.
I use T-Mobile, ain't it?
Well, the point is this. The point is this. The Most High got the best cell service and the best phone.
Right.
He always answers. That's the point. Right? That's the point. So let's jump back to, can I get one? Oh, you ain't trying to talk about,
It says
the Apple.
It says right here, Apple. No, but Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 11. It says that if you look at the beginning of the chapter, it talks about everything having a season, everything having a time.
Right.
Right. So Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 11. He has made everything beautiful in his time. Right. So the Most High,
Right.
regardless on how we look at it, everything that he does is perfect. It's correct. It's right on time. The judgments, are when you feel like the judgment should have happened earlier. It is perfect. It's on time. Because Most High he's not slacking. And his judgment is perfect in everything that he does.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's and read further. It says, also he have set the world in their hearts, set the world in your mind. So how you think about the situation and how pure you keep your outlook towards it is how you glorify the Most High, because he does everything perfect. So when things happen, you're not going to be in a hasty rush. I got to make something happen. You understand that the Most High has a time. He has a perfect season for everything. So I just wanted to add.
Right. Bars. Right. Go ahead. Read on.
Apples.
Bars.
Apples.
He had to redeem himself.
So,
Damn.
First
Apple
Kings.
Apple, no, go ahead.
Trying to redeem himself.
We eating apple packs, so good.
Yeah.
What y'all want?
You cats, man.
First Kings. Chapter 22, verse 23. Now therefore, behold, the Most High hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets.
See, because no matter what, the Lord, the Most High, gets the credit. He controls it all, right? He gets the credit either way it goes. Go ahead.
And the Most High has spoken evil concerning thee. But Zedekiah, the son of Kenaiah,
Yep.
Kenaiah, verse 24.
Okay, go ahead.
Went near and smote Micaiah on the cheek and said, which way went the Spirit of the Lord from me to speak unto thee? And Micaiah said, behold, thou shalt see in that day, when thou shalt go into a inner chamber to hide thyself. And the king of Israel said, take Micaiah and carry him back unto Amon, the governor of the city, and to Joash, the king's son. Dang.
So, okay, Joash, I'm trying to remember something. Who were the men that Elijah was told to anoint? That's and Jehu. So we got Jehu. Okay, so they haven't came into play yet. Just making sure. Right, that's back in 19 and verse 16, 15 and 16. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's on me?
Yes, sir.
It's on me, baby. Right, salute again. Right?
Zedekiah, man.
Yeah, he's smacking cats.
Yeah.
Beating cats down. Yeah, these prophets were rough, bro. These kings.
And he's like, who said that the Spirit of the Lord should go to you?
Right.
Like,
Which way went the Spirit of the Lord from me to speak unto thee?
God.
Smack the Bah!
Golly. That's heavy, man.
You know, like when you smack a cat with your gloves?
Yeah.
Right? That's like a gentleman's slap.
Yeah.
This wasn't that.
Nah, this is
That was
like,
an old rough warhand. Judite.
you put your shoulder into it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Make your whole face swell up. Put some powder. Yeah. Pimp slap hand. So what verse am I at? Verse 27. Right. And say, thus saith the king, put this fellow in the prison and feed him with bread of affliction and with water of affliction until I come in peace. And Micaiah said, if thou return at all in peace, the Lord hath not spoken by me. And he said, hearken, O people, every one of you. So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, went up to Ramoth Gilead. Right? Ramoth Gilead is East Manasseh, which is the northernmost part. Not the northernmost part, but it would be East Manasseh back in the judges' time. Right? And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and enter into the battle. But put thou on thy robes. And the king of Israel disguised himself and went into the battle. Who was the king of Israel at this time? Oh, y'all ain't paying attention? Ah, bro, Jehoshaphat.
No, that's King, southern tribe.
Who is the king of Israel that's speaking to Jehoshaphat?
Oh.
He can't be the king of Israel if he's being spoken to by the king of Israel. Come on.
That's Ahab.
So the king of Israel and Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah. Jehoshaphat's the king of Judah. Remember, there. So who's the king of Israel that is speaking about? Remember, I stepped out. Y'all gotta catch me up real quick. Y'all cat, bro. Come on, man. Y'all ain't paying attention. Who's the king of Israel at this time? So they continue. Go back to verse chapter 22. I missed it because I stepped out. I'm not trying to trick y'all. I know I'd be having them questions that be tricky. That'd be right there in the paper. Right? They'd be right there on the paper. Huh? I don't know how you. They'd be right there on the paper, right? God. And they continued 3 years without a war between Syria and Israel. It came to pass in the third year that Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, came down to the king of Israel. So it's got to be, it's still Ahab.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who said that? Okay, y'all both said it. Okay, what?
We all said it.
Y'all said, okay. Bro, you didn't say it. How you gonna take the
Roll the
Read.
camera back.
roll the camera back?
Oh, check tape, huh?
Check the tape. Replays is on. I'm gonna check it too.
Aha.
Who will be a lying spirit in the right? Okay, so we're dealing with Ahab and Jehoshaphat. I just wanted to make sure because it didn't. When I stepped out, I think I missed it. And remember, there's so many names going on here. You gotta keep track because you're dealing with two. Remember, you're dealing with two separate kings. You're dealing with two prophets. You're dealing with their sons. You got all these different things happening, right? It's almost when you go back to David and Saul. You're dealing with two men with two separate armies with two captains, right? You're dealing with all these names, so you want to make sure you keep it track as we, you want to track the conversation. So I'm just making sure I'm keeping track. I'm trying to stump nobody. It's all up. Corey is unstoppable.
When they're saying the king of Israel, they're speaking about Ahab.
They're speaking about Ahab, right? They just don't name
That
it.
lion spirit.
So right, because it even says, right, that I knew that. Who should be a lying spirit in the mouth of the prophets Ahab? Right. So Ahab is still the king of Israel, and we got Jehoshaphat, who's the king of Judah. So Asa is no longer. Asa's done. His reign is over.
Right.
Right.
Ahab are still at the same time.
Right. And so Asa's done.
Yeah, Asa's done.
Yeah, go to verse 41.
Right. But no, I'm not gonna.
20, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep reading. Yeah, I'm gonna keep reading down. So, just making sure. And the king of Israel said unto Jehoshaphat, I will disguise myself and enter into the battle. So Ahab said to Jehoshaphat, right? But put thou on thy robes, and the king of Israel disguised himself and went into the battle. But the king of Syria commanded his 32 captains that had rule over his chariot, saying, fight neither with small nor great, save only with the king of Israel. And it came to pass, when the captains of the chariot saw Jehoshaphat, that they said, surely it is the king of Israel. And they turned aside to fight against him, and Jehoshaphat cried out. And it came to pass, when the captains of the chariots perceived that it was not the king of Israel, that they turned back from pursuing him. And a certain man drew a bow at a venture, and smote the king of Israel between the joints of the harness. Wherefore he said unto the driver of his chariot, turn thy hand, and carry me out of the host, for I am wounded. And the battle increased that day, and the king was stayed up in his chariot against the Syrians, and died at even, and the blood ran out of the wound into the midst of the chariot. And there went a proclamation throughout the host about the going down of the sun, saying, every man to his city, every man to his own country. So the king died and was brought to Samaria, and they buried the king in Samaria. Speaking of Ahab, right? Mm-hmm. And one washed the chariot in the pool of Samaria, and the dogs licked up his blood. Ooh. Didn't that? Ooh. Damn. Didn't that prophecy? The dogs would lick the blood of Ahab. Damn. Besides word, don't. His wife. One for him and one for his wife. So let's see how she catches it.
Oh, man.
Right? Let's see how she catches it. And they washed his armor according to the word of the Lord which he spake. Now the rest of the acts of Ahab and all that he did, and the ivory house which he made. Dang, the ivory house? Who's you? He was trying to copy Solomon, man. Because remember, Solomon had ivory. It said the statues were ivory overlaid with gold.
Yeah.
Right? How many elephants did they have to kill? Right? And all that he did in the ivory house which he made, and all the cities that he built, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Israel? And they are. So Ahab slept with his fathers, and Ahaziah, his son, reigned in his stead. And Jehoshaphat, the son of Asa, began to reign over Judah in the 4th year of Ahab, king of Israel. Jehoshaphat was 30 and 5 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 20 and 5 years. Wow. In Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Azubah, the daughter of Shilhi. And he walked in all the ways of Asa his father. He turned not aside from it, doing that which was right in the eyes of the Lord. See, this is the problem. Nevertheless, the high places were not taken away, for the people offered burnt incense yet in the high places. So this was a snare, man. Cats was going up, burning strange incense, right? They didn't take away those high places were like places that were like in the valleys and in the hills where you kind of had to trek up.
Like pilgrimages.
Yeah, you had to make a move to get up there, right? They were kind of away from the prying eyes, the Bohemian Grove type setups. A lot of privacy fences and bushes, right? Big juniper trees covering up what you had going on, right? Those were supposed to be sought out and broken down. And you know how Israel is. You give Israel an inch, they're going to take a mile. If one's doing it, well, he did it. But what's good is for the goose ain't always good for the gander. Right? But that's how our people think. It's very primitive and childish. You see that? So if this whole idea is not eradicated, well, what's going to happen? Somebody is going to take a little bit, a little leaven, leaveneth the entire lump. Right? So Jehoshaphat made the same mistake as Asa. He didn't take away all the filth. And Jehoshaphat made peace with the king of Israel. See that? So the next king up, Ahab dies. Who comes after Ahab? His son. So they made peace. And you're gonna see this narrative a lot, right? Where there's fighting, then they gotta team up, they gotta make peace. You got cats coming from the north trying to invade Israel. So there's this constant back and forth of peace, fighting, let's team up. I ain't messing with you. It's a lot going on, right? And you know, you gotta see it. If you look at the way everything's set up, think about it. Who's to the south of us? Bam. Esau, Moab, Ammon, they're on the southeast. You got the damn Arabians, right? The wild man up top, Aram, they're up there. Bashan, all these cats, they're up there, right? Then to the further northwest, you got Egypt. You got the Phoenicians on the northwest. Like Israel is literally like this, and then you got enemy, right? Potential enemy. Remember, we haven't even spoke about the Assyrians yet, who are in the west, and guess what they're doing right now? Yo, all types of nastiness, right? Because when we finish with this chapter, we're not going to go into Kings. We're going to go read Jonah, giving y'all a pregame, right? Is it? Yeah, we're going to read the book of Jonah, because Assyria, the Assyrian kingdom is over there bubbling. They already went through like 4 or 5 kings. They ripping through. They destroying people. They sacrificing on a hell of a level. You thought the Canaanites were bad. The Assyrians were one of the worst kingdoms to date. They were like top-notch nasty, top-notch filth, right? So we haven't even spoken about what they got going on. You're really not going to hear about them until 2 Kings, the 16th, 17th chapter, right? But the Most High sends Jonah over there to have them repent from their wickedness, because they wicked. But guess what they are? They're just another thing to get us back in line with the Most High, right? And when the Assyrians start to get rolling, they start taking out everybody, right? On the way to the northern kingdom, they took out all the cats that was above us. The Bashans and the Lebanons, they were nobody. Assyria was just rolling, and they were gobbling up countries and gobbling up lands like Pac-Man. They were literally doing the Pac-Man and just eating up land, bro. The Assyrian land was all the way in the west, and then by the time it was done, Assyria spread all the way from the west here, right? You had the Chaldees that came up where Abraham's from. It went from the southwest and they went all the way. It went like this, the north, and then went all the way up and did like this horseshoe type shape. And all this land was Assyria. And we over here in Israel, the Assyrians is up here. They took all that Chaldees. They took everything, all of it, all the way over here. They even touched down in the south, Queen of the South. They touched some of that land. It was even going at the Egyptians at the time, right? They were the kingdom to be feared. You see that? So, what's that?
So, just how this whole thing, Syria's been bubbling. They've
Bubbling.
been doing things.
Like a hot pot.
So anytime that we mess up, the Most High always has an adversary. He always has somebody to send against us.
Yeah.
Right? So this is a quote from Attila the Hun, right?
Attila the Hun, damn.
Yeah. He says,
The Hungarian.
The Hungarian.
That was a black man, right?
Yeah, he was like, I'm the punishment of God. If ye had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like me upon you.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what these guys like.
That's crazy, right? But look at Esau. Remember he said that the wicked is his sword, right? But does he always got to draw that sword? Not if you're doing right.
If you're doing right.
Right? It said that it says he beareth not the sword in vain.
Yeah.
He only bear the sword for wicked works. You read that in Hebrews, right?
Yeah.
So we got to remember that there's always something in play. I keep saying that. I sound broken, like a broken record. There's always something in play around you, right? But if you're doing good, like the scriptures say, he'll compass you about.
Hedge of protection.
And he'll put that hedge of protection like Job, right? But as soon as because think about it, is it that the Most High stops protecting you or you step out of bounds?
You step out of bounds.
Yeah, you step out the hedge,
Yeah.
right? A kid don't get hit by a car inside of his house. He stepped out into the street,
Right.
right? That you approach to that negative. So we got to remember that the hedge of protection, this is the inbound. This is where you're going to play the game at,
Yeah.
right? Remember, who did it? Right? We going to stay right here. Who did that? You ever watch the movie Hitch, right? He was teaching him how to dance. He said, we're going to be right here.
Yeah, this is
We ain't going to do none of that. We're going to be right here in these little parameters, right?
Yeah.
We're going to snap. We just going to rock back and forth.
You have a lot of room right here.
Yeah, you got a lot of space. And then what did he do? He did some old funky moves and got out of bounds. He smacked him.
That was Monday class.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like the Most High just wants you right here. This is where this is your playground, right? You're gonna be right here. You're gonna live right here in this little box. And Israel is like, but I don't want to do that. It's too boring.
What if I want to crumb?
Yeah, what if I want to crump? What if I want to diddy bop? Right? Well, no, we ain't diddy bopping.
No diddy bop.
Pause. We ain't diddy bopping. We ain't doing the Dame Dash, the Dame Dance. We just want to do a two-step. Most High just want the two-step, right? Two-step. Two-step don't take a lot of work. And you look stylish. Right? And you can literally do any dance with two-step. You just, because you look like you know what you're doing. You're under control. Your posture's right. You're keeping your back straight. Yeah, you're confident. Right? And you can move your shoulders. You can do all the different, you can make faces.
Come on.
And you can two-step to any music.
Wow.
Rap.
Yeah.
You can look cool, drink in your hand, two-step. You get my drink, get my two-step,
My
right?
drink, yeah.
But Israel always want to do like a square dance.
Yeah.
Israel always want to step out of bounds and then be like, well, why is the Most High doing this to me? Well, no, why did you step out of bounds?
They want to do a cha-cha slide.
Yeah, you want to. Go ahead, that's kind.
Syria and Assyria.
They're different.
Okay.
Right, they're different. Assyria is right above us. The Assyrians were all the way to the west of us, right? They were all the way in Mesopotamia, right? So they're different peoples. But if I'm not mistaken, both from Ishmael. If I'm not mistaken. Right? Yeah. So we see, yeah, just to your point, the Most High always has something waiting. Because think about it, if we're doing good and the kingdom pops up, what happens? Don't we not just take them out?
Yeah, we destroy them.
We destroy them. Don't matter what they're doing. Most High's like, okay, they're doing wicked, go get them. But on the other hand, okay, y'all are doing wicked, y'all are who I care about, so he'll send that nation on us. We see that with the Babylonians, the Assyrians, Persians and Medes, Greeks, Romans, Esau today, and so on and so forth, right? All our captivity, the Egyptians, we see that with all our captivities. Where did I start reading? He walked in the ways, right?
44.
Okay,
read.
right, and Jehoshaphat made peace with the kings of Israel. Now the rest of the acts of Jehoshaphat and his might that he showed and how he warred, are they not written in the book of Chronicles of the kings of Judah? And the remnant, Judah.
Benji.
No, bro. Hold on, brother. If we go back like a few chapters, this was talking about Judah. We already out Judges.
But
let's read. And the remnant of the Sodomites, which remained in the days of his father Asa, he took out of the land. Good. Right? Now this wasn't Sodom and Gomorrahites. They were already wiped out in Genesis. Right? He destroyed that city. But remember, Judah, when we read a few chapters last week, it talks about how Judah was on that. Right? They were on that film. That was part, remember, nobody was exempt from the film.
Nah, they weren't.
Right? When Judah was over there being Sodomites, Israel was over there doing some weird stuff too. Because just remember, if you're sacrificing to these idols, whatever their worship deemed you to do, so what was worse? Being a Sodomite or sacrificing a live baby? It's all filthy altogether. It was all bad, right? It was all bad. But Jehoshaphat at least was like, man, let's get these cats about. Right? Took them out the land. There was then no king in Edom. Whoa, hold on. There was then no king in Edom. Right, because what's going on with Esau? Well, remember during the time of Solomon, they were wiped, during the time of David, they were wiped down, right, to a few. Then they start to rebuild, right? And so, we a couple of generations past that time. They have no king, but they have a deputy. Look at that word deputy. Deputy. Now you understand where they get these things. The sheriff and his deputy. The sheriff's deputy. What's a deputy? Some type of aide?
Deputy.
Uh-huh.
A person appointed as a substitute.
Oh, damn. Okay.
With power to act.
See that? So there was a substitute king in Edom at this time. So they didn't have no real king. They weren't built like that. What you got?
So it says in the NIV, there was then no king in Edom. A provincial governor ruled.
Right. Okay. So they
That's the governor.
put up a little puppet king.
Whack.
Little puppet king. Right? And Jehoshaphat made ships. Here we go. And Jehoshaphat made ships of Tarshish to go to Ophir for gold. So remember, who had that going on first? Solomon. Remember Solomon had a navy? And he had a navy he had one navy. He had Tarshish, and then he had the navy of Hiram. So one of them was literally sailing the world, and the other ones was kind of chilling within the Red Sea. Right? And it said once every 3 years they come and drop off goods.
Right.
But Ophir was the spot they was hitting. That's right in Africa. It kind of you could.
That coastal.
It's that coast, right where that Arabian Peninsula and Africa meet. What's that?
So I have a question. Who did Solomon make that trade deal with? You all remember? For the Ophir.
Who did he make the trade? What do you mean? Who did he make the trade deal with?
Remember, he made a trade deal. That's how he got that gold from Ophir.
Who did he trade with? Who controlled that land at that time? I'm gonna say Sheba.
That's all.
My fault. You was asking them.
That's all good. But yeah, this showing how
Sheba.
Good
Corey,
job,
you're right.
Yeah, good job, Corey.
You're right.
You know what I mean? I'm glad. I knew I saw that you had it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but Con.
He always asking and answering before me.
My bad, I didn't even answer. I didn't know. I thought you were trying to stunt me.
Just, you know, these are all important things to remember because all these things always come back into play later down the line.
Yeah, you see like the relationships, right? If they're done right, men keep up these relationships to build up kingdoms. Solomon did it with David. Hiram, that was David's guy.
Yeah, straight up.
Right? All those connects, all Solomon got to do, he just got to slide right in.
Yep.
And all he had to do was just use wisdom to keep those things going. And look, he was able to build for 20 years and relax for another 20. But then as soon as a wicked dude comes in, like Rehoboam and Jeroboam, they destroy relationships.
Yep.
Right? They don't use wisdom to keep those things going. So you see Jehoshaphat, right? He's okay, well, what made us prosper? Well, let's get back to this trade. Let's get back to this gold.
Right.
Remember, all the gold was taken out. After Solomon, right? Rehoboam and Jeroboam, they start wilding out. The gold gets switched out with brass.
Yes, yes.
Right? All the golden shields, all the golden chariot, all that stuff is taken. Because remember, you had Esau that we fought. You had, what's that dude's name from the north? How to something, yeah. He was hella upset that David wiped out. You remember David was going through and just killing cats, right? And conquesting and taking back all the land that belonged to us. So he left a few people alive from those families. So these dudes was upset. So they did what? As soon as they saw some weakness, right? They pounced on that weakness. And they went in and they took back what they felt was theirs. So Jehoshaphat, he's sending now ships down into the Red Sea, right? Back into Ophir. Ophir was in Africa. It was right next to where Sheba, the queen of the south, it bordered, man. It was right there, that tip, right? That tip of the peninsula. But they went not, for the ships were broken at, okay, so the ships didn't go. As Ezion Gabar, where's that at? Let's see. Ezion Geber, right? Let's see where that's at. Big little mappy. Syria, Babylonia, Elam. Right, you had Assyria, right? Assyria, they took some of Elam. Man, there was a lot going on with Assyria. Let's see here. That's where that's it? That's where that's at? Ezon Gibar? Is that what it says?
I think so, sir. Yes.
You might be right. I mean, because if you look at where the ports would be to send those ships, you'd have to leave from Edom. If you were on the side of Israel, if you were on the other side, you have to leave from Egypt, which is Memphis. Edom is right here. I'm looking at it right now. You might be right. Remember, you got Egypt, and then you got that little V-shaped piece of land. Mount Sinai is in here, and then you got a river, and they both flow into the Red Sea.
Right.
Just look at a map when y'all get a chance. Or go to the back of your Bible. Yeah, there's maps all up in it. And you can go, it'll tell you, Kingdom of David, Kingdom of Solomon. Look at that. But yeah, to leave, you would have to leave you'd have to pass through the land of Edom. Oh, right, he found it on his Bible.
Oh, here it is. It's
Yeah.
in Midian.
Midian, it borders Midian and it borders Edom.
Oh, okay.
It's literally
It's,
the tip of that. I mean, it makes sense. It's the ships were broken down at that port. So it could have been in Midian, or it could have been in Edom, or it could have been in Arabia.
Yeah. It's
Right?
Right there. In the,
Right there in the. Oh, your Bible dives into it.
yeah, it's like where it says Gulf of
Eh,
Florida.
Okay,
It's right at the tip of that.
you said at the end of the King's Highway, so that's the King's route. Right.
In between Sinai
It's like right here.
Right. Yep. Right, okay, let me see. Yeah, when y'all get a chance, just pull it up. So what land would that be considered? At that time, that land would be, more than likely, that would have been Israel. We gotta put that on silent, please. That would have been Israel. I'm trying to see if one of these maps give me some data. Yeah, maps, man.
Okay, right here, my ego.
Here it is.
Right next to.
So you know what this was considered? This was considered Judah, part of Judah. Look. Green, that green. Oh, yeah. It was part of Judah. But you can see it was literally the port. It was literally the port, right at the mouth of the river. It makes sense. So the ships were broken down. Then said Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, unto Jehoshaphat, let my servants go with thy servants in the ships. But Jehoshaphat would not. And Jehoshaphat slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David, his father. Right? And Jehoram, his son, reigned in his stead. Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, began to reign over Israel in Samaria. The 17th year of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, and reigned 2 years over Israel. And he did evil in the sight of the Lord, and walked in the way of his father, and in the way of his mother, and in the way of Jeroboam. Dang. So this cat was walking
Worse.
Wait, it said Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, reigned 2 years over Israel. Wait, no.
The beginning.
Ahaziah, the son of Ahab, right. So this cat was moving like his mom and his dad. Damn. So he was a simp and a murderer.
And Jeroboam was his.
Jeroboam wasn't even related to him. Because remember, Jeroboam, he was the servant to Solomon. So Jeroboam reigns, and then I believe Jeroboam's son reigns, and the Most High wiped out their lineage. Then a whole nother line of men come and take the kingdom, and then you see that. Omri, he ain't even related to Jeroboam.
He was just a captain of a host.
Right, he was the captain of the host. But then the way he took the kingdom, he killed someone for the kingdom.
Right. That was
Another man for the kingdom.
Remember there was a guy that killed the king, and then they put Omri up.
And they put Omri up. Right.
That guy wanted the kingdom.
Right. See how it is? Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
You see that in Israel, are they killing for the throne? Where in Judah, the throne is being handed down properly because that was the prophecy. It was going to stay in David's line. These niggas is wilding in Israel, bro. He's Israel, but now you see why the outlook on Israel was so bad when it came to the so-called Jews.
Yeah.
Further on in time, they're like, you niggas wild out the throne.
Yeah.
The throne is like, look, you don't even have a man with a line that has that throne.
That's true.
But good, we got David, our forefather.
The same.
And look, we could trace back that throne to David all the way, right? And they could go from man to man and say, look, this throne was, so you can see the perception that holier than thou, we're better than y'all because we're homeborn. We're better than y'all because we got David. You can see that narrative being bubbled up.
Yeah.
You see that? And that's bubbling now because even the way Israel is going about to run their kingdom, it's just chaos.
Yes.
Right? It's just straight treachery. Cats is murdering for the throne. Right? But guess what? Is Judah any better?
No.
Y'all got Sodomites running through the kingdom, B. Chill.
Us.
Chill. Y'all got Sodom.
Us.
And they've been moving through for a while.
God.
Right? How many kings? How many kings was it till Asa was like, let's get them out? How many kings was it? Don't cap. We gotta hold y'all feet to the fire, Judah.
You know what I'm saying? We thrive in that.
16?
Was it?
Was it? I don't think it was that.
No, I don't think it was that many.
Five.
I won't even give them that many. It was a few though. Until Asa got them out with them Sodomites. Right? They was in there for a minute. And Judah was just riding with it.
Man, those only two kids.
You know why you can't. First of all, you know why you can't blame Benjamin. You can't blame Benji because we the youngest tribe. Nobody was listening to us anyway. We had no pull. Judah is the head tribe. We was rocking with y'all's judges.
Y'all had pull. Y'all had, he got like all the.
Nah, bro, this is sir.
Y'all had pull.
We fell back on this one. We let y'all have it. We let Big Brother Judah take it. See, y'all can't stand up one way and then when y'all take, like, bro, we had to take our hit in Judges.
Yeah.
We went off in Judges. Benjamin went all the way left. Y'all gonna stand up and take y'all's hit?
I mean, you know what
That's
I'm saying?
that's the problem with you Jews.
We always gotta stand
That's
up.
the problem with you. Nah, bro, y'all can't be the roaring lion and then when it's time to acknowledge y'all still. Like, yeah, we don't know about that one.
Man, we like to close our eyes at that one.
I see. Y'all trying to erase it out of history?
Yeah.
Like, nah, there was no kings.
Let's skip that real quick. No.
You Jews, man.
Yeah.
But y'all see it, right? Mm-hmm. There was a lot of, no matter what, either way, northern, southern could not escape. That's why the scriptures say that Israel and Judah went into captivity together because they both sinned. Just because you're doing one level of sin over here don't mean that your level of sin is worse or better. Sin is sin. You're idol worshiping over here, you're doing sodomitical practices over here. Y'all are worshiping, killing babies over here and doing what y'all are hating your brother over here. Envy, proud, right? Y'all are, so it's all unrighteous at the end of the day. It's not that one tribe or one nation was better than the other. Just the fact that y'all were split was trash. And that was done by both sides. Let me finish it up, right? And he did evil in the sight of the Lord and walked in the way of his father and in the way of his mother and in the way of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who made Israel to sin. So what was he doing? Idols, calves, right? For he served Baal, dang, bro, this Azahiah cat, whack.
Yeah, super.
And worshipped him and provoked to anger the Lord power of Israel, according to all that his father done. So now we see why that judgment of Ahab was going to go to his son, because he walked in the way of his father.
Worse.
But he was worse because he had his mama and his daddy.
Yep.
He had the conglomerate of filth on him.
Murder, petty.
Yeah, set up artists. So so next week we're gonna jump into the book of Jonah and we're gonna read about the Assyrians a little bit. And I'm trying to put it together. It's just like a lot of work. I ain't gonna lie. I only got 2 eyes and I can't read as much as I want. I'm trying to put together this quick class, just a synopsis of the Assyrians and what they were on. A little history class, right? Scriptures don't really talk about what they were on before we start getting into them. But they had a like, we can't be naive and act like they didn't have a civilization, they didn't have kings, and they weren't doing their thing in another land. They were, right? So you got to dive in a little bit of history. So I'm trying to get that together. It's just hard to find credible books.
Yeah, like accurate sources.
Yeah, but the consensus is that they were garbage. That's the consensus. Every historian is like, yeah, these dudes was wicked. That's gonna be the class.
Yeah.
Right? They were wicked. Any questions on the reading? No questions on the reading? I think we made that plain.
Yep, we did. We did that.
Any questions off the reading real quick? What's that? Let's see here. Let's see if they got something making comments online. Glasses on, I can't see. Concert, nothing new under the sun, Yashikar, right? That's right, Mosai. Okay, yeah, L'Oreal, what's your question off the reading? Read it, post it. Say it. Speak it. Yo, and I'm gonna put it out there real quick while she getting her question up. I told everybody this yesterday, and we're gonna do it so we're gonna be in Rochester for Passover next year. I know we just had Passover. We gotta mention this earlier. And I gotta get the exact date, but we're gonna be celebrating Passover on the date of the Passover. We're not gonna do the Sunday thing, the Sunday thing. It's confusing, and you know, this is the thing. We did it to try to help brothers and sisters out in their walk of just getting there. We passed that point, right? The scriptures say rehearse the righteous acts, but if we rehearse, we gotta rehearse the right way. So we're gonna make sure that we're sticking to the days that we got set up on the calendar, and we're gonna do it like that. So if it falls on a Thursday, just know we're gonna be doing Passover in Rochester on a Thursday. Make your provisions now, okay? Get the date for y'all, put it out there, make your provisions. Take your dates, save your little days off, right? Save your PTO, whatever y'all got, if y'all gotta get that, and do it like that. All right, but we're gonna make sure we put it out there early. We're gonna be in Rochester. We're traveling.
7:31.
Right. Tazapah said, Shalom, the Holman Bible Atlas is pretty good for history and locations of the Assyrians. Yep. I rock with that one, and I also rock with, this is my main one for Bible Atlas, the one I've been really using. This, wait a minute, it might be the same one. Let's see. I got it on the Google Drive. This is, this is the Bible Atlas by Zane Ridley. I love this thing.
Which one is that?
Bible Atlas by Zane Ridley, right? I love this one, with the vision. But it goes into, from the beginning all the way to the time of Christ, Paul's travels, northern, southern kingdom, just like any Bible Atlas should, right? So that's a good one.
By who? Zane Ridley?
Zane Ridding. Zane, Zaneriding, I believe. Let's see. Riding, PhD, editor. Yep. It's called Bible Atlas. So yeah, just the Passover thing, remember, any push to be more righteous is always a good thing, right?
That's true.
Right.
I do have a question, sir.
Okay, let's,
You went online first, I didn't
in Ecclesiastes 7:31, what does it mean by trespass offering? The gift of the shoulders, the sacrifice of sanctification, and the first fruits of thy holy things. Let's go there real quick. Ecclesiastes what?
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 31.
Right?
Fear the Lord and honor the priest.
Okay.
And give him his portion.
Right?
As it is commanded thee. The first fruits.
Right?
And the trespass offering.
Right?
And the gift of the shoulders. And the sacrifice of sanctification. And the first fruits of the holy things.
Trespass. Right, so we got to go back into what? The law. Right. I believe it's Leviticus. Leviticus 5:6. Leviticus 5:15.
Leviticus chapter 5.
So basically, what is a trespass offering? Well, it's going to tell us right here. Read that.
Leviticus chapter 5, verse 15.
Right.
If a soul commit a trespass.
Right.
And sin through ignorance.
Right. So a trespass is a sin. But if you sin through what?
Sin through ignorance.
You made a mistake. You didn't presumptuously go do something. You sin through ignorance. You still have to bring a sacrifice. Go ahead.
In the holy things of the Lord.
Right.
Then he shall bring for his trespass
right.
unto the Lord a ram without blemish out of the flocks.
Go ahead.
Without estimation by shekels of silver.
Right. You see that? So that's the trespass offering. You sin in ignorance, and it tells you what you are to bring. 15, right?
Sorry.
Did you finish it?
No.
After the shekel of the sanctuary for a trespass offering.
Go ahead.
Verse 16, and he shall make amends for the harm that he had done in the holy thing, and shall add the fifth part thereto, and give it unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him.
Right. You see? So that's what the trespass is. Sin in ignorance, you made a mistake. You still got to own up. You still got to make an atonement for even a sin of ignorance. Remember, you got presumptuous sin and you have sins of ignorance. Presumptuous is what? You willfully went and did something knowing. Right? We went over that last night.
Yeah, rash
About
boldness.
presumptuousness as opposed to being proactive. Right? So hopefully that makes sense. I mean, you want to read, where you at? Read verse, what verse were you just into that?
16.
Read on.
Verse 17, and if a soul sin and commit any of these things which are forbidden,
Right?
to be done by the commandments of the Lord,
Uh-huh.
though he wist it not, yet is he guilty,
Right?
and shall bear his
See
iniquity.
that? Though he wist it not, meaning he didn't realize. He's still guilty. That's the point. You didn't realize what you were doing. Still guilty. Go ahead.
Wist it not. Verse 18,
Right?
and he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock,
Right?
and without estimation, for a trespass offering unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance wherein he erred, and wist it not.
Right? Go ahead.
And it shall be forgiven him.
Right?
It is a trespass offering.
Right?
He had certainly trespassed against the Lord.
He had certainly trespassed against the Lord. Right? So remember, there's the law gives us these different categories of how to deal with certain situations. So a trespass was a category of sin. It's still a sin. And then now when we go back to Ecclesiastes 7, what verse was that? 30 Lord?
31.
31? I said 30 Lord. Wow. So what is this going into in Ecclesiastes 7? Read verse 29.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 29.
Just give it the context of her question. Read it.
Fear the Lord with all thy soul,
Right?
and reverence his priests.
So this is about reverencing and respecting the office of the priest. Right? Go ahead. How do you show the reverence? When you do your sacrifice, you do your service, and they'll do theirs. Go ahead.
Love him that made thee.
Do what?
Love him that made
This is
thee
how you show you love the Most High. You reverence His priests. Go ahead.
with all thy strength,
Come on.
and forsake not his ministers.
Do what?
And forsake not his ministers.
You're not supposed to forsake His ministers. Go ahead. The ones that do His service. Read.
Fear the Lord,
Right?
and honor the priest,
Come on.
and give him his portion.
Give Him His what?
Give him his portion.
Right, because remember, the priests, when they were set up, they had no inheritance. So all the offerings, all the sacrifice that was made, that's what the priests lived on. They ate, except for the burnt offering. We know that, right? Go ahead.
As it is commanded thee,
Right, we read that in Leviticus. Go ahead.
the first fruits.
So it's giving you the different offerings that you show the reverence. So you might never have to bring a trespass offering, but it's still the first fruits. Go ahead.
And the trespass offering,
Go ahead.
and the gift of the shoulders,
That's the heave and wave offerings. Go ahead.
and the sacrifice of sanctification,
And that's your sin offering. Go ahead.
and the first fruits of the holy things.
Go ahead.
And stretch thine hand unto the poor,
Right.
and thy blessing may be perfect.
So you see that? So
Perfected.
be perfected, right? So it's just showing you how you show love for the Most High through allowing the priest to do their job, and as they do their job for us, they'll be taken care of. That's how that went. That was the ebb and flow of the priesthood back in the ancient days. The people brought their offerings and their sacrifices. The priests were able to live, and prosper, and they were more in the mind to do their jobs. As soon as that all fell, remember Nehemiah, when he went to go rebuild, what did Nehemiah see? He seen the priests; they all became farmers, right? He said every man went to his own land, meaning to his own land to till it and to farm it so that he could eat. Makes sense. If the priests have no inheritance, no land, how they gonna eat? Well, the people was responsible for that. So hopefully that makes sense. What else? Come on. Time. Okay.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 29
Abishai,
through 32, 30 to 31.
what you got?
1 Timothy 5:9.
What you got?
Let not a widow be taken into the number under 80 years old,
Right,
having been the wife of one man.
right.
What does that mean?
So 1 Timothy 5:9.
Yes.
Let not a widow be taken under the what?
Under taken into the number under 80 years old, having been the wife of one man.
Right. So, okay. What is Paul doing here with Timothy? He's just giving them some instructions on how to deal with certain things that were going to be pop up in the church, right? So he's giving them instruction on widows, right? A woman who had a husband, he died, right? What is he saying? Let not a widow be taken into the number under 80 years old. What's 80? Right. Having been the wife of one man, right? So it's just going in on how to deal with these widows, right? That there was certain parameters that they had to meet. How do we know? Well, verse 11, the younger widows refuse, so when they have begun to wax wanton against Christ, they will marry. So he's talking about, just think about it. You set the, I'm going backwards here, but you set this young woman up as in an office in the church, right? She's a young woman, she's unmarried.
Right.
And you set her up in the office in the church, and then what? What's gonna pull her attention? A means, right? She's young, she wants, it says it. She's gonna wanna marry. Wax wanton. She's gonna wax wanton and wanna be with a man, and then she's gonna drop the things that are of the church.
Okay.
You see that? So he's given this because he don't, think about it. You set people up in the church, you give them these different offices, you give them these different responsibilities, right? And then what happens? A young woman, she's not gonna hold to her responsibility over her husband, right? It says a woman that's single, what is she? It says she cared for the things of the church, of the Lord. But a woman that's married, she cared for the things of the world. How she may please her husband. That's 1 Corinthians 7, I believe. Right? So he's just making sure how to keep the proper order in the church. Right? Dealing with elders, because that's what it starts with. It starts with rebuking elders. Right? Then it goes into widows. Right? Then it goes into read verse 5.
1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 5.
Right?
Now she that is a widow indeed,
Right?
and desolate, trusted in the Most High.
Right, because why? Her husband ain't there. She ain't got that covering of a man, just like when you read about Judith. She was a widow, but she trusted in the Most High. Go ahead. And what does it say? They're going to rely on the church. They're going to rely on the body. Go ahead.
And continue it in supplications and prayer night and day.
Come on. If you read about Judith, that's what she was on. Constantly fasting, constantly praying, constantly trusting in the Most High. Go ahead.
But she that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth.
Right. Who wants to live in pleasure? Usually it's the younger women that want to live in pleasure. Right? They don't want to be tied down to anything. Go ahead.
And these things give in charge, that they may be blameless.
Go ahead.
But if any provide not for his own,
Right.
and especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel.
Right, worse than the infidel. Go ahead.
Let not a widow be taken into the number under 80 years old,
Right, go ahead.
having been the wife of one man.
Right. So
Well-
this widow is more like an aged woman now. She's 60. She ain't worried about a man. She's worried about pleasing the Lord. You see that? She ain't worried about running the streets and being in pleasure. So let her not be taken under that age to make sure, like, she ain't on that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You wanna read on?
Yeah,
Okay. Well reported of.
Being the wife of one man, that's important. Right? Showing dedication. Well reported. Go ahead.
Well reported of for good works.
Right? So her works have to be on point. She couldn't be the wicked wife, trying to be up in the church doing anything. Go ahead.
If she have brought up children,
Right,
if she have lodged strangers,
right,
if she have washed the saints' feet,
right.
if she have relieved the afflicted,
Come on.
if she have diligently followed every good work,
See that? Then you set her up and you give her an office. Right? And obviously it wasn't, oh, let her go be the woman deacon. Right? The deaconess.
Nope.
Right? But the aged women do what? They teach the younger women and the children. So hey, you know what? She's a good example. This goes right into the aged woman. Right? She's a good example of how to teach the young woman. But watch this. Read verse 11.
but the younger widow
He's giving you the contrast. Go ahead.
refused.
Right?
For when they have begun to wax wanton
Right?
against Christ, they will marry.
Yeah, the husband ain't there no more. Still feeling myself. I look good, right? Hit the gym a little bit. Oh, time to go get remarried. I don't care what I got going on over here. I got men's on my mind. Not a sin, nothing wrong with it. But in order to keep the church going and to keep things running smoothly, you can't have people just abandoning ship for relationships.
Right. That's why I said against Christ.
They wax, yeah, they was like, you know what? I know I got this duty, but this man, I got to get married again. I got to get back. I want to be in love. Go ahead.
Verse.
And it says they will marry.
They will marry.
Read verse 12. Ooh. And this ain't even like a good in love. This is a just type thing. Read verse 12.
Verse 12. Having damnation.
Damn.
Because they have cast off their first faith,
Go ahead.
and withal they learn to be idle,
Dang. Go ahead.
wandering about from house to house.
Because there's no structure with these women, these younger women, these younger widows. They need a man to keep them in line. They don't know how to rely on Christ. They wouldn't. You see that? They need that flesh in front of their face. As the elder widows, they knew how to keep their spirit in line with Christ. This is a perfect example. You read about Judith. Now, I don't really give her age, but you can see that she was a widow. Her husband was dead, but she kept her spirit in line. So it wasn't just even about an age thing, but remember when he's instructing Timothy here and they're setting up these churches, the rules are a little bit more stringent. As far as, well, we got to do it, there got to be an age here. There's an age thing. Now we're more spiritual, right? You can have women that are not even necessarily widows, but they can focus their energy on being good examples to the other women. That makes sense? What else we got? Yeah.
Proverbs chapter 23. And our question is actually in basically like 32 to 35, but it actually starts with 29.
Proverbs what?
23. Going into like the wine.
That? What about it?
Okay, it says, I'm gonna start on 29. It says, who hath woe?
Right?
Who hath sorrow?
Right?
Who hath contentions? Who hath babbling? Who hath wounds without cause?
Go ahead.
Who has redness of eyes?
Right, read.
They that tarry long at the wine. They that go to seek mixed wine.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm about to go back to that mixed wine because I thought it was like going to different wine and philosophies. That's what I was thinking.
Go ahead.
Okay, so look not thou upon the wine when it is red,
Right.
when it giveth his color in the cup,
Okay.
when it moveth itself aright.
Right. Go ahead.
Okay. At the last it biteth like a serpent,
Right.
and stingeth like an adder.
Ugh.
The eyes shall behold strange women, and thine heart shall utter perverse things.
That's got beer goggles.
So is that what it
That's
means?
a man.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, just think
Okay.
about it. Okay, let's do it like this. I believe that every brother in here can attest to these scriptures. Don't cap. Don't cap. Right? Everyone of age in here can attest. I don't know. You drink? Have you took it in past times? Have you taken it a little bit too far? When that cup starts spinning?
Nah.
You never did it? You can't say, okay, well, Corey's the exemption. He
Yeah.
clean.
He's an exception. He's an exception.
I can't test it.
He can't attest to it, but that's good. I wish I could not attest to this. But it's showing you, first of all, it says wine is a mocker, right? So 23 and what verse we had again?
33.
33, where'd you start at?
I started at verse 29.
29. Who have woe? What is woe?
Destruction.
Right, so it's a question. Who's destroyed? Who have sorrows? Because think about it. Wine is such a mocker that you'll use it to fix your problem while it creates more problems for you. Well, I got problems at work. You go, you get faded, you go home, you smack your wife. Now you got problems at home.
Oh, wow.
Now, not just having a job, you lost your job, now you lost your woman.
Right.
Right? Now you're an abuser. Now it piles on. It makes you feel good in one moment. You dope, you at the bar, you chilling,
Yeah.
you doing your thing, and the next minute, why you pump? Right? And all of a sudden it's a ninja fight.
Yeah. It says strong drink make the king and the baby
To be the same.
Yeah.
Two idiots. That's in that first Ezra 4. The king and the baby be both two dummies.
Yeah.
That's why it says wine is a mocker.
God.
Right? Because it will mock you if you allow it to, if you give your spirit to that. Give not thy soul to the things that destroy kings. It's not for kings to drink strong drink
31.
to their destruction. You can drink,
Stretch.
but you got like your boy Bashan, but Benadad.
Yeah.
Why was he destroyed? Because he was sitting there getting drunk.
Faded.
He's getting
all
faded, and we at war, bruh.
That's right.
Yeah, just take them all alive.
Yeah.
He the drink allowed him to underestimate these young servants that wiped him out, had him on the run. That's what happened.
Gone.
He got mocked by his drink. Who have woe? Who have sorrow? Who have contentions?
Ooh.
Because that's what constant alcoholism does. It brings contention into the home. You always drinking beers. Your wife is looking at you like, damn, why you always drinking beers? Well, I need this to relax. Damn. What about me? You don't relax with me? Nope.
No, you stress me out.
Yeah, you stressing me out. I can only be around y'all if I'm drinking.
Oh, wow.
I heard that before.
Be like that for somebody.
Some of us have lived that, where you only can be around your family with a 2-beer buzz. You gotta be you Stone Cold Steve Austin drunk.
There was a
You know what I'm
guy,
saying?
there was a guy I used to work with that was just like that. He said he had to stop by on the way home to get like a 4-pack.
Oh, yeah, a little 4-piece.
He had to get 4 in here.
Hey,
before he
I
went
knew cats
inside.
that had to hit like 2-4 logos before they walked in the house.
God.
Oh, wow.
Four logos?
No, not 2.
God.
Watermelon flavor.
When they first came out?
Before they walked in the house.
So he was slow.
It was a 2. No.
No.
You wouldn't even knew he drank. That's how
God,
crazy.
please.
Oh,
That's how
man.
wild.
Yeah.
But that's when you give yourself over to the drunkenness.
Liver.
But then he thought that he was fixing his problem. But then, because he is sloshed,
Yeah.
now he don't want to deal with his family. So I'm going to go lock up in the bathroom with my phone.
Ah.
Right? And play video games and take a 3-hour dump.
Yeah.
Right? And not deal with my children. So you create a whole nother narrative, a whole nother problem.
Yes.
Right? So now you got contentions. Well, he's always drinking. No, I'm not. but you always smell like watermelon flavored Four Loko with the berry splash on top. No, that's just soda.
Yeah.
No, it ain't. Nigga, you lying.
Yeah, God.
Now you become a liar. Now you become these other things, right? Let's read on. Who have babbling, blah, 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 blah. It said the priest's mouth should speak wisdom. His lips shall speak wisdom. But how can a man that's always under the wine come with wisdom? Right? No, you got babblings. You just speaking nonsense.
Just saying stuff.
Just saying things. You lying, right? Vain babblings. Who have wounds without cause? You wake up the next morning like, damn, how'd that get here? You bloody. You got, you like, what the? You waking up just in pain? You got beat up in the club, nigga?
Or you hurt somebody without justification?
Or you hurt somebody in your, listen, there's a dude that just killed 2 people in Vegas. Say he was drunk as hell, drove the wrong way on the street and ran into a bus stop. Killed a man, like a 14-year-old boy, injured a few people. But think about it. Think about old boy that was in California, was speeding. He was a football player, young, rookie. You know what I'm talking about? And he killed the woman and her daughter in the car, and the car burned up. And he sat on the curb crying. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember his name.
I don't remember his name, but guess what? You know when he woke up, whoa, right? Woes, destructions. He had a great night. I'm pretty sure he was in the strip club, pouring bottles down his throat, doing what is it when they pour the bottle in the chick's mouth? Doing waterfalls.
Oh, wow.
Right? Waterfall in the Hennessy, the Ace of Spades.
The Diddy Bop.
Diddy bopping, rain dancing, all that. Then you hop in the car and you do 1,000 miles an hour in a Porsche or a Lambo, whatever he was in, and you kill a family, bro.
Yeah, I live with that.
Think about it. You talking about who got woes, contentions, and destruction.
Right.
You babbling in court, bro. Think about it. You got who just got caught DUI? Glorilla. She looking crazy as hell in her mugshot. Whole weave falling forward, just looking weird. Right? You ever see these celebrities that get caught up in the DUIs? And they be bad, but I'm such and such. Remember Marshawn Lynch? He was faded in the car. Bro, he had some crazy little Mustang or whatever car he had. The whole rim was ripped off. And he in the car leaning back like, and they talking to him like, you get out? He's like, nah. Pants hanging off. They got it all on camera, just looking dumb as hell. Cause that's what that wine does. It don't matter if you're a celebrity, right? You're just another celebrity with a DUI. You gotta tell them to, right? I'm yelling and I'm wondering, why am I yelling? Kids, right? Who have wounds without cause? You wake up. You like, man, why am I hurt? Why am I injured? Where is this blood from? You go look at the front of your car. Who did I hit? What did I hit? The car's all banged up. Listen, I'll give y'all a story. So I remember one time, it was a while back, right? Was drinking, got home, and hopped out the car, go to bed, wake up, about to leave the next day, and I go out and I look, I'm like, where's my car at? When I looked, the car rolled. The car rolled into so you got the parking space, boom, the parking space, but then some of the parking spaces have the tree planters, big huge brick tree planter in front of the space.
Right.
The car rolled, and it was into one of the tree planters. What the? I was hurt. I forgot to put the car in park, dog. Turn the car off and drive. Got out. Come on. My beautiful Lexus, bro.
Yeah.
One of the first dents. I was mad as hell, bro. I was tight. Turned the car off and just hopped out. Went inside. I thought somebody. I looked. I was like, I did one of these. Oh. The car was when you pop up and you walk and you and you just turn blue and I was like, oh. And I was like, oh. I was like, who did that? And I was like, yeah, bro. Dumb, stupid stuff like that when you young. Yeah, strong. I listen. I'm good. I remember back in the days, right? This is like in my early 20s. One time, this when I was living out in Philadelphia. I remember one time I went out, and this when Hennessy's and Red Bulls was popular. Oh yeah. Right? And so I'm drinking Henny and Red Bull, and I remember I drank, and I was leaving the spot, And this is all I know. I turned the car on, put it in reverse, and then I woke up. And it was like 8 a.m. I'm supposed to be at work.
Yeah.
I passed out in the car with it in reverse.
You had to put on the brake.
Put on the brake the whole time.
Oh, wow.
Crazy. Right? It be things like that where you like, yo, okay, I gotta give this up. At some point, I gotta stop. Because you're not gonna keep on getting those passes, right? The angels ain't gonna keep because that was the Most High. He put 2 bricks by the wheels. You're not gonna keep getting that, especially if you just blow it off as nothing, right? So I mean, there were certain things that made me have to say, you know what, I gotta chill. Instead of having like a 10 drink limit, instead of having no limit, you know, when you young, you like, man, I'm Superman, bro. I'm about to go buy as much as my pocket can afford.
My liver is young.
Yeah, you got a young liver. You can. But the point was, it wasn't about that. There had to be some type of mind towards some type of
Standard and order.
that. But what is it?
Moderation.
Moderation. Right. So as I started getting older, I had to start putting myself on a. I'm only having 1 drink, 2 drink. That's it. That's it. 1 drink limit, 2 drink limit. That's it. You know, like, cause you know, when you young, you're doing the pregame before you got,
hit the club.
So while you getting ready, you got the music on and you got a beer and you hit, bam, right? And you got a couple of shots like that. And you already pregame before you hit the shower. Telling you how it is.
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
Right. By the time you pregame, that is the game.
That is a good guy.
Right? But then you like, nope, I still gotta go out.
So I gotta take shots in the club.
Then you go out and then you start buying drinks, bruh. And you do what? You get there 10, 11, 12, and you drinking until whatever time, to the last call, and you like, last call, and you order 3. I gotta be right before I get, bruh. It'd be bad. That was my older days. That was my older days, right?
Old creature.
That was years ago.
Renewed in Christ.
Yeah, because think about it, there's way more responsibility. You know, there's way more things that, you know, there's a standard that we gotta hold no matter what, right? Brothers can't be going out and you can't be damn sloshed when you out. I don't care if you by yourself, with your rib, with brothers. Like, that's not the way to do it, because if something goes down, and something will go down, there will be something waiting in the wings, like how we've been reading about the Most High having things wait in the wings for that ass, right? Why tempt the Lord? Go out, have you a good time, and then go home. Because if you escape it in the streets, you might be inviting that contention into your home. You ever don't want you to come home smelling like all types of vodkas and just sloppy drunk. You just start ripping the whole house apart. You start babbling, right? So, who have redness of eyes? Well, we know. His teeth shall be white with milk, eyes red with wine. We know that, right? They that tarry long at the wine. You sitting back all day, all night, raising up early, tarrying long, not knowing a limit, not having a moderation. Right? They that go to seek mixed wine. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to hit this cup of wine, white wine, red wine. I'm gonna hit a little bit of vodka, throw a little tequila shot.
Get some brown.
You know what I'm saying? Get some brown up, a little cognac, mixed with a little, like, bruh, come on, man. Nah, you start mixing that drink, right?
Beer before wine, having a, what is it?
I don't know, beer before liquor get you drunk quicker. That's what they say. I don't know about that. I don't subscribe to that.
Liquor is liquor.
I just know if I'm drinking beer that day, that's it. If I want to drink a little bit of some Henny or something, I'll have a beer with it, right? You gotta have your Abishai call it your 1 and 1. Abishai, you made that up? You make that up? The 1 and 1?
Yeah.
I like that. You gotta have your 1 and 1. Right? That's that grown man status, but it gotta be that. It can't be you're 12 and 12.
Right.
40, you hitting the whole 12 pack and some shots. Come on, bro. Like, different men got different tolerances, but at the same time, what are we supposed to be influenced by? Right? It's the spirit of the Lord. If the liquor is if you gotta drink 12 beers just to feel it, then you need to detox.
Just to have a good time.
Or just to have a good time. Yeah, you gotta detox. If it takes you 12 beers to get a buzz, nah. You need to go ahead and do a stomach cleanse, palate refresh, and you need to chill for a year, that means that your body is overwhelmed with that stuff.
Yeah, something else going on.
There's a lot going on there. But that's not a resistance. Well, that's what it is. You built it up so much because there's so much of it, right? When you give your body so much of something, you become tolerant, immune.
Super.
Right? It says drink is supposed to make the heart merry.
Yep.
But you ain't supposed to be merry all the time.
Right, that's not
Time
how
place for anything. Right? We had a brother out here. When that brother drank, you talking about the pores. You talking about it coming through a man's pores. It didn't matter if he drank a cup this big, if he had a cup full, a cap full, you could smell it. But his thing was, liquor makes the heart merry. But he was constantly drinking. But guess what he couldn't do? He could never come into the knowledge of the truth. He could never get his mind right and settle himself in the spirit to make better moves in his life. He let that liquor rule him. You see that? Look not thou upon the wine when it is red, when it giveth its color. Right? You looking at the wine, man, that Henny, that brown. You know what I'm saying? You sniffing it and you doing all that and
Oakwood.
Yeah, he said, look not upon it, right? When it's giving that color, when it's appealing to you.
Yeah.
Right? When it moveth itself aright.
Damn, your cup.
You already gone. You gone at this point.
Your cup's perfect.
When the damn room starts spinning,
Yep.
that's what that's going into.
Okay.
When you start seeing, when you standing, we've all been there where
Triplets.
you sit and the room does this and you gotta,
All right.
you gotta catch yourself.
When you get up, use restroom, and you come back,
Bruh.
and everything's
That's
like
Moving.
That's vomit town.
God.
Well, that's what it's saying. Like, don't get to that point,
Yes.
right? At the last, it biteth like a serpent. You don't see a serpent coming.
Yep.
And you'll be drinking and drinking, and next thing you know, it hits you. Dang.
You just wake up somewhere.
Phew. There was a dude, there was a white boy the other day. He was, he got found missing in a lake somewhere. And guess what? All they did was backtrack him on the cameras. He was at the bar getting faded, and he walks out the bar, and they got CCTV of him just walking through the city stumbling. Anything could have happened to him. He could have misstepped into the damn river. Somebody could have punched him, knocked him out, like whatever, right? But the point is, if you don't know how to control your liquor, it's like a wild ass animal. It's going to bite. Who will pity a charmer when he's bitten? Right? It struck like a serpent and stingeth like an adder. Right? Then thine eyes shall behold strange women. All of a sudden, hymns is a shims. It's not a ak. No, that's a ak. No, but she had a dress on. Yeah.
Her voice was soft.
And that thing inside that dress was not what you want.
Okay, now I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? And thy heart shall utter perverse things.
Verse 34.
It says, go ahead.
Yea, thou shalt be as he that lieth down in the midst of a sea.
See that? You ever lay in a waterbed and you just, you don't be like that. You just moving back and forth. You can't be stable. Go ahead.
Or as he that lieth upon the top of a mast.
Mask of a ship. That's where you get all the movement. Go ahead.
They have stricken me. Shalt thou say, and I was not sick?
Go ahead.
They have beaten me, and I felt it not.
Yeah, you getting ass whooped in the club and you get superhuman strength. You get Hulk strength. You getting beat the hell down.
Yep.
And you wake up like, what happened? Right? Go ahead.
When shall I awake?
Right?
I will seek it yet again.
And then you say what? Man, I ain't never drinking ever again.
Wake up, give me
And you wake up and you're like, man, I gotta get one to just balance me out.
Right.
I need the beer with the tomato juice.
It's gonna get rid of this.
I need the red beer, and then all of a sudden the red beer goes back into the clear butt, and then all of a sudden you back on the 30 pack. So there's a brother from Colorado, his grandpa, grandpa was wild. It's a car, bro. It's a car. He go get a 30 pack. But the blue box, what is that? Bud Light?
Yeah.
A bush?
No, it was Bud Light. Okay. So grandpa will get the 30 pack. So grandpa on Monday, he'll knock down the whole 30.
Yeah.
He started as soon as the liquor store opened. That's all he drank was beer. The whole 30 gone. Faded by Monday night. Hungover all Tuesday. Wednesday, 30 pack. Faded all the way all night. Thursday, faded, gone. Hungover Friday, 30 pack. Every other day. You pull up to the crib, it's like you know he was doing it. You pull up to the crib and you talking about trash bags full of cans in the back of the pickup. He would just take them by the boatloads. 30 pack. Yo, 30 beers is crazy.
30 beers is wild.
That is a wild amount of beers for one man to drink
I used to do that
at an
all the
old age. At an old age, 30 beers, and then to be like just so faded. You go to the house and see the brother.
Right.
He sound like that. Like you like, what are you talking about? You like, oh, Grandpa faded. Grandpa start hugging on you, and he was a good guy. He's a good man, right? I love that dude. He was a good man. I used to hang out at the house all the time when Grandpa was on one. Because sometimes he'd be happy. Sometimes he'd be pissed off. You go there the wrong time and Grandpa ain't happy, bro. Grandpa's going in. So the brother didn't even want to be there all the time like that because why? That's what he was doing. He was getting faded off a 30 pack. So yeah,
That's how it be. My grandfather, he would every weekend, because my family we're drinkers as far as like strong drink, right? So he would go and every weekend he'll get himself a bottle, couple bottles, and he'll spend that whole weekend going in, right? To the point it's like he'll tell my mom, drive me up the stove. Drive me up the stove right quick. My mom like 8. Driving my grandpa to the store.
Get that
He was
plastic
like,
bottle
I
of
need my
Twinkies.
liquor and I need my music. That's all I need.
What music was he listening to?
Old school. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you trying to relive some days.
That's how I learned how to drive. My mom was too drunk to drive, so I was driving at 14 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Standard truck, bro. She'll shift the gears and I can.
That's faded?
Bro,
That's a crazy way to learn.
That's the reality.
Yeah.
That's how I really get.
Yep.
I mean, hey, it was a different time. I mean, I remember my dad used to have me up in the bar. And you could do that, and nobody even batted an eye.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You drink a few beers, nobody even questioned. There was a time in America where drinking and driving wasn't even a thing.
Yep. I remember that.
Everybody was faded and driving, or having open containers. You go to the store, open up a beer, drive, drink. Not in our time, but I know in my dad's time, it wasn't a thing until people started getting killed.
Yeah.
They
They
would
would
make
do
these
is
laws,
alcohol.
but why? Because the excessiveness.
Yeah.
Alcohol is not bad; it's the excessiveness.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what that's touching on is you
Go out.
wake up early
Go out.
and you tarry. Yep.
Yeah, it goes into right to today.
Yep. What else? That's it? Oh, y'all ready to go? All right. If that's it.
Let's get into it. Deep dark parables.
Oh,
Yeah, class ain't over. We about to do a. I mod you. Oh, you got a question?
no, tomorrow, right? Unleavened? The unleavened?
Oh, snap. Yeah, tomorrow sundown is the beginning of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Tomorrow sundown is the beginning of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Tomorrow sundown is the Feast of the Unleavened Bread. Tomorrow sundown. What's that?
Okay. Jadiel, as a newish person here,
Yes, sir.
I'm still getting back into this. I never really got to get an understanding, even when I first started getting into the truth of High Holy Days.
Okay.
And how to observe.
Okay.
So unleavened bread, are we actually making?
You can do that, but the whole point of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, let's go there real quick. Right, since we were in Egypt during the Passover, or during the Exodus, when we exodus out of Egypt in a haste, we didn't have time to leaven up our breads. So the commandment was to observe the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And then now, in these times, we're supposed to remove the leaven, the yeast out of our homes. So you get rid of that old bread. If you want to bake you some fresh, if you want to bake you some fresh unleavened bread, you can do that. But the point was to get rid of that old leaven. Where you at?
Exodus chapter 12, verse 15.
Go ahead.
7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread.
Right.
Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses.
See, on the first day you put out that leaven out of your houses. That's that physical leaven, right?
That's what I'm asking. Symbolic or actual?
No, it's physical and it's symbolic. It's both. So you were supposed to remove the leaven out of your homes, right? So all that bread you get rid of. All that leaven you get rid of. Go ahead.
For whosoever eateth leavened bread
Right.
from the first day unto the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel.
Right. So we get that leaven out. Now, if you want to get that spiritual side of it, the leaven represented something. Go to 1 Corinthians 5. 1 Corinthians 5. Right, 1 Corinthians 5. Go ahead, read it.
Verse 7? Where did I start?
Let's see here. 1 Corinthians. Puffed up, not taken away. 6. Read verse 6.
1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 6. Your glory is not good.
Right.
Know ye not that a little leaven leaveneth the whole lump?
Yeah, a lot of the times we don't think that the little bit of negative that's in us affects big things, right? So right now Paul is bringing out to the Corinthians that leaven is going to be representation of their negative, right?
So that, like, for example, hold a grudge against somebody or something like that?
Exactly. Holding grudges, hatred, malice, right? He's gonna tell us right here, right? Go ahead, read on.
Verse 7. Purge out therefore the old leaven.
Right? The purging out, clearing your mind, changing your mind state, right? Remember, we did the Passover year to year. You were supposed to be looking at how you were improving as an Israelite, as a brother, as opposed to degrading. You were supposed to be purging out the old man year to year and introducing the new man that's renewed in Christ. Go ahead.
That ye may be a new lump,
Go ahead.
as ye are unleavened.
Go ahead.
For even Christ, our Passover, is sacrificed for us.
Go ahead.
Therefore, let us keep the feast,
Right.
not with old leaven,
Right. Not with old leaven. What is the old leaven? Go ahead.
neither with the leaven of malice and
See
wickedness.
that? Not with the leaven of malice and wickedness, because that little bit of malice can affect big things. It affects us all. That little bit of wickedness, right? Like it tells us in 2nd Ezra, the grain of wicked seed has propagated a garden of wickedness. That's all you need is one seed, right? And you'll have a garden, right? Go ahead.
But with the unleavened bread of sincerity
Go ahead.
and truth.
And that's what it's about, coming back to the laws, coming and being sincere, right? Did you finish that? Right. So that's what it's about. Obviously, you do the physical part. You get rid of the leaven, right? You do what the law says, but really also in conjunction with the commandments of the Most High, you got to put in practice the part of the sincerity, right? Examining ourselves year to year, day to day, and saying, okay, how do I improve on a spiritual level? So not only do you get, because it makes no sense to get rid of the yeast in your house, the leaven in your house, and still be the same man from last year, right? That makes no sense. So it's about doing both, right? It's about having the physical with the spiritual counterpart and making those different improvements. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm glad y'all reminded. But see, this is the thing where we would have did the Passover. What's tomorrow? Right. We would have did the Passover tomorrow, and it would have just led us right into the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You know, that Easter Sunday, y'all know why we did it. Everybody was off everybody's off from work, it's easier for everybody to travel. But, it can't always be about the ease, right? We gotta fight. We gotta sacrifice through much tribulation. So we're gonna get back to that. The Passover on the day that is, according to the moons, the new moon and all that stuff, we're gonna be doing it like that. So again, if it falls on a Thursday, just be prepared to travel on a Thursday. If it falls on this day or that day, just be prepared, right? Make your provisions like you would for anything else. Any other vacation or travel that you would do, you don't care what day it is. You go with the cheap tickets, right? But the point is, that's how we got to get back to it. Then it makes it a little bit easier for everybody to participate and not forget, right? But that's the gist of it. You get rid of that leaven, and then really it's about just working on your spirit, right? The unifying with the brothers and sisters, the communication, all those different things that it'll come in time. It comes in time. Go to Judges 5 and 11. And then when you get a chance, you can go into Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, brother, and you'll read about all the feast days. In Leviticus 23. You start at the 23rd chapter in the first verse, and you can read down, you'll read about all the different feast days that we're commanded to keep. And then we know that you'd have to go into the book of Esther to read about Purim. Esther chapter 9?
Yeah, Esther 9.
And then you go to Maccabees
4.
First Maccabees 4 in like 55 or something like that. And 56. But you can read that whole Maccabees, right, up to the fourth chapter, and you read about the Feast of Dedication, or the Feast of Lights, or Hanukkah. It's all the same. Right? Read where we at.
The Judges chapter 5, verse 11.
Go ahead.
They that are delivered from the noise of the archers,
Right? The noise of archers, that's war. Go ahead.
in the places of drawing water,
That's slavery. Go ahead.
there shall they rehearse the righteous acts.
So what is the Bible saying? That as we're in this servitude, in the midst of war and rumors of war, we're supposed to be rehearsing the righteous acts. We're supposed to be trying to get our spirit more in line with what the word says, and not being caught up in the servitude and the slavery and the noise of the archers and the bombs. And they're gonna drop bombs. What do? Because they drop the bomb on the Sabbath, you stop doing the Sabbath? No. You do the Sabbath, right? But pray that your flight be not on the Sabbath day. Right. Right? Because now you got to get up and you got to do something. You got to make some moves.
That's it.
Right? So, but the point is to rehearse the righteous acts. It's not just about doing the feast days in this robotic, I'm here, but it's really about learning why the Most High even wanted us to have these feast days. Getting into the spirit of the feast days. The same way we celebrated Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, your birthday, the same way we gave preparations to those days that weren't even for us. It's the same way the Most High wants you to enjoy the feast days He created for us, right? Because when you look at the feast days anyway, they're mainly memorials, right, for things that we went through in the wilderness, the tabernacles, Feast of Booths, the first fruits, the Passover. We know that's right. But the Most High got us celebrating the fact that He wiped out the Egyptians for us. I mean, damn. Nobody could say they got a feast like that. Nobody. Nobody got a feast that their God wiped out a whole other people for them. And then had them walk on dry land through a sea. Nobody else got that, right? So, our feasts are memorials for our history. So we got to adhere to those, but it's a spirit behind it, right? You could be here and just be a body, or you could actually care about it and do it in unity and love. That's what the Most High wants, that unity and that love. So that's what we're gonna do. So you might want to go home today. Start clearing them things out. Yeah, this is what it is. Get it out. I'm just gonna compost all mine. Right up in the compost. Yeah. Turn it into plant food.
Seasoning they got used
Go all the way out, bro.
Huh?
them super righteous. I think you're supposed to throw it all the way out, bro.
It's out the house.
But that's still technically your garden, bro.
I mean, it's the
Nah, this is
super roof. So get it out your house. The yard ain't my house.
not in the garage in the freezer.
Nah, bro, get it out.
In the freezer. That's funny.
Get it out.
Yeah.
Get it out. Follow the line. Get it out. So, and as we have more feast days, we'll definitely announce it. We go over classes on it. Somebody find, there gotta be a Feast of Unleavened Bread class that we did. Yeah, that we went more in depth. We could send it to you. But yeah, just a reminder, everybody, that's what we're gonna do tomorrow at sundown. All right, so don't forget. We're trying to pull up tomorrow night to the Burger King. eating burger buns and all that. No burger, you eat the meat, burger meat, but you can't eat no buns.
That was tonight.
Wrap it up in tortilla, you'll be all
Yeah,
right.
your donuts and all that.
Corn tortilla.
Yeah, I got this.
Yeah,
I got
yeah.
a full understanding of that. So, okay,
Mhm.
so I need to go in my house, crackers, bread.
Whatever got leaven.
Leaven is basically yeast, right?
The yeasting agent, yeah, the rising agent for the bread. So
Like
this is the
rice?
thing. This is the thing. You said rice?
Rice leaven?
No, rice ain't got no. Rice is a grain.
Starch.
Rice is a starch. It just blows up when you wet it, and that's the thing. Where just think about it. To make it simple, in Egypt or in the ancient days, we just took old bread and old dough and mixed it with new dough to make it rise, right? So how do you stay safe? Well, you have like corn tortillas you can eat if it's that big of a deal. You're gonna get rid of all that bread though, right? All that stuff that's baked, that rises up, you get rid of that.
I just bought a loaf of bread.
That makes some
Better eat it
sandwiches
all
between
tonight.
between now and tomorrow.
You can try it down tonight, right?
But you know what's crazy? This is the crazy. You know I like the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You know why I like the Feast of Unleavened Bread? Because it gives you a chance to see that when you cut that stuff out for a few days, you'll see your body improve. All that bread ain't good for you anyway. It's disgusting. It's not even the carbs. Yo, a lot of us got grain allergy, gluten allergy that they gotta see what sugar is all through the bread, right? So a lot of the times when you give yourself a chance, you're not gonna purge naturally from that. Sometimes we need these feast days to be able to set ourselves up on a fast or on a purge from all the yeast that's killing you. Candida in your body, that's what yeast is. Candida, it's a parasite in your body that craves sugar. So you got two things going. But you'll see 7 days, all of a sudden, damn, I lost some pounds. You're gonna go through withdrawals if bread is your thing. I love bread. I love bread vehemently. I eat loaves of bread. I eat sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly, right? All that. I love bread.
Man.
So I'm gonna be definitely going through withdrawals.
I didn't realize how much I loved it until
That's
do
new to
stuff
you.
like
Till you
this.
do stuff like that. Oh, I love it. All types of
carb
bread.
thing and every carbs.
Carbs and sugar, and it's really the sugar. It's not even the carbs. It's the sugar that the carbs are translated into when your body breaks it down.
Right.
Your body is a sugar addict. You're a fiend. We all are fiends, right? Your liver is fiending. Like right now, I got a major headache. But I know what it is. I need a little bit of sweet. I need some sugar. I haven't ate since yesterday. No, I'm not gonna. No, I gotta fight. No, I'm not gonna give in. No, I'm gonna fight.
No, you
At least on the Sabbath, try not to really eat too much.
don't want it.
I drink my coffee. I drink water, but I try to on the Sabbath do something. You know what I'm saying? Fight that sugar demon. Because I want a Pepsi right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
One more question.
All the way.
It's a little bit off subject.
Yeah, it's
but
all good.
What you said brought up a good question. Like when you said you need a headache and you need a little sweet, I thought about diabetes. Is that, I mean, I don't know if that's what you're dealing with, but is that,
Not that I know of.
if we're
I
going
need-
into unleavened bread,
You said,
honoring,
wait, say it one more time.
if we're going into something like Feast of Unleavened Bread and you have a physical ailment that requires you to just,
There's no physical ailment that requires you to eat bread.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously not that, but something
But
like,
we don't want anybody to destroy their health.
Right.
yeah, that's what I was trying to
Because we
say.
do have people that have like diabetes and different ailments, but not eating the bread is gonna be more beneficial than eating it. But, you know, like the Day of Atonement, that's a day when you're not supposed to eat or drink anything, right? That's 24 hours, no water, no food. Some people gotta take medication, and you can't take certain medications on an empty stomach, right? Some people can't fast for prolonged periods of time. There's sugar tanks, right? All I need, you know what I need right now? Just some salt. I just need some salt and I'm straight. I'll be able to go. A little sea salt, no, I'm good. You got your iodized back there, which I got. A demon salt.
There's sea salt.
Yeah, I just got a headache because I just need a little sea salt. A little sea salt with some water, and I'll be good. I'll feel like I just ate something, right? So it's not even a sugar thing, it's a thing. Your body is screaming for minerals and it disguises it in the thing that tastes good, which is sweet. You see that? But to answer your question, if anybody has physical ailment that they got to take medication or, you know, things like that, listen, just go as long as you can, right? But don't hurt yourself. Take your medication. But you'd be surprised what fasting can do. At first, it hurts. That's the point. It's supposed to hurt because you're pulling something from your body that it craves. And once you get over that hump, you'll see that you don't even need it. You know, denying the flesh, strengthening the spirit. So yeah, we don't want nobody to hurt themselves in any fast or any feast day. But again, if you purging yourself from bread, you're doing yourself a favor. From yeast and bread and the gluten, you're doing yourself. If you know how they make some of these breads, just look into it when you get a chance. Those baked goods, yeah. Look into the ingredients. But Yashikar, happy Sabbath. Oh, Michelada. Oh, Yashikar. Michelada. Yeah, the red beer. Let's see here. Which pyramids did we build in Egypt when we were in captivity? Staying away from the cornbread is tough for me. Dang. My ribby making friend. Yeah. What pyramids did we build in Egypt? Go to Exodus. They don't tell us exactly what pyramids we built. Because there's many pyramids in Egypt. But we knew we did build up a few cities of Ramses. What do I want to go to? Exodus. Like if you ask them, like, does the scripture tell you by name? They don't tell us by name what pyramids we built. We know that we built them because when you go into the Maccabees, it talks about the pyramids that we built. Somebody give me that in Maccabees. And then what I want to look for? I'm going to look for, where is it at? Said we had storage cities. Storehouse cities, Pharaoh's. Know what I'm talking about?
Storage cities?
Yeah, it said like the city of Ramses.
Treasure City.
Treasure cities, right. Where's it at? Ramses. Ramses. Oh, that didn't come up. Ramses. It's like at the beginning of Exodus.
Is it chapter 1, verse 11?
And there he is. There it is. 1 and verse 11.
Exodus chapter 1, verse 11.
Right?
Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities,
Right?
Pithom, and Ramses.
Right. You see that? So it talks about that, the Maccabees, talks about how we built pyramids, but it don't, this is the thing, you're not gonna see, and they built the pyramid of Giza. And they built this pyramid, Shepherd Key, and they built, you're not gonna see that.
That Maccabees 13, 27, 28.
Maccabees, second Maccabees or first?
First Maccabees.
First Maccabees 13, read it. Let's see.
First Maccabees chapter 13 and verse 27.
Go ahead.
To 28. Simon also built a monument upon the sepulchre of his father and his brethren,
Right.
and raised it aloft to the site with hewn stone behind, before, and before. So like, moreover, he set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother and his 4 brethren.
So we did build pyramids. But the scriptures don't tell us which ones explicitly we built in Egypt. Now, I mean, look at it like this, you build one, you build them all. Right?
Even in South America.
Yeah, there's pyramids that mimic the ones in Egypt that are in South America, right? That are in Peru, that are in Mexico.
They're also in the
what is it?
States, they just hide them.
Oh, where, Arizona or somewhere?
The same size.
Techno-Teachline or something like that, or in these different places, they're the same. Same, they line up with this and they, same shapes and, yeah. The pyramids in Egypt, like Giza and the ones in Cairo, they're not an anomaly. So, I mean, they say that the same people built them, right? And they try to credit the Olmecs, they credit,
No, I'm saying,
yeah, the Olmecs, right? They credit different people. The scriptures don't say which ones we built, but it does say we built these cities for the Egyptians. And you have people that have pushed back and say, well, there's no way that we could have built them because of the way they were built and all these different schools of thought. I mean, I look at it like this. If you got servants that's gonna do your servitude, you're gonna make them do the hard jobs. People wanna give those credits to the other nations because of how beautifully those pyramids, how beautiful those pyramids look and how well constructed they are. They don't wanna give that to no Hebrews. They're gonna give that to the Egyptians who learned everything from a Hebrew. They're gonna give it to Abraham.
That's why.
Abraham taught them Egyptians everything, math, science, how to store up food, how to do this, how to do that. So either way, we built those pyramids. By proxy or with our hands, we are credited for that. That's us, through the Most High. He gave us that knowledge, right? So I say we built them all.
everything.
Yeah, I mean, come on. We build everything and they steal it, man. The White House, all that. The Black House, the Blue House, America. Damn, I just see a wild article pop up on my phone. Whoa, STD cases are spiking among newborn babies in the U.S.
Newborn babies.
They are Jewish.
Yeah, they might be. They're doing their little suction. Meat, yeah. They're all suction circumcision.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They can't get rid of that, huh?
Right.
That's wild.
Right, so,
I got to read stuff.
right. Right. Okay. What else? Yeah, what else we got? Is that it? You know, look, I'm ready for the smoke. I'm built like that. Where's David?
Yeah, look.
Oh, crazy. Don't be looking. He'll pop up and then we be here for another 4 hours. David and Thaw one. Which one? Thaw one, you know I'm messing with you, but I'm serious. Thaw one walking, I'm gonna get up and he gonna sit right here. If Damien walk in, I might get up and leave him right here. I'm gonna go home. Damien's my bro, man. great. Damien's my guy, man. That's my, we best friends. Me and Damien, we are besties. Right? We are best brothers.
I like what that dude too.
Right? So we good? We good until Monday? All right.
So, yeah. Take it.
I mind you, McCoy.
I can't put it in the freezer, huh? I got it.
Bruh. I mean, it's feel like that. You get more bread.
No, I know. But so last Passover we was doing it, we celebrated because we was doing the feast and then we did
Because Easter be falling weird. Like next year, Easter Sunday is like the 21st. It's around this time, if I'm not mistaken. When is Easter Sunday 2024? No, it's not. Sunday, April the 20th is Easter Sunday, right? So think about it. I thought Easter was supposed to be, no, bro, back up a little bit. I thought Easter Sunday was supposed to be the first Sunday in the month of April. They've been switching it up ever since like 2019, ever since the pandemic. They've been doing it. They've been doing their Easter Sunday in March, April. They did it on a Thursday. They done been switching it up. Right? So, right? Where we at? Gonna close out with these prayers real quick. Right? And then we'll do it like that. Barak atah Yahweh.
Barak atah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Baruch
Baruch Shai. Shemai. Haidah. Shalach. Haidah. Wa. Ha. Alahayim.
To watch over.
Shemar Al. Barak. Rapah. Chazak. Izar. Magan. Yashrala. Shalach. Much wisdom. Knowledge. Understanding. Much patience. Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much love.
Spiritual power.
To
give us our sins.
Send
Yahweh Shai quickly.
For
indeed is our hope. Amen.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us now, right now. That Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh shall come quickly, for indeed is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Atawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barak atah Yahweh.
Barak atah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah. A war.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barak atah Yahweh.
Barak atah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram horn to call the people.
Barak atah Yahweh.
Barak atah Yahweh. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92 is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks to Yahweh.
To sing praises unto thy name.
And to sing praises to thy name. Almost high.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp of the solemn sound.
Upon the harp of the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh.
For thou, Yahweh.
May be glad through thy work.
And may be glad through thy works.
triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
Thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
You do with a fool understand.
Neither do a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity flourish.
It is that day shall be destroyed forever.
It is that day shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Yahweh.
But thou, O Yahweh.
The Most High forevermore.
The Most High forevermore.
For thy enemies.
For thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Thy enemies shall perish.
For thy enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
For my horn.
For my horn.
Shalt thou exalt.
Shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is our rock.
He is our rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
This is Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawah.
Hamalawah.
Madawad.
Madawad. Hanad.
Matawad.
Matawad.
Wamad.
Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Echad. Hashaman.
Hatawad.
Al. Hara'ash. Yarad. Al. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharan. Shairad. Al. Hayah. Madawakiwa. Katal. Harawan. Shairad. Al. Haraya. Zayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazawa. Yahweh. Haraka. Chayayam.
Psalm 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garment, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, where there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai. The water. The God.
Amen.
Man of Israel, Almighty, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatham.
Kumrashra.
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 Yeah, Zam turn to face the sisters. Magim Shabbat. Yeah. Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, Man of Israel, Almighty, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Matah. Dismiss. Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.